And
Alright, okay, everybody's good now.
cool. And then, of course, those carronades have about 100 shots. In addition to that, you guys also got some coins and some gems and some potions, which you guys did identify. I hadn't changed it in this handout, which I will do right now. It should say.
Oops.
5 potions of healing. Yeah, you guys got like 600 copper, 10,000 silver, 1,900 gold, 120 platinum, 2 moonstones, 2 quartz, 2 star rose quartz, 1 onyx, and 1 zircon. All of those gems being 50 gold each. Got a lot of gems. That was like what, 2, 4, 6. That was like 10 gems. And then of course 5 potions of healing that you got from them. In addition, you also got some magic items, that being the Spear of Returning. Because even though Dan knew you were gone, we assumed that you would identify this stuff, so we just went and identified it.
Okay.
So you had a Spear of Returning, a Staff of Withering, Hamfriggin Armor, and I think that was it. Yeah, because the captain was wearing the armor, the druid had the staff, and one of the warriors, the larger warrior, or the most badass warrior there, that was not one of the berserkers or just the standard pirates that you guys pretty much wiped out in one giant fireball.
So
Courtesy of Jim
obviously,
Pan with his giant ass fireball. But yeah. And so
obviously,
how you guys disseminate those magic items amongst you is entirely up to your prerogative. And the treasure, I assume, goes in your storage until you guys decide to divide it amongst yourselves and/or to the crew as necessary.
Okay, well, I think unless anyone has an objection, Ty, you should grab the armor.
Yep.
Now, what's the armor do again? I
As a quick
forget.
point, when it comes to barbarians and armor, is they have that, well, one of their class features is the unarmored defense, where they can add their dex and constitution into their armor class. That only applies when they're not wearing armor. He puts the armor on, then his armor class becomes whatever it is with that armor. So it'd be his armor bonus plus his dex. This being hide armor is medium armor, so it can only apply up to 2. I don't remember what his dex is off the top of my head. It is +1 magic hide.
And also, it's great for shape changing. Which
it's only good for shape changing because you have to be a shape changer to wear it. It's for shape changers because sometimes when you shape change into something, your anatomy will change or your form changes sizes or whatever. This armor is magically attuned to shape changing. It changes with you so you can retain the armor bonus.
Now,
so if you shape change into something that had less armor than you, then you could have the armor class or the armor bonus of the armor.
That being said, if Ty, you do not want the armor, the druid should be able to do it because the druid does have wild shape, which is a type of shape change.
Yeah.
But he is not the shape changer type.
Oh, so it has to be the shape changer type.
Yes, shape changer is a type. Being able to wild shape is a magical ability granted by his class.
So right now I can't. I can't.
You guys took time to study it and worked with it because this is Ruthium rune carved magic, rune carving magic. They essentially took some hide armor and carved runes into it to give it this property. If you were to take time to try and figure out how the rune carving worked and kind of fiddled with the armor a little bit, you could possibly manipulate it in a way to where it would allow the ability of your shape change to effect. But that would require some time.
Ty and Dr. Ice, one of y'all should get the armor. Whether y'all use it right away or not is a different story. But y'all two are the ones that would probably eventually take the most advantage of it.
Yeah. Though if nobody's going to claim... Anyone have claims on the staff? I know you're a warlock, and I think...
The frame has to be attuned by either a cleric, a druid, or a warlock, so only 2 of you can use it. Returning can be, of course, used by anyone that wishes to have a magical spear that comes back to them. I think it's also a +1.
Let's see here.
Yeah.
Oh, more often than not, who's in melee? That would be the determining factor for the staff.
Well, the thing is the druid and the warlock, we both are more ranged people anyhow.
Yeah.
I'm pretty much the only one melee, and my sword pretty much. I already have enough magical items with a sword as it is.
As of right now, unless somebody wants the staff or the spear, we can put them in our cargo hold for now.
We decide which crew members should get it.
Let's see, my first 6 days, so if I'd be throwing, that'd be plus. Not even a. That'd just be a +1 then.
Quick side too is the Staff of Withering can also be wielded as just a magical quarterstaff. So it counts as a magic weapon. It doesn't have a bonus, but it counts as a magic weapon for the purposes of overcoming any kind of resistance or immunity to magic. And it can be affected by the Shillelagh cantrip for in case it matters for Kyria. I don't know if you ever took Shillelagh as your cantrip or not.
I did not.
Okay. That's what the druid did at the end when he bonked you ass on the head. He used Shillelagh on himself and walked over and thumped you. No, it was Jimpan that he did that too.
Oh.
And the Spirit of Returning is just a +1 spear that you can use a bonus action to teleport it back to your hand. So you can like throw it and go back to your hand. Or if it should be taken from you, you go back to your hand. Or if you should drop it by accident, back to your hand. It just teleports it.
Well,
yep.
Dr.
So like,
Heist, why don't you take the Staff of Withering?
I will take it. Thank you. I'm going to love you, and how can we call you George?
And as for the spear, it either goes into our hold, or we can just let one of our retainers hold it, just so they can have a magic weapon.
Right now, the only retainer that has a magic item is Vola. She has that Trident of Fish Command, which doesn't give her any attack or damage bonuses. It's simply just a magic item for that purpose of overcoming stuff. It also lets her like command fish. But you guys gave it to her because she's the only one that can use tridents, because trident is a martial weapon for some reason. Spears are simple weapons, so literally anyone can use it. But it does require attunement, in case that matters.
Let's see, who would be the best person to use it? Nezor uses a bow, so not him. Our 2 monks, this. Dr. Livowitz doesn't really attack. Vola's already got something, so that's the 2 Songbird sisters or Drusilla.
So I guess for now we could put the spear into the hold until further notice.
Alright, it's going in the hole.
Question that the next order of business is what you are going to be doing, gentlemen. I'm going to go ahead and change your view real quick to your ship, because a lot of you are really injured from that spot. And you're also still technically in enemy water, so if you guys want to take a long rest, short rest, it is still 10 a.m., but you can take a short rest, or do you wish to travel somewhere first and then take a short rest?
I'd say we'd BTFO and get a short rest.
I was about to say, yeah, let's sail somewhere that's a little bit more safer and get a short rest. Besides, we still have to figure out what to do with the Sea Wolf entirely. Shall
Yeah,
we?
determine, are you going to keep the Sea Wolf and bring it with you, or are you going to leave it?
I had an idea to use it to sail into freaking Rustport. The
For
ports.
example?
Captain, I disagree with that.
Oh,
That odds are this ship, port of call, is that hometown. It would be bad for us to show up on a ship that they probably easily recognize as being owned by somebody else. That would just cause conflict on the dock.
that's
Ship
true.
on that ship is the guy.
So, leaving
That's
it out at
true.
sea would probably be the better option, or docking it somewhere.
Say again?
Leaving it out at sea and just letting it float since we've cleaned it of anything of importance, or docking it at one of our small islands just to keep it there as a backup ship for later if need be.
وصلت.
That's a good idea. Where's the closest small island we could just dock it at just in case?
The island immediately to your cardinal directions escape me. West, no, east. Sorry, which would be here.
So we'd have to go back to here.
I am determining right now the exact distance between you and that island. So give me about 2 moments.
Either way, we have to pull out these waters anyway to recover.
But I'd say we leave it sitting out here at sea.
Also, just sink it.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, we don't have enough. Yeah, we don't have enough time by transformation.
And your options are you can also just have a small skeleton crew take it somewhere. If you fix up the rigging a little bit, which you can do fairly quickly enough, I guess, not super long. If you kind of fix the rigging up a little bit and you put like a small skeleton crew, which it only needs 5 people to operate it as a skeleton crew, you can put like a junior officer and a couple of deckhands on it and tell them to take it somewhere.
Now,
So you can just drag it somewhere.
here is an option. Since Ty's transformation or the captain's transformation is in 5 days, if we were to stay near the ship and basically leave the captain on this ship, we could tie him to the ship here, and it would be an island. We stay close enough to monitor, and then once he's done transforming, for the first time, we can then go back and retrieve him.
Sounds good.
True, but other than Dr. Ice, who's going to be the 3 victims to stay with me?
None, because if we tie you to the boat, we can then take the ship and sail it off just a little bit, and you'll be over there by yourself. And if we need to tie you up, the doctor and I can do it because we can fly back to the ship. And me and him can take turn flying over and monitoring you at a distance while we stay close enough to the ship to protect you and still move.
Looks like the Sea Wolf's going to be my island after all.
Because whether we put you on an island or a ship, you can swim.
Well,
The ship is small enough.
technically, I could just walking around the sea, but
no, you'd get crushed.
I know I'm joking.
But
his immunity makes him immune to the those types of effects. Because he has a swim speed and the ability to breathe underwater, he doesn't have to worry about the what we know the real mechanics of like crushing depth. Pressure. There we go. That's what I was looking for. I'm thinking of.
Oh, so if you have a swim speed and can breathe underwater, you ain't got to worry about the crushing so much.
As far as I know, like there's technically DD has no mechanic that says if you swim deep enough you go. So as far as I'm concerned, if you are an aquatic creature or have the ability to like you have a swim speed, and if you have a swim speed, my assumption is that you are adapted enough to not immediately turn into a tiny tin can.
Okay. But either way, whether we put you on an island or a ship, you could easily swim away. The ship is just small enough to where we could all watch it and watch you easier. So I say we use the ship. I'll tie you up over there so we can watch you. Probably tie you up below deck. That way you're not out in the sun baking. That's a horrible thing to do.
That it is.
Yeah, I probably would have tried to throw you overboard after that. Sure, uses. The ship would be best.
And then after that, we can either just abandon the ship or scuttle it. And I'm more for abandoning it. That way we're not wasting anything to scuttle it.
Yeah, we don't want to waste ammo or anything like that anymore. We
Yes,
wasted.
we can blow it away with spells, but still, you don't want to waste spells just to blow up a ship for no reason.
Yeah.
So, and since we've got, I think, 5 days until you transform.
Sounds about right.
Well, we set to recharge, so we're gonna lose a day out already.
Yeah. So, we can stay here, or if we try to take the ship, and maybe the better thing, and get closer to back here. That way we're not just off the Ruthian coast to where we could be raided easily. Hey, probably somewhere like right here. Here, that way we can kind of monitor you, guard, and we're not directly in the path of Ruthians as much.
Would you
That
mind
way that
pinging?
raiding-
I'm sorry. Would you mind pinging the map again? I had to shrink my character sheet because that was in the way. Right there. Thank you.
And that is my recommendation, Captain.
Well, like I said, we do need to recharge from the battle since we still have to go into roofing to get the item anyway. So it'll be best to pull back for now.
Island, the closest island of whalebones near you guys. If you were to travel there, based on the speed of your ship, if you traveled to it in a slow pace, you could get there in 3.25 days. If you did it at a normal pace, you can get there in just about 2 days. And if you travel at a fast pace, a day and a half.
Well, let's take the slower pace. That way we can...
Slower pace, you are more than capable of dragging the Seawolf, because you would be at a slow pace dragging it. So, just thoughts. Because it's 80 miles. And you guys can travel 13, 6, which is... Let's try that again. 80 divided by 6 gives you about approximately 13, which is how many 6-mile hexes you travel at, or that it would take to travel it. And based on your speed, because you guys are an interceptor type ship, you guys travel as a first rate rather than a second rate ship, so you travel pretty fucking quick. So even at a slow pace, that's still 3.25 days.
Before we go offshore of Ruffian, do you think Drusilla as a very small crew could go to dock to sneak onto the dock to give us let's just say
Intel?
exactly.
You guys are not
No,
You
I
can
meant we
adjust
just
to the
set up a
coast of
robot
Ruthium.
so they could sail out.
Like you're like in the natural waters of Ruthium, but you would have to travel a lot more to actually be close enough to where you could put people in a skiff and let them row their butt into shore.
Um, Never mind.
Which you can do if you were not dragging a ship, you can get there by the end of the day, towards the evening ish. You can get there if you move pretty quick.
So here's what we could do.
Essentially, you're still a few hours out from shore.
We could take Vola and a small group over to the mainland and drop them off, leaving a small crew with the other ship. They could actually start rowing it and going towards the island. They run the risk though of being in combat or having issues. So if we're gonna do that, probably our best combatants probably need to be with the opposing ship because it will have a skeleton crew. So, if I may make recommendations, Captain, and let's see, you and the quartermaster, the bosun, and the Songbird sisters, and about 5 deckhands can take that and start heading over to the island. That'll give you a decent complement of combatants and everything. And the bosun can work on the ship trying to make it sail faster. Sir? Me, Dr. Ice, will come back to Ruthian to drop off Drusilla and a few of her people for recon. And if need be, I could stay with Drusilla. That would then take Vola and Dr. Ice could sail back to y'all and then escort y'all to the island and wait for that while Drusilla and I do recon.
Very well, but let me take a flare gun just in case we get attacked along the way. I could just shoot it off,
guns?
man. Hopefully, you can see the flare. Like, oh crap, something's happened.
I didn't have flare guns.
Do we?
I don't recall you guys having anything like that.
Oh crap, we don't.
I know somebody has a flintlock pistol.
Yeah, me, but I don't think a bullet's going to
And besides,
Like smoke canisters you guys can get and fire out of cannons, but as far as I know, you don't have anything like that yet.
now,
No one's told me you got those.
You will have the quartermaster or arcanist who does do fireball, and that's a big enough flare.
That's true.
Also, just learn more subtle magic like sending.
That's no fun. Shut up.
What are you talking about? Fireball's the perfect spell for every occasion.
You're getting jump fireball. You want to jump someone? Fireball.
So, unless anyone has any other suggestions, this is my recommendation, Captain.
Sounds good.
Yeah, we need some what you call on this ship. This is probably the best idea. All right, first mates. I'm leaving you in charge of the Strombreaker.
Clarification. What is the plan?
Okay.
Okay.
The captain, the captain, the arcanist, our bosun, the Songbird sisters, and 5 deckhands are gonna go to
You said the captain,
the arcanist.
arcanist. Pulling
The
out
bosun.
your tokens so I can put all this together in my mind. You said the bosun.
Yes.
And bosun And you said the songbirds?
The Songbird Sisters and 5 deckhands.
Alright, hold on. Five deckhands. Okay.
Will take the enemy ship and sail towards the closest island and at us as the speed they can. The boatswain will try to repair what he can along the way. Everyone else will be heading.
Just a point of clarification. The Seawolf moves significantly slower than you guys do because of how much damage has been done to the rigging.
Yes.
And while a skeleton crew can sail it, the oars are a special kind of a thing to where, in order to use the oars for a full day, you have to have someone that can. You have to have rotating teams because you have to manually row the damn thing if you're using the oars. If you're only using what's left of the rigging, then it will move slightly slower than with the oars. But that means you also don't need to have as much people to man the oars for full travel.
Problem is,
So, 5 people can make the thing move. You would need more than 5 to make it move faster by using the oars, if you understand what I mean.
Yeah.
Because they would need to have rest in order to. They would have to have rotating teams of oarsmen.
Yes.
not to
Just
mention
to make sure we're all on the same page.
not to mention
we're
the
just trying
rest
to
of
get
us
him.
need rest after the last battle.
We're just trying to get it to move towards and set up.
I think the idea is this. We start to move towards the island while the Strombreaker gets close enough to drop Drusilla and company off to Rostin. Then it's going to turn back around and catch up to us. Hopefully in time before my transformation.
Let me do some more math first. We're going to put that thing. There it is.
So, when we head back to the island, Drusilla, 5 deckhands, and the first officer will be doing recon.
One quick second. Overdue for food for breakfast.
Make sure. So, because it's essentially 13 6-mile hexes, because that's approximately 80 miles, the Seawolf moves 1 hex. That is its speed. So it would take it 13 days to get there.
Well, don't worry. The Stormbreaker is going to come back and help tow it in eventually. We're just trying to get it moving towards the island.
As the bosun, he has a travel responsibility ability that he can employ, which allows him to repair it. Carpenter, spend a day repairing the ship. The adventuring day is made up of 5 parts, for each of those in which you do not spend time doing anything else, combat, adventure, etc. Make Carpenter's tools check. On 3 passes, you may add 2d6 plus your proficiency HP back to the ship. Cool. For Ryota, because he is absolutely proficient in Carpenter's tools, because that's why he's the fucking bosun. The Carpenter's tools check. So the his proficiency, because he's proficient in them, I would say probably wisdom, maybe intelligence, probably wisdom. He can make it. He's good at wisdom. Armor ability, dex, and wisdom. Cool. I'll say wisdom, so he'll get. Essentially, there should be. Yeah. It's 2 from that, plus 1 from that, 3 standard. Yeah. So essentially, he'll be doing his Carpenter's tools check using his wisdom will be a +6. So I'll keep that in mind for later. Where was it? Nope, I don't think there is. Assist in this roll gives a +1 to each roll that you're present for. If somebody was assisting him, which I would assume anyone other than the deckhands would be doing, or could be doing, if they're not doing something else. Which you guys sent like 5 fucking people. So you can have any number of those individuals either directing the deckhands or helping with the repairs. So theoretically, Ryota could get an additional 4, so he'd have a +10 to that roll if you guys were assisting him. The 2 songbirds, the captain, and the arcanist. So I would say that a plus. Let's see. It doesn't give me a DC, so I guess I would have to come up with a DC. I would say that. I'd say the DC is pretty high because you fucking shredded those goddamn shells. You guys did so much fucking damage to those cells. The DCs are going to be kind of high. But if 4 people are assisting him, that gives him an additional +4, so he'll have a +10 to the roll.
This is up to the captain. He's now in charge of that group.
I'm just going to jot that down over there to the side so that I remember what that number is in case it matters. In the meantime, so they're going to start going in that direction, however long that's going to be. The rest of you guys are doing what?
Heading to the port to drop off me, Creed, Drusilla, and 5 deckhands for reconning around the town.
Now, keep in mind, that is not a friendly port, as you are a Luskanite ship. They will shoot you on sight. They don't like you guys. So you just sail right into their port. That's essentially walking into enemy territory in broad daylight, plain as day.
Couldn't we just not sail the colors?
You're also very obviously not a Dragonite, Ruthian dragon ship. Like, the profile of your ship versus the profile of their ship is distinctively different. They would know that you are a Luskanite ship, regardless of your colors. They have fought the Luskanites and the Ruthians have fought each other many times throughout history. They know each other's ships.
And
That's if you go into a port. If you guys don't go into the port, you can simply just get close to a beach and put them in a skiff and let them row into shore.
That'd probably be what we'd have to do.
Okay, so
Because you guys can't pull all the way up to shore because your ship doesn't have it draws too much water to get that super close to shore. But that's what skiffs are for. Rowboats. Which you guys have at least one, as far as I recall.
So Drusilla, Creed, and 5 deckhands will take a skiff, or 7 deckhands will take a skiff to the shore. The 2 deckhands will then return the skiff back to the Strombreaker.
Check something about skiffs. Let's see. Robot, small craft. Has a max crew of 4. Only 4 people can be on the rowboat at a time.
So sorry about that. And what's with the number 10?
That is for later that I'll explain.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So I'll let Daniel, since you're in charge of the Strombreaker, I'll go ahead and let you think about that for a moment. On which 4 people you're gonna send over on the rowboat. As far as I know, I think you only need a skeleton crew of 1. You only need 1 person to pilot it. You can have a maximum of 4 people in it.
Okay.
So I'll let you think about that. In the meantime, I'm assuming the Stormbreaker's going to spend the remainder of the day sailing closer to Ruthium to do that.
Yes.
While the Sea Wolf is going to be sailing in the opposite direction, essentially.
Yes.
Okay. Ty and Jimpan, or Argus Lanforan and Captain Torrig. You have your bosun Ryota with you. You have your minstrels for whatever reason, and you have 5 deckhands with you operating the ship. Now, for the first day of traveling, because it will take at minimum a day for the Strombreaker to get to where it's going, you can have Ryota, as part of his traveling role responsibilities, do repairs on the ship and try and add more hit points to the rigging, essentially fixing the sails and whatnot. He has a +6 to that roll, as I'm having it to be his wisdom score. Because he needs to be like, okay, how am I going to do this? So I'll have a +6 to that. The +10 that I have written down is for every person that is assisting him with repairs, he'll gain an additional +1. So if both you, Arkansas Foreign, and both Songbird Sisters assist him, he will have a +10 to the roll. I'm going to make it a DC 20 on the first day to put any repair work into these rigging because of how much you fucking shredded that shit. Because, oh my god. During the day of traveling, he rolls 5 times, and if he gets the best 3 out of 5, he can add some extra points to it. He can add some hit points to the rigging HP. Of which is 9 out of 40 right now, because you guys did 31 fucking points of damage in one volley. It wasn't even full broadside, it was just firebolt ballistas.
I mean, hey, we're under attack. we didn't know we might have had to use the same ship.
So, unless there is something else you'd rather the 4 non-deckhands to be doing, you let me know. But what are your orders for the first day, Captain Cole? What do you want your people to be doing?
For the first day, all of us will help with the rigging. After that, we get a short rest. We
Well, if you're
rotate.
working, you don't get a short rest.
We rotate roster until we get to the island and hopefully reunite with the main ship.
That's farther. It's going to take you. At your current speed, it's going to take you guys fucking 13 days to get there. I'm assuming the Stormbreaker will catch up to you much fucking sooner than that, and
Yeah,
we'll figure it out from there. Because you're traveling 1 6-mile hex per 8-hour day of travel. Because you move at 1 hex right now, you're essentially moving at the speed of a rowboat through the ocean. It's super slow. Actually, probably maybe moving slightly faster than that. Nah. You guys fucked it up too bad. But either Ty or Jinpan, they do this if. Let me clear my chat here. If all 4 non-deckhands on the ship that is not Ryota is assisting Ryota wishes to do so, go ahead and one of you go ahead and roll a d20 plus 10 5 times for the full day.
D20 plus.
Yeah, d20 plus 10. If both Songbird Sisters, Captain Turg, and Argonauts and Foreign are assisting him, he's getting a plus 10 to this roll. That'll be over the course of the day. Which is also, during that same time, Stormbreaker will be getting just offshore of one of the Ruthian coasts.
How many times?
5.
So I need 4 more. Because you have to have at least 3 successes to do anything, according to the way the Naval Code works. In the meantime, Daniel, I'm going to
Very nice.
drop a handout for you guys to see.
28, 19, 26, 29, 28.
lithium that you'll need to have once you guys are traveling to it. Just a fun fact: if you guys click on the image on the handout, it will actually blow the image up bigger, so you can actually see more detail on the map. So if you have the handout open, and you click on the image on the handout, it will expand it. So that is for the Strombreaker crew, which is where Dr. Ice and Daniel's character, Master Creed, is. For when I come back to you guys in just a second. Wow, 28, 29, 26, 19, 28. All except one beat that. So you guys made it. Go ahead. 1 second. Some days I wish I had a physical book instead of a PDF of this, but it is what it is. There we go. Jim Pence, as you were rolling for Ryota, go ahead and roll 2d6 plus... No, 2d6 and then multiply that by 3. I don't think you can actually do that and roll 20, so just go ahead and have it roll 2d6 and then just multiply it by 3.
Is 6.
You got a 6, multiplied by 3 is 9. Sorry. No, 18. I know math.
Do you?
I like to think I do.
2d6.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said you rolled 6. Sorry. Yes, 2d6 was correct. So 10 times 3 is 30. So you repair... wow. In the first day, Bosun Ryota does amazing. He repairs it by 30.
And that's why we hired him.
Almost back to its full rigging hit points, because it's 39 out of 40 now. If I'm understanding that correctly. Make sure. Yeah, 2d6. On 3 passes, you may add 2d6 times proficiency HP back to the ship. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. So essentially, he just and came back onto the deck of the Stormbreaker before he went over with like all the extra ropes and sails and shit that you guys have, and then just replaced all the ropes of the sails during the day where you guys were moving. So like the first day, you guys are using the oars, and he just. And after that, you guys have pretty much almost full functionality back. So we'll cut from you for now, because that's what you guys did over the whole course of the day. So no short rest, no rest whatsoever, because everybody was working the whole time. In the meantime, though, we cut over to the Strombreaker.
Okay.
Acting Captain Master Creed, what are your orders for your...
Okay. So we're gonna sail to a beachhead, or near a beachhead.
Beachhead, somewhere near shore.
Uh-huh. Drusilla, me, and 5 deckhands using the boat will ferry back and forth across. And then we'll send the skiff back to the Stormbreaker. Okay. And that
Giving
way,
any role assignments during your travel towards Ruthium, or are you guys putting somebody in as a lookout? Because your normal lookout isn't on the ship. Are you putting someone else in a lookout position? Are you letting some of the crew rest? Or are you having everybody working? Stuff like that. Because I'm more asking, like, what are your orders during the travel to that location? Once we get there, you can tell me about your plan with the skiff. But I need to know, like, what you're doing on the way there.
well, Nezar's staying with the ship, or at the helm.
Obviously.
Dr. Ice, I'm putting you in the crow's nest, because you can get up there just as easy as I can.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sure.
No racial stuff intended. letting whatever crew I can rest and heal up.
Let's see. The people that are injured, Master Creed is uninjured. Dr. Ice is injured. Nezor is injured. Drusilla is injured. And nope, he's not there. Yeah. Stonebreaker, who I changed his name to Stone earlier. His other name. Nope. That's
You've
the
got
wrong
two
name.
Stonebreakers on here.
I was trying to do something, but I realized that I hadn't. While I changed it on a mini, I didn't, or a token. I forgot to reattach that token, the new edited token.
Okay.
There, because you
I was
guys
about to
always
say
keep
that
calling him
Stormbreaker going
Stormbreaker, and
outcome.
because you guys keep getting Stonebreaker and Stormbreaker confused, I decided to just make his name Stone.
Okay.
Make it less confusing for you.
But me and Dr. Ice will take turns in the crow's nest. Dr. Ice does need to rest when he can.
Let's say because he's not doing anything extraneous while in the crow's nest, he can't take a full rest. He can't take a long rest, but he can take a short rest and spend some hit die if he so chose, and refresh anything that he refreshes on a short rest. Because none of your crew were like majorly injured, your Dr. Leibowitz doesn't need to do his like special like surgeon stuff since the enemy barely got any shots off in return. This is daytime, so generally Drusilla is not even on deck unless you order her to be on deck. She'll probably be resting below deck because there's not much for her to do during the day, since she's more of a night crew guy.
I'd like her to assemble her team of her choice of 5 deck hands, and for them to prepare and rest up, because I'd like to do all of this in the dead of night if feasible.
So you're aware, while you do have both human and drow deckhands, they both use the same stat block in terms of their essentially the commoner stat. They don't have any of the cool stealthy skills of the drow that you would come to expect from like actual trained drow. We're talking like these drow were like, you know, they never learned all those special like skills that like Drusilla has, so they're not super effective at that.
That's fine. I'm just saying she's assembling her 5 that she likes to have with her.
Okay. Again, you can only take 4 people in a rowboat, so if she's in the rowboat, she can only have 3 other people with her.
Well, the rowboat's going to ferry 2 or 3 trips.
Okay. I was making sure that we were under that clarification. But you're essentially allowing her to get a short rest then.
Actually, have her, instead of doing 5 deckhands, have her choose 2 deckhands of her choice. So it'll be me, her, and 2 deckhands that are going to shore. But I want her to assemble anything she needs, get her as much rest as she can. We're going to try to land at night.
But essentially you're letting her be below decks while she's doing this and recovering, essentially allowing her to do a short rest.
Yes.
Cool. That means she'll go from 1 to 2 health levels, because when retainers take a short rest, they gain 1 health.
Because Nezor is injured, taking the helm doesn't do me good, but sailing in a straight line I can do.
Yeah. Like, you're not going to do any crazy piloting stuff, but like, do you have proficient in watercrafts?
I
don't think you do.
I don't think I am.
Okay. I was just wondering. Essentially, it just means that you wouldn't be at your proficiency bonus for any crazy maneuvers that may happen anytime soon. But Nezor can be nearby to help navigate if you seem like you're not certain while taking a short rest, because that way he's not actively doing something. So he can also gain And that's just, a short rest is only just an hour. You guys are traveling for a full day, but you guys can't take a long rest while working. But if you allow him to take a short rest, he can take a quick breather for an hour, and then he'll take over. So he'll also gain another health level.
Yes.
So he'll be at 2. Dr. Ice, are you going to take advantage of the fact that you are not physically doing anything taxing and may take a short rest?
Yes, I am.
How many? You're like
I'll
of the
use.
hit die you're spending. I believe you have 6 hit die at level 6,
Yep.
and I believe they're d8s.
I'm going to use 2 of them.
Well, I was about to say, as a reminder for everybody, is that when it comes to hit dice, is that you don't have to declare how many you're using before you do it. You can essentially just do them one at a time until you get to the hit points you want.
Okay.
I was just, and as a point of clarification, just to make sure that everybody's aware, when you spend hit dice, make sure you add your Constitution modifier to each individual roll.
Mm-hmm.
So for every D8 you roll, Kiri, make sure you're adding your con mod to each of them.
Okay. D8 plus 0.
Oh, I wasn't aware you had 0. But that is something so many players that I've run for forget, and they'll be like, "Oh, I only got like 3 hit points," and I'm like, "But you have like a con of like 5. Like, how did you only have 3 from that hit die?" So like, "Oh, I'm supposed to add it?" I'm like, yes, you add it. So that's 6, 7. So there are 9.
Stop.
Or that's 9 total. I mean, 1, 2, 3. Or you can only spend up to the maximum hit dice you have, which is 6. So if you use all 6, then you're done.
Yay.
So
That brings
5,
me to
6, 7,
34.
8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So you recovered 16 hit points by burning every hit dice you had.
Brings me to
Go ahead and
34.
change that thing. So you're almost at maximum. Hooray. When you take a long rest, you will recover half of your total hit dice back.
Okay.
Okay. Good.
Captain Creed, because essentially you're a captain right now, what are you having Dr. Leibowitz, Stone, and Volo be doing? Are you going to have them just also operating in some role or means, or are you going to also have them do rest?
I'm going to have them rest.
Okay.
And if feasible, they're going to cycle through wherever they can to help, because when they head back, they're going to be doing a lot on their own.
So you're going to have them. You're essentially letting them rest because then once you guys get into the area, you guys going to be they're going to be doing a lot of working.
Yeah.
Okay.
And they say never split the party, and here I am just dividing the party all back again.
I mean, you
Hell,
don't
hell,
have a much
hell,
larger
technically
party, so
that was just
theoretically you get away with it a little bit more.
hell. Technically, that was my idea. So you could blame me if anything goes tip top.
Ooh. Quick point of clarification. Your ship has a skeleton crew limit requirement of 15. You have 13 deckhands. So actually, you need to have some of your retainers actually working
Okay.
to move the ship. So Vola and Stonebreaker would actually need to be working because you don't have the minimum that you need to actually move the crew or move the ship.
Okay.
So we'll just put them right there. Because Ice is doing lookout, Nezer's piloting, and you are doing overseeing, since you can be actively working and also coordinate at the same time. It's a little more difficult that way. So Vol and Stone need to be working. That way you have the minimum threshold of 15, since you sent 5 deckhands with, what's his face? With the captain.
Yes.
Cool. Switching to our world map here. Skadoosh.
Douche.
Skadoosh.
You guys eventually make it to Ruthium. Since you put you right there for right now. You get there at pretty late in the evening. You know, the sun has gone down. We're looking at maybe 7, 8 o'clock ish. In terms of your time schedule there.
Uh-huh.
Ruthium, here we go. Looking at your Ruthium map here, you have there's a few little villages here and there marked with names. Some of them don't have names, but you could still see them in terms of the image in and of itself. As well as some islands. The main capital of Ruthium, also named Ruthium, is of course right there in that center. I can't actually ping the image.
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah, and then there's that little peninsula, a little southwest of it.
Uh-huh.
My assumption is that you probably would try to land there, hoping that no one will notice you in the cover of night. So, do you want to wait till the dead of night, like midnight, before you try and sneak in there, or are you gonna go?
I think dead of night might be the safest.
I think just at the end of dusk is what time frame we're going to try to go in.
Alrighty. Obscure us by having the sun setting behind us to help obscure the shape of the ship.
Essentially, right now, then.
Yes.
Okay.
Or do you want to wait till the next day?
No, I'd rather go now. That way the Strombreaker can get back over to the captain.
Or at the very least, get to open water.
Yes.
Yeah.
Cool. So, then you dropping in the skiff, the rowboat. I know you said Drusilla's going, so got it right here.
The 2 deckhands.
2 deckhands.
And me.
I'm assuming Drow, since they can see at night. And what was the last one?
Me. 3.
Master Creed.
And I don't have. I'll be flying. I'll be swimming over.
Okay.
That way, I can have 1 deckhand row the skiff back.
I mean, all 4 of you can fit in there.
Yeah, but somebody's got to return the skiff back to the ship.
What does you swimming next to it have anything to do with that?
I think he's gonna
Drusilla, 2 deckhands plus a deckhand to return it is 4.
Oh. I only heard 2 deckhands. I didn't hear 3 deckhands. My apologies. Because that changes things.
Yes, that way the skiff can make it back to the ship.
Okie dokies. So essentially, the 5 of you are going over, but only 4 of you are staying.
Yes.
Okay.
That means Vola and Dr. Ice are now in charge of the Strombreaker to return.
I will not abuse my power.
Wow, you're a pirate. That's exactly what you're doing.
Kill you. Vola would fuck you up. If she thinks you're going to betray the captain, your ass is dead. She's very loyal, as hobgoblins tend to be.
Yeah.
Cool. You guys, sneak onto the shore. I would like. I want a group stealth check of the 3 Drow deckhands, Drusilla and Master Creed. Creed, go ahead and roll for you and Drusilla. I'll roll for the deckhands. Let's see how good your group stealth is to not be noticed. The deckhands are really fucking stealthy.
Hold on. Oh, I'm about to say. No, Drusilla failed her stealth check, basically. I got a... Let's see, because I got my character sheet somewhere else. I got a 20. Wow, Drusilla.
The majority of the individuals involved, because it's a group check, succeeded. So they compensated for Drusilla, I don't know, like fucking stepping her toe really hard and going, God, son of a fuck.
I got it. She stepped on a jellyfish, and it got
Yeah,
her.
she's like, that shit hurts. But, and are you having the skiff return immediately
Yes.
after it gets there? After it lands? All right. So you guys stay on the island. The other guy goes back.
I'm going to let Dr. Ice take over from here. I've got to go use the restroom.
Okie dokies. I was actually just about to cut over to the Strombreaker. So, the Master Creed and four drow and a tiefling leave. One drow comes back. Dr. Ice, what do you guys do?
Okay.
Your skiff has returned with one of your deckhands, which means that minus another 2. Which means you have currently 11 deckhands on the ship.
Yep.
I'm going to go ahead and track that here so I can.
And he said that we'll be doing like 2 or 3 lines, so let's see. Of those we have left.
No, he changed his mind on that one. But, so right now it is. Switch back to here. Because these 3 are gone. And he is gone. Oh, he is gone. Cool. Right now is Stone, Ola, you, Nezor, Leibowitz, plus 11 deckhands. You needed minimum 15 people operating the ship in a non-travel role to move this ship. So essentially you need at least 4 other people in addition to the 11 deckhands to be moving. I assume Bola and Stone will be doing that. In fact, actually, so Leibowitz and I assume you. So you guys won't have a lookout because the 4 of you have to fucking get down and like do shit.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Because Nezor has the pilot. That is a travel role that cannot be ignored. You have to have a travel role of pilot to just make the fucking thing move. Cool. You guys should probably recruit some extra deckhands. Or maybe some additional retainers. Up to you.
We probably should.
As you have a maximum crew size of 40, but you're only using 30 of them. So you have room for 10 more people. Something to think about. Deckhands are cheap and easy to acquire, too. So I assume you're going to be going back in the general direction of the Redbone Island to pick up the rest of your crew, or at least follow along with them in their wake. Who is moving significantly faster now after the 1 day of repairs. Ice, is my assumption correct for you?
Yeah, sounds about right.
Cool. Daniel, have you returned?
I'm listening in.
Okay, I was checking if you were back or not.
No. I can't roll, but I can talk.
Okay, we'll come back to you in just a second then. In fact, actually, while we're waiting for Gannon to come back, So we're trying to do some of this at least somewhat chronological. I'm going to recalculate how fast the Seawolf is moving now, since it has almost all of its speed back. It is an unrated ship because it is also an interceptor, it actually travels at the speed of the second rate. Let's see, because you have the minimum skeleton crew. Assuming you guys can travel, yeah, you have more than them, so you guys can travel to base. So, in fact, Tide, Jimpan, after those repairs, you guys went from the ETA of 13 days after the first day to, now being 12 days to you can get there in 2 days. Because you went from 1 hex every 8 hours to 6 hexes every 8 hours, which, because there's 12 hexes left, you could do in 2 8-hour days. So you guys would go from this fast to now you have sails. Cool.
Good job. You can expect a bonus soon. After we get back to this ship.
The Strombreaker does travel slightly faster. At a normal pace, it travels at 7, whereas a normal pace for you guys is 6. So they will catch up to you by approximately end of your second day of travel. They will catch up to you. And then the day after that, you guys will make it to the island.
Say again?
Oh. Do what?
No, never mind.
Oh. So go ahead and spin the Stormbreaker around. And you know what? I need to make another icon because so let's see. So the Seawolf is approximately, give or take, right there. And the Stormbreaker, after travel, can be right there. So you guys are about like halfway there. So like Argonist, you see in the distance your familiar ship with all of its colors being flown. Yeah, Starbreaker ahoy on your aft. So the Stormbreaker easily catches up. Kiri and the rest of Dr. Ice and the rest of your remaining crew give you a quick salute from the deck, and you guys travel together. Is there any special things you guys want to do between each other, like throw food or water back and forth, or stop and put out boarding planks, or you just want to keep traveling as the day comes to an end? Well, actually, as the day comes to an end, you guys would actually park. You would drop anchor for a period of time because you can't really travel during the night. So you guys can. I assume you guys would you would anchor your ships close enough to where you could put gangplanks across, so you can have free travel between the two ships.
Yeah, of course. And of
Any special orders, tasks, activities, events that you guys are wanting to take care of during that second day of travel?
I'll keep
when you guys meet up.
I'll keep a watch out for the first watch. Therefore, the rest of the crew can actually.
My assumption is you always have somebody on watch, even if it's not specifically you, because you have more than enough crew to keep watch.
Oh, true.
Well, because you have Drow.
Well, after we reunite with the Stormbreaker, I'm going to order the rest of the crew to get full. The Arcanists and stuff like that to give those who are injured get full rest.
I assume that eventually, during at the end of the second day, you guys would actually take time to get a long rest throughout the night.
Yeah.
You guys can do that. So anyone that wishes to take a long rest may do so. Other than
I will.
Other than those that are on the island, we'll come back to you guys in just a second. So you refresh any spell slots, you get all your hit points back. If you spent hit dice, you get half your level back worth of hit dice. So Kira, you have 3 hit dice back out of your 6 that you spent during that first day.
Mm-hmm.
So, see, Ryota gains his Hummingbird. Mockingbird. Let's see. You're at full. Let's see. Captain Torg is at full now. Arkansas Bourne still shows 5. I'm sure Japan will get around to that when he feels like it. But so that's what you guys accomplished by the end of your second day. Back to our good buddies over at Ruthia. First mate, Master Creed. What are you going to do on the first night after you arrived?
All right. First night, we've already rested. Drusilla and her 2 rested on the thing. And we're going to inventory.
Will help then, because she only has to rest for like 4 hours. Do what? So like you guys made sure and then like hid somewhere in like the woods nearby and slept the rest of the night to do shit the next morning.
Yes.
Okay. So that means everybody in your group has had the benefits of a full rest.
Where's my map at? We are going to slowly, like, trying to stay in the woods but watching the coastline, travel northward to the capital.
Yeah. So you're doing that the next morning,
Yes.
right? Okay. Give me stealth checks for you and Drusilla, and I will handle the decades. This will be another group stealth to keep you guys in low profile.
Oh, and Drusilla, do better today.
That's not good.
So just a heads up, all 3 of your drow, I probably should have remembered to mark this on their thing, but they have sunlight sensitivity, which means any wisdom perception checks or attack rolls they make while they themselves are in sunlight or something that's in sunlight is with disadvantage because they're essentially half blind. Just a heads up on that in case it comes up.
Okay, then hold on. I forgot about that.
Would you rather have rested through the night, through the day, and then started operating the next night instead?
Once we get off, we're gonna slowly make our way towards the capital at night,
Yeah.
and then during the day, rest.
Okay. So you make your way towards somewhere near. You make your way in that direction, but also like cut off on a detour to like hide somewhere during the day.
Yes.
Cool. I'm going to, because I should have done this before, mark onto the sheets here. On both the deckhands, the drow deckhands, and Drusilla, that they do have sunlight sensitivity, which is something I should have had marked in there. Because they have dark vision out to 120 feet, which is far greater than almost everybody. But the downside is that they are more sensitive.
For a second there, I was like, if the dragon fails, what's that got to do with sunlight sensitivity?
And just so we don't forget again, I'm going to make a little macro as essentially a reminder to us. Actually, you guys currently still have 3 inspiration tokens. That was the first day of travel to drop them off. You guys go. Second day. Okay. At the evening of the second day is when both the Strombreaker and the Sea Wolf meet up and they do their blast. On the evening of the second day is also when the Drow and the Tiefling come out to play. So on the second evening that you are on the island, what do you and your team do, Master Creed?
Well, during the daylight, we're going to be resting at night.
Yeah. Yeah, I assume you were resting during the day. That's why I asked what you're doing on the second evening. You know, when sun falls.
All right. How far away would we be from the town?
Less than 10 miles?
Okay, so
Based on the scale of the map that says that's 50 miles and there's 5 sections, my assumption is that each of those little ticks is 10 miles. And I'm just going to eyeball it and I'm going to say approximately less than 10 miles. So you can probably get there relatively quickly. My screen.
in that case, as we get near the town,
1 second. At a slow pace, you guys can cover easily 10 miles in a day of travel. Because at a slow pace is where you can use stealth that lets you, in a day, travel 18 miles or 2 miles per hour. So, yeah. So, in like 5 hours, you can get there easily while still maintaining stealth. So, give me a group stealth check again for this little sneak up to the town. Thanks.
man, Drusilla's just not doing well.
There hasn't been a lot of people to notice you guys because you haven't been super close yet. So, overall, okay. If there was someone in the woods with you, they would probably notice something. But because you guys aren't super close to the town, you guys are, I assume, going to keep some distance.
But once we get within visual range of the town,
Yeah.
I want another see. We're going to study the town for about 24 hours to watch the comings and goings of people. You know, gates, is large crowds going through, and stuff like that.
Let's see. It does have a bit of a wall around it. It does have gates, and you don't see large groups coming and going, but you do see people do travel through freely. Majority of Ruthians are human, and it does, of course, have a port and a docks where they do have ships that come and go. Frequently enough, you see multiple dragon ships. Uh, Seeing more directly into the city or town or whatever, however one wants to classify it as, would be difficult due to the wall. In order to see what's going on inside the town or the city, I'm going to use the word city. What's going on inside the city, you would have to actually go past the walls and actually go inside, which is up to you. But you can easily watch from your current vantage point the various locations. It has, I'm going to say it probably has, if it's like a normal average city, it probably has 3 gates plus the port town. 3 gates being pointing to the north, south, and west, because the port being to the east. It's my assumption. I don't have a fucking actual layout of the Ruthium city, but we're going to say that. The 4 of you could easily watch from multiple vantage points around the city and gain fairly similar information, or as you collaborate with one another at the end of watching it. During the evening, there's not a lot of movement. All the gates are closed. During the day, the gates are open. There's fairly free traffic going through. Not super heavy traffic, but also not like a ghost town level of traffic, if you know what I mean. Somewhere in that average middle ground.
Okay.
Because if you look, like, Ruthium isn't super close to, like, a lot of settlements. The settlements that people live in Ruthium are kind of spread out. So there's not a lot of travel between different locations other than by sea. That's where most of the traffic, in fact, a lot or all of the traffic is coming and going, is from the docks, because they already see people. In terms of the gates in and out on land, per se, without looking closer at this map, actually, I'm going to say it probably only has 1 gate, rather than 3 plus the port town or the dock side. So it probably has one towards the southwestern area, opposite of the dock. There is a small village, according to what I'm seeing on this map. If I can make it bigger, and ping things. There is a small village outside of it that you can also get a quick bead on. It's outside the actual city walls. Is there anything in particular that you want to know?
No. No, does it look like they're being, during the day, are they being stopped at the gate?
Not as far as you can tell, other than, like, they seem friendly. They seem like a friendly people. So, like, the people that stop at the gate tend to be, like, conversational. They're not like, oh, there. It's more of like, hey, what's up? And they may stop and have a quick conversation before going into the city. It's not like it's super heavily secure. It's, and in fact, like, there's like one guy on the gate. He just kind of stands there. And that's just in case, like, something weird happens or someone looks really weird or suspicious. But for the most part, it's just people come and go. He doesn't really stop anyone. The most you see him do is when somebody's pushing a large cart. He might walk. He walks over to help them get it in because it's like going up like a hill or some shit like that, or help somebody carry some extra sacks or shit like that. Like, He seems like he's just really there just to have someone at the gate more than to actually like secure it. This isn't like it would be like if it was like Waterdeep, where they actually have manned gates with actual military watching it. This is like a dude with a spear.
Okay. And you said it was mostly humans going in and out. Are there
Pretty
any
much
other?
humans. They don't have a very wide diversity of races on Ruthium. They're pretty much all humans, and they all look like Viking-esque, Scandinavian, Norwegian, Swedish people, like Jimpan. Essentially, it's a bunch of Jimpans running around.
These are his people.
Oh,
He's
boy.
Swedish, so I mean, like, come on, like, pretty close to the culture. Norway, Scandinavia, Sweden, they, back in their much earlier days, they had all similar, not all the same, but they all had similar in terms of like the Viking-esque type of culture.
Okay, so it's going to be hard for me and Drusilla and our crew to just walk in because we will stand out.
Difficult, given the nature that, one, none of you are human, and two, none of you also fit the same body type. A lot of these people are very large and muscular. We're talking like Viking people are here. These are Viking people. So a lot of them are big, muscular, blonde hair, blue eye, or black haired. Some of them are darker haired. But, big bushy beards. You could probably disguise yourself as one of them, depending on your skill level in terms of that nature. But you just walking up as a tiefling, they're going to be like, damn it! Which pretty much everywhere you go, but you would be very obvious and noticeable. Same thing with any drow.
I'm assuming the town that's outside of the gate or outside of this capital is about a similar. Once again, all humans and such.
You don't see any other kind. You don't see a lot of any other kind of race, if at all. You might. I don't know. I want to pull up a wiki to see if there's what the level of diversity it is, but I'm assuming it's primarily human, and you might see the odd occasional non-human in there, maybe a half elf or a half orc, maybe.
Okay.
I don't have the wiki up open in front of me, so pretty much anyone of human descent of some kind is going to be here, primarily human, probably 99% human. Is my assumption without taking the time to do some quick find that Wikipedia page and shit like that, which is fairly bare bone limited in the first place anyway. The village though is it's a very homely kind of village. It's what you would expect in a Viking village. It's got a well, it's got stables, it has a blacksmith, it's got the usual shit. There's some farm. Nope, never mind. There's not farms. Their soil is not very conducive for that. I almost forgot. But the majority of their stuff that they're doing is the sea. You see constantly ships coming and going, coming and going, coming and going. It's like nonstop all day.
Would I be able to know the name of not that city, but any other city south of the capital? Like,
I'll be a history check.
one history check coming up. 20.
20. They're not so much as cities as they are small to largish towns and or villages. But south, if you go south past the mountains, you'll see Hogstead, which is a fairly decent-sized port town. It's not a big, massive walled city, but it's a decent-sized port town. And then somewhere between halfway between Hogstead and Ruthium, you can see another small village. It's a small village. It's one of those small villages that are a small in the village that doesn't have a fucking name. It's just, hey, that's the village. But beyond that, as far as I know, I don't know any other settlements south of your area, and then and of course there's the west east sorry east of Holstead is that lighthouse there on that peninsula there.
Okay.
And if you keep going farther south, you'll get to that island where there's a town called Hastor.
Oh, okay.
Anything else more specific you'd like to know?
No. I want Drusilla to stay where she's at for now. No. And I'm going to tell her that I'm going to walk into the town myself. Now, to see their level of.
Small town, or are you going into the city proper?
Not the capital, the small town.
Okay. The village nearby. Okay.
No. I want to gauge their reaction to what will happen.
Gauge reaction as in, like, you're just going to walk up in your standard form, be like, hey, guys, what's up?
I'm just going to kind of walk up as though traveling through. I know it's rare, but coming from the south, maybe I can get away with coming up from a smaller town.
Hide the fact that you're a tiefling.
I'll work with that when I get it.
Okay, cool.
I always work on the fly.
I realize my ambience should have been changed slightly because you're out in the middle of the woods.
And suddenly I'm very worried.
One second. For your environment. Alrighty. So you start to walk up. Oh, okay. I did not expect you to do this. I almost don't know how I would react. Roll me an insight check as people start to spot you. As well as, are you trying to attempt to do anything? Are you trying to appear to be non-hostile or peaceful? Or are you hiding like any weapons you may or may not have on you so it's not immediately visible? Like, just to be your approach.
Well, I'm not trying to be hostile, but I do carry myself in the way of a fisherman always carries their
So you're like walking up with like a fishing pole up over your shoulder?
Yes, I do.
Give me in addition to your insight, whatever it is, just hold on to it for just a second. Give me I would say just give me a flat charisma check.
So an insight and a charisma.
Yeah, just flat charisma check.
So I have an insight.
Hold on, give me the charisma first.
Huh?
Give me the charisma first.
20.
You got a 20.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Give me that insight now.
5.
5. Cool. You've never been super good at reading people, so when people start seeing you, they're like, oh. You're not sure if you see fear, confusion, hostility, just bamboozlement. You don't know. You see a lot of things that flash through a lot of people's faces in rapid fire. You have no way to know whether or not you're being received friendly or not. Would you like to keep going? Because now you've been spotted and people are starting to react to you.
Yes.
Cool. So you just walk through town, and like everyone in town, as you're just walking through the village, all stop what they're doing and they are staring at you. What languages do you speak, Daniel?
Probably not theirs.
What languages do you speak?
Working
So
on
I know.
trying to find my.
I assume you speak it minimum common.
Yes. Where is my language listing at?
Let's see. I didn't list it
There
on
it
your
is.
character
Common,
sheet.
Infernal, and Primordial.
Common, infernal, and primordial. Cool.
Yep.
Specifically, what type of primordial? Because there's 4 different types. Aquan, Aquan, Terran, and Igni.
Aquan.
Okay. Cool. One of the more young, more young cats, you probably caught this kid at like maybe 15, 16 or whatever, and is like, I'm gonna yell something at you. Like, you expect, like, if you understood what he was saying. Actually, no, give me another insight check for that one. Before I describe that.
Inside here. 20.
Fine.
And that's a net
This
20.
time you are much better at it because you're a lot closer to him. You read a little bit better. If you suspect, if you understood what his language was, because you've probably seen people do this to you a few times, is essentially he's challenging you, and not by challenge like challenging to a fight, but more of like, hey, tell you what are you doing here, kind of a thing. But you don't know the exact words. But he has that demeanor and body language of like he's essentially going like, hey, who the fuck are you, and what are you doing? But he said it in a language that you don't know.
Where about in the town would this be? Would there be?
By this point, you're probably past the outer edge of the town. You're not like in the center of it yet, but you've passed like the outer edge. So you're maybe past like the first couple houses in like the circle of the town, give or take. So like maybe you're 100 feet in, past like the outer edge of the town, where like the edge of town ends.
Holding up my hand or my finger for a second. I am Creed, and I am looking for your fish market. And then I'm gonna hold out my fishing pole.
I assume you're saying this in common, right?
Yes.
Cool. I'm going to roll to see if this particular individual knows common. Because, you know, the Ruthians, they speak Ruthian, obviously, which is, you know, their local language. There is a chance some of them will know common. Now, whether or not the specific person you're talking to at this moment knows common, we'll find out. I'm going to give it a 50% chance. You got a 4. He does know common. He goes, who speaks the common tongue? What? Well, before I'll say actually he speaks fairly fluently. Maybe his parents decided that he needed to know fucking common. And he goes, you're a very strange man to come for a fish market. What brings you to our lands?
I'm here looking, but deep down, I'm a man of the sea, and I like to travel and fish where I can to taste the great wonders of the sea. Huh?
Roll persuasion with advantage. See how well he likes you. And I say advantage because you're essentially doing all the right things for him. These are people of the sea.
And what? You said roll what?
Persuasion with advantage.
Okay. Give me a second. There it is. 15.
And he's like, okay, sir, you appear to be cursed.
Cursed is nothing more than a blessing in disguise.
You have horns, wings, and tail. You know that.
To use a knowledge history, if feasible.
For what
To,
purpose?
to see if I know anything about the culture of this area.
Go for it.
14.
14. You don't know a huge heavy amount. You do know that they're very similar to like real world equivalent would be they're very similar to like the Vikings and or the Celts. You know, they're sea raiders. They're very isolated from the world at large. Many scholars would describe them as just one step above barbarians. Would be the way they would be described. You know, with your little quotation marks, and the fact that they're essentially Norsemen. You remember John that we played back a long time ago, who was a favorite soul of
Yes, John
Whatchadoodle? Essentially, you know, their culture are the Norse, fairly similar to it. So they're very warrior-esque based culture. That's what you know. In addition to that, you also know that tieflings are not super common here. They're not super common in most places, but definitely not super common here. So you're probably the first tiefling this kid has ever seen. And from his perspective, he thinks you're cursed. And he's like, hey, I know a local wise woman who might be able to help with that. Are, are you aware you don't look like us? Are you okay, sir? Are you okay? Do you understand me? Like, he's essentially doing like that thing where it's like, I don't know if this guy understands how fucked up he looks. I think I should help him.
Good kid.
No, I don't think of it.
You're super nice, peaceful. You got a fishing pole over your shoulder. You're like, oh yeah, I'm looking for the fish market. And he's like, did he get like jumped by like a hag and like cursed? Oh my god, this poor dude.
No, not cursed. Cursed. Some people would consider someone born with no hand cursed by the gods because they were not given a hand. But if they let that hold them back, they are weak. But if they take that obstacle and turn it into their strength, they become strong.
It takes a long moment to process what you just said, mostly because he's like, okay, like this is probably the first like full conversation I've had with someone who's a fluent common speaker. Maybe I better make sure that I translated all that correctly. And then he goes, "Are you saying you were born this way?
Yes.
Are you a demon?
No.
Oh, but you look like a demon. Wait, no. My grand told me. Does that mean you're a devil? She said they're different.
No.
Okay. What are you?
What I am, most people refer to as a tiefling. But
What is tiefling? Tastes good?
no, but who I am is a man of the sea. And some of my dreams is to sail the sea, fishing wherever I can with freedom.
And he goes, okay. At this point, like the two of you have gathered quite the crowd. Like there's a large number of people that have just been watching and staring. You don't know how many of them actually understand what's being said, but like at one point the lad like turns and in Ruthian he just I actually don't know how to speak any kind of language that the Norse would speak, including Sweden. So I don't even know where to begin to make up complete gibberish that sounds like it, but you get the point. He said something to them, and they all just go, and then they disperse and they go back to what they were doing. And he comes over close to you, and he holds out his hand towards you, to like greet you. And I don't have a name for this individual. Get the name real fast. I didn't think you just walk up into fucking town, so I didn't have a name with an NPC and shit like that on hand.
An insight of a 9 that this isn't a hostile, because they are fighter people.
Even without that insight, you know that this is like a friendly, like warrior handshake kind of thing. Like he's going up to greet you, and he will say, "There, you go. I like that name." He goes up to you and goes, "We met then, Creed. I am Sven."
Repeat that
He
again.
holds his hand out to you.
What'd you say his name was? Was what?
Sven.
Sven.
Sven. Sven.
Sven.
Fun fact, there's Norse names in that book. That's why I flipped it to.
Okay.
And I Sven. Sven.
Swapping the pole from my primary hand to my offhand, I will clasp his hand. I will place my hand at his forearm in a more
Clasp your forearm in the full like warrior handshake. Give me just a flat strength check to see how good of a firm handshake you can give him. It may or may not earn you some more respect. You don't know.
I'm hoping that the kid can't beat a 17.
It wasn't a close check. I was just wanting to see how firm your handshake was. And like you give him a nice firm handshake, and he kind of nods and goes, "You have hands of warrior. Welcome to Ruthia."
I wouldn't claim hands of warrior. Hands of fisherman.
Oh, they are the same thing. Come, I show you a fish market. You should probably travel with me. That way, no one, goes blah. It's a cursed demon person or whatever. Because to everyone else, you look like sea witch cursed you because you didn't give her enough fish or some bullshit. Sea witches are kind of cunts. They do all kinds of weird shit like that. Like, you didn't leave enough fish out to honor your father's promise. I curse you to look like demons. They're kind of bitches. Anyways, come with me.
Before we do, I would like to gather my few friends. One's a cook.
No more demons?
No.
Oh, sorry. Tiefling. That's what you call yourselves. Tiefling, yes. More tieflings?
No, elves.
Elves. Okay. Elves are fine. Elves aren't evil cursed.
These are subterranean elves.
What does subterranean mean? He does not know what that fucking word means. That's way too educated for him.
These elves were born underground.
Born underground.
And now they travel with me. One is a cook. Fairly good cook. She's a master of spice.
Wait, underground. Oh, wait a minute. Do you mean, actually, I have a word for this. Hold on, let me find it. You mean Dr. Far?
Dark elf?
Oh, yes, sorry. That's what you guys say. Yes, we call them Dark Alafar.
I think we might be meaning
Dark
to
skin,
say...
white hair,
Yes.
pointy ears. Oh, yes, we know about them. There are many stories of the Dark Alafar who once came to our island long ago, who helped us rediscover the Hamfriggin. Allowed the Hamfriggin to be returned to our population. Strong warriors.
Well, then I would I will go and grab mine since you are going to show us around. Yeah?
Stop, God, if I always welcome here and with you.
But because I know we are strangers, just we have to be cautious. Just your
No caution required for you, my friend. You are with Sven. Sven would look out for you. And talk kind of far, as I said,
your
always
people's
welcome here.
reputation of being strong warriors, yes, came first, and I did not want to invoke y'all's wrath.
It's not. Sven like you. Come, let's look at your talking about.
So I'm gonna go back and get Drusilla and the two deckhands.
We're gonna say, just for fun, that we'll name. I'm gonna pull out two elven names for your two drow, just so we can stop calling them the deckhands and actually give them names, at least for the purposes of this time period. Only two D100s, just for fun.
It goes from a spying mission to a personal escort around the town.
Now it's still a spy mission, but now it's less cloak and dagger and more diplomat.
You said.
Yeah, I
There we
need
go.
two separate rolls of D100s because they're D100 tables.
Okay. 91 and 17.
91. So one of them is named Charlam, and the 17 Brethrinia. So you get your three companions, and Sven just heartily greets each of them and goes, "Welcome, Doc Alphal. Welcome to Luthian. I am Sven. I shall help find you fish markets." All three draw women are kind of like confused because they've never received this kind of a greeting to literally anyone they've ever been ever.
Yeah.
Because they're drow. So they are super confused, and like Drusilla looks over at you, and it's like, "What the fuck did you do to him?"
I have done nothing. But apparently the drow have a history with them.
Anything about people with their people, but I mean, I don't know, maybe.
And it seems to be a semi-positive relationship.
I don't know. This is the first time I've ever had a semi-positive relationship or semi-positive greeting.
And I'm
You're
gonna
sure you didn't like charm him? Like you didn't use any charm magic, right? You're sure?
No. And I'm gonna go reaction and kind of wave in front of my face. People look at me funny too.
Well, yeah, but like people look at you funny because they're ignorant. They look at us because they actually know our reputation. Like we earned our reputation. You're just a dude.
But let's get us some lunch and see how and get some fresh fish.
Into the fish market. Your three drow companions are, of course, they have their hoods up to kind of like try and block the sun because it's blinding. It is daytime now. One second. Village.
What? You were breaking up a bit, Spencer.
I was changing our background from just we're in a forest to now we're in a woodland forest, or sorry, woodland village. But you guys enter the area and kind of shows you around. He's like, the blacksmith's over there, or like the fucking. Or should I do a town instead? He's like, there's blacksmiths over there, the fish market's this way, et cetera, et cetera.
So, Sven,
Yes, my friend.
what would you say is the best type of fish that y'all have here?
I don't know names of fish, so I can't help you with
Don't worry
that
about
one,
it,
Daniel, but let's say Sven gives you an answer.
Yeah. And I'm assuming he would at least I'd talk to him about the fish, about how to catch it.
Sven's a fisherman too, so like he'll talk shop with you all fucking night or all day.
But as we talk shop, we'll pick up some fish for me and my companions. And I'm buying it myself, so I ain't got to worry with anything else.
Did you bring any fish with you, or are you just going to the fish market with your fishing pole?
No, I'm actually going to buy some fish.
Okay. Yeah, this is fine.
Alright, you may as well there. Why not?
Plus,
One, it shows that
you still need to eat too.
that I'm not here for absolute violent purposes.
All right, cool. So I'll say that they'll charge you like how many fish you get? Just like enough for lunch?
Yeah, 8 fish.
About 8 fish. They'll charge you. 8 fish is a decent amount.
And me and Drusilla will kind of hold a
They'll
conversation.
charge you like 3 silver pieces for the match. Because Sven like talks to the fishmonger and he gets you a good deal.
But as we
and with the 3 draw there, the guy is more than willing to cut the deal, so he charges you only 3 silver for 8 fish. And they're these nice like trout, I guess. Is that a deep sea fish? I don't know.
No, but we'll spend an hour there shopping fish. Me and Drusilla will talk about the fish, how she thinks of which one would be a good one to cook and stuff like that. Trying to show that we're down.
I can cook any kind of fish. These fish are great. These are really good quality fish.
As we discuss it, and then we'll buy the fish. Now, thank you, Sven, but we are going to go back to our camp because us men of sea, towns are not really our things. But we will come back and look around if you don't.
It's Rossetti fish. The real adventure is out there into the sea.
Yes.
Let's come back anytime, my friend.
Thank you, Sven.
And he'll tell you like where he lives in case you ever need to come and get him for help. Whatever, and he says, if anyone has questions, tell them Sven said leave you alone.
Thank you, Sven. I will clasp his wrist or put my hand out as a... And we will head back to camp. Yep. And cook. And
I'll say that was like half of the morning. That was like most of the morning, so it's like about noon now.
And when we get back to camp, we are actually going to discuss things we saw. People.
Cool. Have all 4 of you, you and Drusilla, and I'll take the drow, the deckhands, roll perception checks. Just see how much you actually spotted. Remember, Drusilla and the 2 other drow
Disadvantage.
Bethria and Charlem are with disadvantage.
Yes.
So both of your deckhands roll terrible. So rolled slightly better.
And I came out with a 12.
Cool. So, what is it that you were looking for, and tell me how much of what you want to know you actually received?
Okay. Things I'm looking for. General population of, mind you, this is a warrior town and stuff, warrior species. How many?
Your people.
Yes. How many of these people actually carry full on weapons, axes, and stuff on them at all times? And what?
Perception, with a 12 perception, uh, pretty much everybody. Like, you don't need a high perception for that. Everyone has some kind of a weapon on them. Whether or not it's a fighting weapon, you can't be certain, because you also know that the world is dangerous, and they do live in a wild land. It could be just to protect them, much like in the Wild West. Everybody had a fucking gun, mostly for those fucking mountain lions and shit, or wolves. Everybody in this village is armed. Everyone is carrying a weapon, be it a short sword, or a dagger, or a spear, or a club. You do spot occasionally someone with like a full-on weapon, like an actual like Norse Viking sword, or a battle axe, or a great sword sometimes, or a great axe. But for the most part, everybody has some kind of a weapon, be it even if it's something like a staff or a spear or some other kind of simple weapon.
But most of the
Everybody is
weapons
armed.
that the common people have is spears, daggers, hand axes.
Yeah, your common simple weapons. The weapons that pretty much all the weapons that you would expect to find in like the simple weapon section. And occasionally you saw individuals with like martial weapons. But that's all you
The
got.
percentage of martial weapons.
Do what?
What would be the percentage of people with martial weapons?
You spotted maybe in that village probably like 10 people that had a martial weapon with a perception of 12. That's about all you saw.
Okay.
Like 5-10 people.
So most of
A
these people are.
huge village. Like it's a it's a fairly decent sized town because it is right next to a larger city. But uh, with your low perception, that's about all you got out of it.
All right. Well, we will eat, discuss kind of general things we saw, of notes and stuff. Nothing major. After lunch, we will attempt to see if we can easily and without difficulty pass into the capital from the gate.
All right.
Hold on, no. But yeah, after lunch, we're going to do a little bit of resting because now we're established as fishermen out there. We will rest. That's,
Fishing.
huh?
You
And
out fishing.
yes.
Is
But
there anything else besides just kind of what weaponry they were carrying that you want to know?
right before it gets dusk, we will attempt to try going into the capital.
Down where they would normally close the gates.
Right
The gate.
yeah, about an hour before they close the gate, or what we think they would close the gate. We're going to go try to see if we can easily walk into the capital, or if there would be a problem.
Okay. The sea wolf and the Strombreaker. I forgot. During this day, this being essentially the third day since the beginning of the session, but the second day of like. No, sorry. Yes, this is the third day. This is the third day you guys have been traveling. Can one of you roll me a percentile dice, please?
No modifiers, just pure 100.
Just percentile, yes. As I pull up my random nonsense that may happen at C table.
That's not good.
Well, it's like minor issues. So, like, Like minor issues would include things like a bird is like attacking your fucking people or whatever, or there's a very angry albatross on the deck.
Yeah, 6 mid ranges are probably your best things because either really low or really high tends to be really bad.
Like
Mid numbers.
62.
if it's an angry bird, I can deal with it. I can talk to it.
I can just shoot it if talking fails.
Oh boy. 62. It's a hot day and the sails don't catch a single breeze of wind. It's up to the players to either wait it up or create some sort of energy to keep going. You guys are at a standstill. You don't make any headway during this day of travel. What do? There's no wind.
When?
But what if we would get there by end of day is now like we may not get there by today. We may not be getting anywhere today. Unless you can think of some way to move your ships.
That's only up for a minute at a time. Theoretically, with how the wording is done, would a wind wall at least get us something, or no, not really?
Wind wall creates wind that shoots in like upward, like a wall. Like if an arrow is coming towards you, it deflects it up and away.
So
the
more
wind
like
wall will not.
So more like
something else,
like tornado than just pushing.
Like gust of wind, the spell could actually move you, depending on how high a level you cast it at. But I don't know if any of you have that spell.
I do.
Did you prepare it that morning?
I did not.
Fuck.
Don't worry, I didn't prepare my gust of wind either.
You don't prepare any spells. You're a warlock.
That's not the point. I was trying to make him feel good.
Also, Jinpei, I noticed you're still at 5 hit points. Have you not updated your health after your long rest?
I forgot.
Okay. Well, make sure you do that, as well as also refresh your spell slots if you haven't done that yet either. Since you guys have had more than enough time to have a long rest by this point.
Done.
Cool.
What are your hit points?
Is there at 41?
Okay, I just don't see a red bar over Ty's name, but that's...
Yeah, 41.
Damn it. Did I?
Don't worry. It was just a minor note.
For some reason, I guess I didn't fix his token like I thought I had.
It was just something minor I noticed. But we can move on.
Well, I'm glad you pointed it out to me, because for some reason that means none of his shit is right. Yeah. This is right. You guys should have all the permissions to see and manipulate these numbers and whatnot at all times.
When traveling in the ship, when you're traveling on ship, always have gust of wind prepared.
You should always be keeping track of what spells you're preparing each day, in case you may need them. There, can everyone see it now?
Yeah, I can.
Cool.
Yeah.
And now it should also be editable by everyone as well, or at the very least of the player who owns it, because it is connected to Ty's sheet. Which, fun fact, it can also, if you right-click on it and go to multi-side and then go to choose size, you can also make him do this. For later on when he does shape-shifting. You can also have him do to animal form as well. It's a multi-sided token. I found out how to make those a while back. It's kind of cool. Good for, lycanthropes and other types of shape changers. Only if they are a shape changer that does not change its stats dramatically. So it doesn't work for like moon druids, because their whole stat block changes. But for like some shape changers like doppelgangers or lycanthropes, their stat block doesn't change too massively from one thing to another. But changing our ambience now quickly, since we're back to the ships. So, sailors, you have no wind this day. What do you do?
Lament that I failed to prepare.
That's my first. Because that's my first idea. Just use gust of wind. But
if you guys want to man them, you guys could probably get somewhere by end of day. But the Strombreaker does not have them. Strombreaker has no oars, so it is not going anywhere. So the question is, do you guys want to separate or stay together?
I would just stay together.
Yeah,
At least.
stay together would be the safest bet.
Yeah, and I get the feeling a hunter shark's not going to be able to pull this thing.
No, not even close. I am going to say no on that one. There's
Yeah, I
no
figured
way
that
one
much.
single hunter shark is able to drag one, if not both of these fucking things.
Like, if
That
it was a
should be
rowboat, that would look
Absolutely. This is a full-on fucking ship. This is a brig.
You need like a dozen, if not 100 hunter sharks to pull
You need
it.
a lot of fucking sharks to fucking drag this fucking thing into the water. It's fucking huge. It's fucking heavy.
Alright. Note to self, how to plan Project Santa's Sleigh.
So, you guys get nowhere. Good to know.
I'm going
Uh,
Minor issues at sea.
Prepare us to win for tomorrow, just in case.
Absolutely.
What would have been, we get there by the end of the day is now, well, we're going nowhere today. We'll have to wait till hopefully tomorrow where we have some breeze.
Should we roll another percentile?
No, because chances are I'm going to get
I was
like a
actually
shark
gonna cut back
attack.
over to Daniel
I prefer
because
no
he-
wind.
I was going to cut back over to Daniel because he said at the end of the day they were going to try and enter the city.
Okay.
Over to Daniel. I didn't expect you guys to just get nowhere this day. I thought you guys would get a lot farther. Over to
You get
Daniel.
nowhere today.
You approach the city and the city gates, or the gate. Knowing that Drow seem to be fairly well welcome, your Drow are not doing a super hard, are not doing super hard to conceal the fact that they are Drow, since they had such a pleasant, since they were received so warmly in the town. They're hoping the same result will be in the city. Are you attempting to hide your identity in any way as you approach the gate? Daniel.
No,
Or Master Creed, I should say.
Master Creed is not.
Cool. Medieval city. You approach, the guy at the gate's just kind of hanging out, and he like sees you, and at first he doesn't think anything of it, and then he's like, oh, wait a minute. And he's like, and he says something in Ruthian, which you don't understand. But he kind of like does this motion of like, well, hold on, quick second. Then he starts saying something to you, but in a language you don't understand. What do you do?
I'm sorry, sir. I do not understand.
He knows common.
No, he doesn't.
You rolled a 1. Without breaking a fucking stride, he just starts talking to you in perfect common. And he just goes, my apologies, I should have assumed you did not understand our local language. I forget sometimes. Sir, are you okay?
Yes.
You seem to look like a demon. I don't know if that's news to you.
No, I am not a demon nor a devil. Oh, and no, I am not cursed. Yes. Yes, this is who I am.
He kind of like does like a quick nod, like, okay. And then he turns to Drusilla and he goes, welcome, Dr. Anafar. What brings you to our city? She kind of is like, what's he talking to me for? She looks at you and like, what are we fucking? I the Dungeon Master, don't remember, like, what was your thing to get in here? Are you just selling fish?
No, today we're looking for an inn on the inside of the city if feasible.
Oh, you're looking for logic. So because she would know that. I forgot. She would know this. She goes, we are looking for logic. And he goes, okay. Make sure your demon doesn't run around and eat anyone. And if you just go, and he like gives her directions. Because he assumes that she's the leader of your group and that you're a pet. That's his assumption. You can correct him or roll with it, up to you. But he gives you directions to like some lodging that is somewhere inside the town or city, and he just lets you through. He doesn't bat it. He's just like 3 dark elves and a weird demon dude. Whatever.
Lean in close to Drusilla and be like, let's just play along with this. And with a slight thing, Master Drusilla.
Be Mistress Drusilla, as she replies.
And I will take 2 steps behind her and let her lead.
She does so, with her 2 other drow flanking her. And people stop and they'll stare, but you don't get any like super hostility. A couple people are like, and some of them use it as a greeting, some of them like say it to each other. It's like, hey, this is some wave. Because you appear to be subservient to her, nobody reacts any weirdly because they're like, it's a town of the demon. What else? That's totally normal. There are a couple warriors that do stop you guys as you guys are entering the city and are like, they start talking to Drusilla. They start talking to her in Undercommon, a language you do not understand, but Drusilla and the 3 drow, or the other 2 drow, obviously do because they're drow. And they have a very brief, quick conversation. And at one point during the conversation, she turns to you and says, "They're concerned because they think you might eat someone's soul because I don't have you on a leash, or there's no guarantee that you are domesticated. You're a domesticated demon." She's doing my out of this. She's like, "I don't know what do you want me to tell them?"
Trolls are not tasty. But fish is.
Want me to tell them that souls aren't tasty?
He prefers
Sure.
fish over souls.
Okay. She turns and says an undercommon to him, which, when they first started talking to her, the 3 drow kind of like, what? They were kind of taking it back because they didn't expect these random, fucking Ruthians to just know fucking undercommon. It's not a super prevalent language on the surface. And so she turns to him in undercommon and talks to him, and he kind of like nods, but is kind of like says some other stuff to her, and she kind of turns to you and she says, "They would feel more comfortable overall if we had a small escort of a couple of Ruthian warriors just to put the rest of the town at ease, because to them you're a fucking demon walking around with 3 drow." That's what they said.
Escort. That is fine. I will nod an approval, but keep quiet.
She turns to him and they have a quick conversation, and 2 of the like 4 or 5 dudes that came up will walk with you guys as just like an escort, and they'll stay near you for the remainder of your time in the city. They won't like post up inside your fucking rooms, that'd be rude, but you do find some fairly decent lodging. It's fairly comfortable. Yeah. They will charge you guys. They'll charge you 5 silver for a night at the lodgings.
All right.
And they're, like I said, they're fairly comfortable. They're kind of cozy. That is per person. So, are you the 4 of you going to get the same room, or are you going to split up? Or what?
The 4 of us will get the same room.
Cool. So they'll charge you just 5 silver for the room, for the night. And if you would like to take a meal, each of you can pay 3 silver pieces each for a meal. Essentially, if you want dinner. So you may choose to take that and mark it as you see fit. The 2 warriors, they stay nearby. They're like down in like the common room. They're giving you the benefit of the doubt that you're not going to try to sneak out while and run amok in the town when they're not around. So they're not going to like follow you into your room and stand outside the door. They're just hanging out there in the common room. And when you guys come back down and exit the building at some point, they will follow with you. But that's where they're hanging out. So once you guys get to said lodgings, this being now about sundown or after sundown. So
just as a minor note, because I am pretending she is my master or my mistress. There's a deception of 18 to keep up the ruse.
No one seems to notice whether or not they're being deceived. And even if they do notice, they don't seem to overly care that much about like what your relationships. It's one of those things that they see what they think they see rather than what's actually there. And until you guys do something drastic to make them think otherwise, that's what they're going to notice.
But I will pull money out of my pouch because that way she doesn't have to pull anything out of hers. As I also carry my fishing tackle around like I normally do.
Yeah.
And everything gets paid for.
So everybody gets a meal and gets some lodging. So whilst you're in your room, Drusilla kind of looks at the other two and goes, I don't know about you two, but this is quite interesting. We should have come to Ruthium a long fucking time ago.
Yes. I'm actually kind of surprised. Even though they think I'm a demon, no one has tried to attack me yet. It's kind of nice.
Probably because you're with us. I don't know. It may be different if you were by yourself.
But
they seem to be not overly concerned with the fact that there's some drow running around with the demon.
But tonight I will sleep. One of y'all will stay here with me as a air quoting my guard. And since they seem to be aware of what y'all are as drows, then they probably know most drow like to be awake at night. So
if being humans, they may not be a lot of things going on.
But if y'all were to walk the streets, especially since this is an experience for y'all, just to see what it's like to be out at night without being attacked, as y'all look around.
Luskin either, but like we're not as warmly received in Luskin. It's more of a difference.
Yes. But just to kind of walk around and enjoy the cool night air.
So, like, who are you sending? Are you saying Drusilla with like one of the deckhands, or are you sending both deckhands? Okay.
Drusilla with one deckhand. Because the other one will stay here with me just so that it makes the town less uncomfortable.
Is there anything you want them to like look into or try to figure out while they're out and about? And as well as what are you doing with the other drow at the inn?
Well, I'm going to sleep.
Okay.
The drow can monitor and just kind of keep
drow
things
stuff.
out.
She can do drow stuff.
And Drusilla, I'd like her to wander the town a bit, looking at the layout of it. And where would the, mayor's house equivalent, the leader's house be? Because that should be where the library is.
Both of them roll investigation checks. Okay. And roll it for Drusilla. I'll roll it for Berthania here.
Drusilla. Not bad.
They do find what they think is the equivalent of the leader. They don't know what the leader's title or way of address is, but they do find a kind of like a what's what I'm looking for? Pull knowledge off the top of my head as I try to remember. They find like one of those like Viking longhouses.
Mm-hmm.
Where like the leader, the chieftain or whatever would live. Luthians use the term of the Jarl.
Would they use Viking chief?
They don't use Viking chief. No, I think they would use like Jarl.
I
Or
don't.
something like that. Let me see here. Just checking some real fast. Yeah, they would use the term Jarl, Jarl, Jarl,
Mm-hmm.
for a high-ranking member of the society who is in a leadership-esque position. Now, whether or not that is what this particular person is, you don't know. He could be a higher or lower ranking than a Jarl, but regardless, though, they do find this location where they assume he'd be, but they don't. But like I said, like, you know what a Viking longhouse looks like. It looks like that.
Okay.
That's what they find. It of course has people that live in it, servants and whatnot, and shit like that. Is there anything other than just finding where it is that you want them to do?
Once they find it, could they identify what would most likely be the library if they had a library building?
You don't see any library building immediately attached or near-ish as part of this building. But go ahead and give me another investigation check if you want them to look for a library that
I
you would
would.
assume is the Green Library. Do what?
I would like them to look.
Okie dokies. Wow. Because of the architecture of this place is different than what they've been gotten used to with other types of cities and settlements that they've been into, they have a hard time figuring out what building would be a library in this fucking city. The style of the architecture is fairly different. So like they don't see like grand sweeping cathedral like fucking libraries or like large archival like buildings that they would expect. They find like houses, some of them made of stone, yes, but some of them made of wood. This is like a Viking city. So like all Viking agriculture, architecture. So they don't know what a library would look like in this fucking place. So they are having a hard time. But that's what you guys do during the evening. Eventually they'll come back, of course. Unless there's something else specifically you want to know.
No. I will talk to them again and we'll stay here a few days. Nice, enjoying the hospitality. And I will be like, yes, I will let, as the crew, we will stay, let y'all enjoy the hospitality of the place because they seem to be friendly towards y'all and y'all don't get it a lot. Right? And if anyone asks,
I mean, yeah, but we don't really care about enjoy. Like when you say enjoy, they're just kind of like, whatever, dude. Like, I thought we were here to do a job.
we are. But if anyone asks, we are staying because it is nice to have something different.
Well, so far no one's asked us, and our usual response would be like, "Why are you staying here?" We'd be like, "Mind your own fucking business." But that's just us.
But we will stay here and just kind of watch the comings and goings of the town. Shop, look around. And if you want, we can look for any spices that may be unique that you'd like for the ship.
I mean, I could use some more exotic spices. I'm always looking for more spices. Anyway, so that's what the night goes. We go through the night there. Next morning, we cut back to the ship people.
You know, the ones that haven't gone nowhere?
Yeah, the ones that hadn't gone anywhere in the last day.
Is there wind?
All right. I assume you guys would like to try and travel.
Yes.
Then roll me another
Yes.
percentile dice for fun.
What was that?
Roll another percentile dice. See what any other kind of minor issues that may crop up. 47.
Okay, I have Gust of Wind equipped, so the camping for wind. I have Speak with Animals prepared, so in case it's animals that we need to deal with.
A pocket of human whale carcasses. The smell was awful, and the crew was on edge, unsure of what creature might have caused such destruction.
So basically, there's
Begin
just...
to spread.
Okay, so there's a bunch of whale corpses floating about.
Mutilated whale carcasses. Like, as you guys are traveling and getting closer to whale bones, which isn't super unusual. There's a reason why the islands are called whale bones. But there's a difference between, like, oh, it's called whale bones because, like, there's a bunch of whale bones on the islands of whales having beached themselves and died and then rotted. And then there's what you guys are finding where, like, floating in the sea are corpses of whales that have been ripped apart and have been mutilated. Like, something, like, shredded these fucking things. And there's, like, more than one. There's, like, a bunch of carcasses.
I
And it's like
w-
the whole crew was like, what the fuck?
I wish these are a sea hack associate.
No, see, that's on a different whalebone island, if you
Um,
recall, remember? Let me switch to the map here. You guys are going to this one. Sea hags were on this one. Different island. They're all collectively called whalebones, but there's like, it's like an archipelago of like different islands. All collectively called whalebones.
looking at the corpses with a nature check, could I maybe get an idea of what it is that just slaughter?
Go ahead and roll. Let's see.
Everything okay?
18.
18. You look and you see what looks like a lot of like slashing claw marks on it. Whatever it was something fucking massive. Because these aren't like little baby whales. These are like fucking full-grown adult fucking whales. And like some of those claw marks are big enough to indicate that whatever fucking did this was equal to or bigger than these whales. And with your nature check, you can think of a few different creatures that may be the size of a whale, but you don't know very many of them that are, that have large talon-like claws, because that's what you're gaining. I was like, so I'm not going to make you make roll a medicine check for this. I'm going to assume that your passive medicine check hasn't figured it out. They're like, it's like whatever like did these deep claw marks, they were like long, sharp like talons, and they come in groups of 3. Like 5 or 4, but groups of like 3. So like 3 talons.
Okay, 3
They're
10.
deep and they slice very cleanly. So what?
You said 310, so I was just going to go like, okay, so it's 310, so not 410, so it's not as terrible.
No, I'm talking like the claw marks. Like, when you see a claw mark across the fucking whale, it's not like 5 slashes of claws or 4 slashes, it's 3 slashes. Like, whatever it is had 3 talons. That's what I'm getting at.
Oh, okay. Alright, you broke up a little
And
bit.
they're deep and very clean. They're not tear, they're sliced. So whatever did it had very sharp talons.
Love you.
Do the wounds look fresh?
I'm going to need you to roll a medicine check. to determine
I
how
think it's about time
how
for
long these things have been dead.
this shirt.
25. Power of self-preservation.
You would say they have been dead for a couple days.
A couple days. Okay.
Very rotty. They're very gross.
All right. So
So it's possibly whoever did this could be gone, just in case.
I'm
But your crew is uneasy, and there's a lot of rumors spreading about what could have done it.
I'm gonna just spend my time with Gust of Wind to try and get us a little bit of speed.
I'm prepared. I'm ready to crew for combat just in case we ran into that thing. Like, stand by just in case.
Well, if they're standing by, they're not operating the ship, and you guys are operating with like minimum skeleton crews right now because you're trying to sail.
Yeah, we kind of have to.
Okay, get us out here as fast as we could then.
Aye, aye, Captain. This thing will even let me. Oh.
Fucking ping twice, bro.
Alright, for some reason it didn't have. Alright. Okay, so spell card. Okay, so.
I mean, yeah, it's not an attack. It doesn't need an attack roll. It's a spell card. It tells you what it does.
Just so used to having attacks as not spell cards. But yeah,
Not every spell is an attack, so it doesn't always need an attack. Some of them don't even do damage. But you can pretty much have any spell if you click on the little like word bubble thing next to the name of the spell. When you mouse over it, you can even if it's an attack, you can click on that and it will give the spell description, much in the same format. But if it's an attack, of course, if you click on it, then it will roll it as an attack,
Yep.
showing you the description.
so yeah, I'll be casting. I'll be casting like one instance of the Gust of Wind spell for the minute, just to try and get us out of here as quickly as possible.
Make sure you mark off that spell. Or spell slot, I mean.
Yep.
If you were
One
doing
use is what I said.
Eventually, though, you just do get to the island by the end of the day. Hooray! But what are you guys going to do about your ship morale? Because, like I said, your crew is very uneasy because they do not know what did this, and there are like a dozen freaking whales out here that are dead, just kind of floating and rotting. So your crew is taking a hit to morale. So, like, what are you guys going to do about that? Or are you just going to just let it fucking whatever?
And we can't exactly let the morale drop too low.
Up to you.
Captain, do we have any?
Listen, crew. We survive worse. Don't let a couple of whales that's been dead for a couple of days break your spirit. We're the crew of the Strombreaker. We shall survive anything.
Advantage, good Captain Turg.
How much mojitos?
Say again?
How much mojitos?
What he said.
Basically, he said, "Who wants mojitos?" Little rum, little lime.
And I asked for a persuasion check for Captain Turg after that little speech, with advantage, because I like the speech. Also, because I hadn't recalled to do so up until just now, Daniel, go ahead and mark that the group, everybody, is getting an additional inspiration, so you now have a pool of 4 inspiration because of the events of you just pulling a fucking fast one on me and just going, hey, walk into town.
Okay.
So, you guys now have a pool of 4. Because I don't assign inspiration to each individual anymore, because it's impossible for me to keep track of who has what inspiration.
21.
It's a pool that you all share now.
Perfect. Not 20.
Wow. After that rousing speech, Captain, your crew just go, you know what? Yeah, he's right. Why are we fucking worried about fucking dead fish? And one of them was like, they're not actually fish, they're fucking mammals. And they're like, shut up, Steve. Get back to work. Okay. And you guys just fucking get out of there and you get to the island. No problem.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I guess this is what I'll be spending the next couple of days.
Depends on what you guys want to do. But you guys get there late in the day.
As we're doing this, like, during the travels, like, I'm gonna say, like, that, Captain, I could at least try and keep an eye out underwater to see if I can see anything going towards us. So, basically, I would take, like, an aquatic shape and just surveil underwater. If I see something really big coming up, I come up.
As a point of clarification, if you turn into a fish and try to swim with the ship, you will be left behind. You cannot move fast enough.
Never mind.
The swim speed of any creature you could change into is not fast enough to keep up with the ship. You will be left behind.
Never mind then. I'm not
However,
doing that.
if you're watching from the crow's nest, you can see down into the water. It's not murky ass water. It's incredibly ocean water.
I will be very much heavily surveilling the water.
Roll perception check.
Oh, come on.
Wow.
You want to take an inspiration just in case?
Yes, please.
All right, taking one off.
Well, that's a little better.
I'd rather not take another inspiration. We'll keep the 3 that we have. So, 13?
I rolled. And I gave a 10% chance to see if whether or not the creature may be sailing by. Kiri, with a 13 perception, let me see if, as enough to notice it, if, depending on what it can do. Let me see there. Looking around down in the water, you're not seeing anything. And at some point, you like take a moment to like stretch. You like kind of like look up, and you see way up in the sky a bird. It looks fairly far away. It's kind of a big bird.
Do we have a spyglass?
Yes.
I'm going to look at it through the spyglass.
Cool. So you look through the spyglass. Roll me another perception check now that you're using the spyglass. This time, I'll say with advantage. Just looked over there. You have 17 both times.
Yep.
Cool. With a 17, you see that it's fairly far away. Without the spyglass, it looked like it was just a small bird, but with the spyglass, you can tell it's actually very far away, and it's a very large bird. Roll me a nature check to see if you can identify what the fuck it is. Because it's bigger than a standard seagull, bigger than a hawk, bigger than an eagle, much bigger than those birds. This is not a standard sized bird. It's a bird of unusual size.
Goddamn boats. Boses.
Now 11, huh?
Do I want to risk an inspiration?
It's up to you.
Guys, do you mind if I roll it if we sacrifice an inspiration? If only just to not get caught unawares?
Go for it.
Go ahead. Oh,
really?
Jesus.
Move to the pool.
Really?
Wow. Wow. So the higher of those two rolls is the 11.
Can we take that 11, please?
Yes. Inspiration, I use it more as a reroll than you gaining advantage or something, but I still allow you to take a higher result if you do spend it. I don't have it in place. So your second roll is a natural 1, which gave you a total of 6. You can't critically fail an ability check or a skill check, because that'd be silly. But the better of those two rolls was the 11.
Yeah.
It just looks like a really big-ass bird. It's hard to tell, because it's flying really high up in the sky, which is how you didn't notice it until you just happened to glance up. And that's also why you thought it was a much smaller bird, but you're like, hey, wait a minute, something weird about that bird. And that's why how you realized it's actually not a small-ass bird, it's a really big-ass bird flying very high up. And even with the spyglass, it's a little hard to get the exact same details. And this, you also see a whale swimming by you.
I see it.
Everyone's like, hey, there's a whale over there.
Oh, a whale! How far away are we from the whale?
sailing some distance off the side of you.
I'm gonna try and motion the.
You do see that the bird seems to be going in a dive towards the whale.
I'm gonna outright tell the.
It's a distance away from you, so it's not like coming after you. You can tell it's going towards the whale. Like the whale isn't like, next to you. It's like, hey, some 1,000 yards over there, there's a fucking whale. Because you noticed it, because you're in the front of the road.
Okay.
So I
assume the command would be to sail away from the whale as fast as possible.
You're nowhere near the whale, so
Yeah, we're not near it. We're like 1,000 yards or so away from it.
yeah, like the whale is nowhere near you. That's how you can tell the fact that the bird's going after the whale and not you, because it's diving at the whale. And as it's getting closer to the water, it's getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and you realize this is a fucking huge ass goddamn bird.
What kind of bird is this?
I have never seen anything like this before.
I will show you an image of it. It looks like that. It is gargantuan size category. For those of you who understand D&D sizes. It's not medium, it's not large, it's not huge, it's gargantuan.
Is that the one that's above or below Colossus?
Colossal is no longer a size in Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition. It was back in 3.5. But in 3.5, Colossus would be the next one after Gargantuan, yes. So this is a 4x4 square creature. 20 feet by 20 feet.
Oh, yeah.
In terms of, like, its mini or token size.
Let's not fuck with this bird unless we have no choice or the full crew.
I'll give you nature check with advantage, Kiri.
What?
Now that it's a lot closer, you got a much clearer view of like, oh, that's a big-ass fucking bird.
All right.
I'll let you go ahead and roll a nature check with advantage this time, because you've been watching this fucking thing for a little while.
Okay, 16.
16.
Can I roll the same if I know?
I'm going to roll a nature check too. And yours is not an advantage, because you're not a druid.
Yeah.
You know what? Why not? I'll join the hit parade.
I rolled yours with disadvantage, because you don't know shit about birds.
So 10.
Yeah.
That bird.
With 16s, let me first off tell you its actual full size. This creature has a wingspan of somewhere around 200 fucking feet.
Oh, goddamn!
Well, that's as wide as the boat, or bigger. Or ship.
Kira, you know this thing is called a rock. ROC.
That's a rock. We do not want to fuck with that.
Also known as...
The 200-foot wingspan did get way close.
You're saying, Shindu?
I said also known as the Thunderbird.
Thunderbird's hoe?
It's also known as a Thunderbird.
Oh, that's what I like to call it. That is its token. Yeah, should be able to all see it.
That we do.
There's its sizes. This is Arcanus Lamporan standing next to it. In terms of size of mini. Or your token sizes. It would need all four of you to cover the same number of squares on one side as it does. For fun.
Normally our channels to A down the sea, but one, we don't have a full crew, and two, I'm just pointing at the bird like, no.
So it's diving towards the whale. She doesn't notice it as it just fucking dives down, and as it comes up like a bird of prey, claws, talons out, it grabs the whale, picks it up out of the water, and flies away with it. Just
Holy
and
fucking
just
shit.
sails off towards the island that you guys are beached at, or that you're anchored off the shore of, and it sails towards like one of the larger mountains on the island, like the large mountain towards more inland of the island, and it just sails off towards that mountain with presumably with its meal.
Well, that was actually quite majestic, actually.
It's a
Hey,
very beautiful creature.
if it doesn't fuck with us, we're not gonna fuck with it.
If it wasn't attempting to murder you guys, you would appreciate the beauty and majesty of the great rock. Because one of the things you do know, Kiri, is that rocks are very rare. They have been hunted nearly to extinction. They don't have a very high birth rate. They don't produce a lot of children or mate very often. So seeing a rock is actually quite rare.
That means their meat is rare and their feathers are rare, and they can make profit if you kill it.
If you killed a rock and brought its corpse somewhere, you could probably sell it for a fuck ton of goddamn money. Or if you had a rock egg, it'd be more than a full rock.
Like I'd rather keep it as a pet, but for right now.
Kiri, roll me a history check, only Kiri, because Kiri's the only one that that knows more about rocks or has a chance to know more about rocks. Go ahead and roll me a history check, Kiri.
With advantage or no?
Standard flat roll.
Alright,
No
so
advantage. 10. With a 10, you don't know much more about the history of rocks, other than that they are fairly hunted to extinction. That's actually not the right way to phrase it. It's more of just they're solitary hunters. They tend to be alone, so they don't meet each other very often, mate, and then have children. So they have very low birth rates and very infrequent mating between their kind, their species, which is why there's not so many widespread rocks just running around. Plus, they tend to stay more towards places of less civilized areas, so they're not going to be very close to a city. Mostly because if a rock is near a city, it's probably snatching cattle and shit, and so the city would have to get rid of it.
Yep.
Because that's the things it feeds on. It feeds on whales and cattle, large creatures, because it's fucking massive and need.
Yeah, you need a lot of meat. It needs a lot of food.
It eats dinosaurs and shit. But obviously, you can see that it mostly primarily goes for the whales, being this is a very heavily populated whale area. But later that afternoon, when you guys do finally make it to the island, what do you guys do when you get there?
What do we see as we get to the island?
You see an island. What are you looking for specifically?
Beach. It's a beach.
Well, there's
You
a
guys
beach.
see a beach. You guys pull up close to the shore, and then you, using the skiffs, because both ships have a skiff. Actually, no, sorry. The Seawolf can actually beach right up onto the shore because it's a Viking longship, which is what they are made to do. The Strombreaker cannot do so. So anyone on the Strombreaker that wants to go from ship to shore has to take the rowboat back and forth. But you guys could set up a small camp on the beach and whatnot and do your thing. It doesn't have. There's no water on the coast of this island that's deep enough for you to come up to the shore. So, like I said, you have to ferry people back and forth between the Strombreaker and the island. But yeah, you got a beach. Is there something more specifically you'd like to know?
We'll
what are you looking
camp
for
on the
precisely?
beach.
What was that, Ty?
I said we'll set up camp on the beach for now.
Let's
Put on the beach.
set up camp. I'll start flying whatever supplies we need over.
And then
Yeah,
near the end of the 4th day, I sent the crew away
it has
to
been 4 days since your battle against the Seawolf.
Ooh.
It means that tomorrow night is when the full moon occurs, because that would mean it is currently the 29th
29th day of Mithril.
Yes, it's the 29th day. I was just updating.
Well, Captain, Tomorrow's the night of your transformation.
Alright. Rest in peace for now. Tomorrow, have everyone get back on ship.
Don't worry.
Except me, of course.
I'll find a nice tall tree and rest in it.
Very well.
Rest in peace.
Arcanist, I guess until the first mate gets back, you're in charge. Until my transformation is complete.
That's technically correct. Argus and Thorn having taken the position of quartermaster. She is the third-ranking senior officer, below
Yeah.
the first mate and captain. So she would be in charge.
Yeah. But for now, let's get
I
some rest
assume that
and...
you will also not be near shore during this time.
Yeah, of course not.
Cool. Let me think. During this fourth day, Daniel, is there anything special you guys are doing during the fourth day? Or are you guys just intermingling amongst the people?
Intermingling.
Cool. Daniel, would you like Creed to make an attempt to try and see if he can figure out what the fuck's a library in this place?
I can be
Since
escorted.
only 2 people did an investigation to figure it out.
Well, yeah, I'll have one of them and just kind of walk me around the town.
I will have the other deckhand and you make an investigation check to see if either of you can figure it out, where Drusilla and the other one couldn't. So both deckhands failed.
I got a 14.
Out of what I expected. 14. I'll say a 14 is good enough to figure out that what is probably the library you're looking for is near the center of town, or rather, not so much as a building. The reason why you guys had such a hard time finding it is because it's actually underground. You find essentially a entrance near the center of town that is inside of a small building. It's like a small, like, hut, like shed, and then inside that you find like a basement door. It has stairs that go down into it, or at least that's what you figured out based on watching. You didn't actually go into the building.
Is there
You're
anyone
like-
guarding the door?
Yes. There are 4 guards standing next to that fucking door.
Okay.
And unlike the guy at the gate, they are super vigilant. Like, they're not just some dude with a spear. Like, these are full-blown Ruthian pirate warriors who are, like, watching. And this is obviously a very secure building. That's why, in fact, that's what actually tipped you off, is that building's way too secure for being a random shed.
Well, I'm going to grab lunch. It's that time.
Yep. I'm going to say everybody take a quick 5-minute break for, like, lunch and bathroom breaks and whatnot.
Okay.
I'll be back in just a minute.
That way I can...
Cool.
Who's here?
I am.
I'm here.
Having fun?
Yep.
Together. Time for everybody. Out of curiosity, just in case it comes up, what spells do you have prepared this day?
For today, I have Cure Wounds, Healing Word, Speak with Animals, Flame Sphere, Gust of Wind, Moonbeam, Conjure Animals, and then just changed. Conjure Animals, Call Lightning, and Mend into Stone.
Meld into stone?
Huh?
Did you say mend or did you mean meld?
Meld into stone. Meld into stone.
I have create and destroy water, gust of wind, hellish rebuke, hex.
That's what you
black
had.
smoke.
I know what your spells are, Jackwagon. You don't prepare them.
So Warlock's the spontaneous caster, I'm guessing?
Yes. Well, the sorcerers are spontaneous. You're the only prepared caster on the ship.
Yep. Just trying to think. Inevitably want healing in some way of protecting myself when he turns.
The captain has prepared the spell Blood Rage.
Yes, and he always has his decapitation spell ready.
Maybe it's not decapitation, maybe it's crushed skull.
There are variations of the spell. The plan is that you guys are going to just dump Ty on the fucking island and just hope for the best. But Daniel, since you're the one who's been heading the most of this part or most of this aspect, what is the plan to get the grimoire out of the Green Library? You guys gonna just bust in there and try and fuck some bitches up, or are you gonna send an infiltration team in? Like, what you gonna do?
It's a work in progress right now. I might try starting out with the plan of coercing the DM to just let me have it.
No, I don't think that plan's gonna work. That sounds like a bad plan.
Fine. My backup plan is getting Jumpin to coerce the DM to just let me have it.
What did I miss now?
What his plan was going to be to get the grimoire.
Please, can I have it?
No. You can have it if you can figure out how to get it. Be all yours. Speaking of that grimoire and the hags, there's probably a few things I hadn't mentioned up until now because I only just now remembered. Um, there we go. I was like, where was my train of thought? Daniel, what did Creed do with that trinket that he brought back with him from the hags? Little like pendant that they left in the bag with the healing potions.
Well, the potions got handed out to everybody.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the pendant.
The pendant is still in with Creed on one of his belt pockets.
So he had it in his pocket?
Yep.
Cool. Cool. At one point, You don't know how, why, you don't have any recollection of doing it. At some point, you happen to look down and you realize you're wearing it. You don't know how it got there. You don't have any memory of putting it there, but it's around your neck now. Over the course of the few days you've been on Ruthium, you don't know when it happened. It just happened to. It just somehow ended up there.
Well, because of its nature, I'm gonna take it off and put it back in its pouch for now. Hey, what did you say that thing did?
What you don't recall is that it allowed the hags to see what the pendant could see, because essentially it's a fucking eye pendant. And that's all you know of what it can do, based on your ability to decipher it. It could have other properties that you're not aware of. So, ship guys. Everybody here?
Yep.
Cool. Ship
Nope.
guys.
Yep.
It is essentially like 7 p.m., 29th day of Maritol. What are you guys doing that evening? Just resting, relaxing, worried about big-ass birds coming down from the mountains and snatching you up like whales?
I at least feel comfortable knowing that we're too much of a small fry for it to bother.
Same
You
thing
do know
here.
enough about
Hope so.
to know that they generally don't like small, fast creatures, nor do they like chasing creatures near like large forests or towns, because the rocks are smart enough to understand that small creatures will scurry under things and make it harder for it to catch it. So it tries to avoid going for that kind of prey because it's a waste of its time. It goes for larger, slower prey.
Yeah, it's expending more energy than it would be getting.
Exactly. Your ship's on the other hand, I don't know, they may think that your ship's a whale. You don't ever know. Presumably, you believe it's smart enough to understand that it cannot eat the wood, so.
I presume
Always
it's
recognize
smart enough
the
to know what wood is.
Or at least recognize the difference between something that's wooding and something that's flesh. Or at least I hope it does. Anyway, when it gets closer to midnight, I'll ask the crew, like, okay, crew, you know what time it is.
Yeah, it's midnight. Everyone would be asleep by then.
Oh,
Next evening, Jack.
it's the next evening. My bad.
I said it's on the 30th. It's the 29th.
My bad.
Relaxing.
Maybe he's been at sea too long.
Apparently.
I'm relaxing at the beach.
They don't have Master Creed there to keep things in order.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna salvage the island for like resources and food and stuff.
I'll try. I'll try going below sea to get a couple of fish. Hello?
Sorry, I was doing some math. I heard something about fish. You were getting some fish.
Yeah, I'm going to get some fish.
Guys are just relaxing. Cool.
Yeah.
Reed, I'm presuming also sleeping during the evening on
Yes.
this 4th day. Reed, the next morning you find that fucking pendant around your goddamn neck again. You're like, I know for a fact I put this in my fucking bag, but somehow it's around your neck again. How the hell it keeps getting there? You didn't put it there. Or at least you don't remember doing it. But you
is it
mulled
a
that one over
living
for a little while.
pendant?
Do what?
I would say, is it a living pendant?
You don't know. It was made from a living eye.
Spying on you.
But the next morning, my ship crew, friends there, what are we doing upon the morning of the 30th day of Maritol?
Preparing for what to
what?
do with Ty.
Say again?
Preparing what to do with Ty.
You're gonna have a full moon and Ty's gonna fucking hog out. What exactly are you doing to prepare for this?
Well, crew, I guess it's almost time for my transformation.
It's me and like the bad go. Wait, is that not a good thing? I thought this was exciting.
No, it is exciting. I just don't want everyone to get hurt during my transformation.
Yep.
Does Rand they just leave you on the island and hope you don't wander out into the ocean?
I'm basically going to stay behind. I'm going to stay on the top of a tall tree, keeping an overhead look. If only, even if my purpose is just to keep him distracted and focused on staying on the island.
Okay.
Alright, crew! It's gonna be a big day for us in a couple of days. But for now I have to go through some transformations to embrace my full, well, let's just say enhanced abilities. Arcanist, you're in charge until then. By 5 p.m., have the crew go all the way back to the ship. And meet me so I can hand you my weapon. And meet me so I can hand you my weapons just in case I accidentally impale myself onto it or shoot myself. I don't know what this transformation is going to do to me or how, let's just say, sane I'm going to be during it.
Okay, so you're giving him your weapons.
Say again?
You're giving him your weapons?
Yeah. Which means, except for my fist, I'll be totally defenseless.
So you're giving him, like, your fucking, like,
my axe, my sword, and my pistol.
Okay. To give him your sword, I need a wisdom save.
Oh, right.
Because that sword is cursed, and part of the curse is you are unwilling to part with it.
Looks like I had to stick with the sword after all.
What'd you get? I don't have roll 20 in front of me at the moment.
12.
Yeah, I'm gonna say 12 isn't enough.
And what's funny is the other one with removed curse isn't there.
That's true. What's also funny is you don't even know if he's cursed because his behavior hasn't changed significantly enough from his two different curses, or his curse and his affliction. Between the sword and the lycanthropy, his personality and demeanor and just general who he is hasn't changed significantly enough for you guys to even notice anything wrong. I mean, you have noticed that he's been a little bit more aggressive and a little bit more short-tempered than normal. But in terms of the curse of that sword, none of you even know it's cursed.
Well, they got a barbarian, so if you don't expect.
Well, yeah, like
So they're expecting
the curse of the sword of vengeance causes you to want to like brutalize the shit out of anyone that slights or annoys you, or specifically mechanically wise, does damage to you. You are compelled to attack that specific person. But because of the nature of your character, no one else on the ship has noticed any change based on what they would normally expect. So they don't even know it's cursed. They're just like, why won't he fucking get... You know, like, he used to use an axe, now he uses a sword. Like, why? That's weird, whatever. And you just really don't want to give up the sword.
Like, so I handed my axe and my pistol, and when I'm about to hand myself, like, I think I like my sword a little bit. Plus, who knows what's going to happen. Pretty much making a big excuse to keep the sword. Alright, True. See you in a few days. And hopefully by then, And hopefully
Well,
by then the spy team could have some intel.
So wait, are you having them leave you on the island for a few days or a night?
A night.
I thought it was a night.
Sorry, a night.
Okay, that changes things a little. As I was about to say, it's like if you're gonna be there for a few days, then some other shit's gonna happen. We're gonna have some different shit happen.
Alright, Dr. Ice, I appreciate you standing by and make sure I don't wander off anywhere.
All right, Captain. I'll keep it company. And I'm just gonna fly up to the tallest tree I can find.
Yeah, I'm laying down by said tree.
I'm guessing these are like palm trees.
Actually, making the map right now because I didn't know where you could be, so I didn't have any like maps of an island on hand. On the fly making it, I just put. So give me a few more moments for me to line up some grid lines here. You may roleplay and talk amongst yourselves.
Okay.
Well, yeah, considering the read. Yeah, maybe not palm trees, but they're still trees.
Maybe. You'll see.
Captain, how are you feeling right now?
I guess a little strange, as usual. I guess this is to be expected.
Any unusual pains?
Not yet. I'll probably expect some about closer to midnight. About closer to the full moon.
Most likely.
Did you bring any something to knock me out just in case I'll go too far?
Yes!
Beating stick.
I got a beating stick and I can summon things.
Oh boy.
Yeah, you can summon all kinds of animals.
Oh yeah, they can't do anything. Right.
Do what?
Oh yeah, because he's like, and they can't do anything against him.
I was about to say, in theory, you could just use conjure animals, just summon a bunch of things for him to rip apart to keep him distracted for the night. You have to. Here's some bunnies! Ah! Here's some wolves! Ah!
Yep.
I don't think his conjured animal is going to appreciate me ripping them limb by limb until I recover.
They ain't gonna die. Their face spirits just go back to the Feywild. You just rip apart their bodies. And they may or may not like it, but, sucks to be them.
Mm-hmm.
Will be as killable.
Sleep spell, hold person. Great combinations you might think about while on the island to protect yourself, just in case it goes wild.
Do you have a person or a sleep spell, Kiri?
Let's see, I could do a hold person. Hold person. So I have sleep.
Lycanthropes aren't people. I'm just kidding.
Hey.
Closest I got is hold person.
Well, at least you could keep me from running off the island.
Since we're here and we're preparing for the night, I'll just prepare and just change one gust of wind to hold person.
You have the sleep spell.
Where? Don't see sleep spell.
Now, a quick thing about the sleep spell is that it is based on the number of hit points they have. So, of course, the lower the hit points their target has, the more effective it may be.
And since I'm full of health at 41, I don't think it's going to help as much.
I mean, you have to roll 41 or more for it to work in the dice that you roll as part of sleep. Or you injure them a little bit and then you hit them with it. Granted, because you're only trying to put in sleep one target, the chances are a lot higher because you don't have multiple targets you have to work.
I don't have a sleep spell. What is the spell
You don't
called?
have sleep?
No.
How about entangle?
I mean, that's essentially a area of difficult terrain and can hold you and stuff like that.
Yeah,
So
he already has a whole person spell just in case.
Well, there doesn't hurt to have both. Because, you can prepare up to 9 fucking spells. But let's see, first level is able to friendship, charm person, creator, destroy water, cure wounds, detect magic, detect poison, diseases, entangle, fairy fire, form cloud, good berry, healing word, jump, monk strider, purify food and drink, speak with animals, thunderwave. Second level we have animal messenger, bark skin, beast sense, dark vision, enhanced ability, find traps, flame blade, flaming sphere, gust of wind, heat metal, hold person, lesser restoration, locate animals or plants, locate magic, moonbeam, pass it out, protection from poison, spike. Fifth level we have call lightning, conjure animals, daylight, dispel magic, feign death, meld into stone, plant growth, protection from energy, sleep storm, speak with plants, water breathing, water walk, and wind walk. He is correct. Sleep is not on the druid spell list.
Yeah, so what I can do is just like hold him up or distract him with conjured animals. Or keep him distracted with my going, Captain, hey, over here! And just flying around the island.
As long as you don't fly too close to the rock, that is.
I don't think the rock is really gonna give a shit.
Good point.
Like I said, we're too small, we're too nimble. Plus, if need be, I could just flip over and see if there's anything in the air. Actually, I wouldn't be able to see it at night. But stay near the tree line. So, I think we got something of a plan.
As much as the plan as we could get.
Well, and you get yourself comfortable right by the campfire.
Alright.
I forgot to change the grid color. We're standing there.
Alright. Okay, so those are bushes. These things right here, would these be trees? Like palm trees?
Yeah, those are the tops of palm trees.
Alright, I put myself at the top of the palm tree. And keep my eye on the cap.
Right here, just watching you guys. I'm just kidding.
Hey, you should.
You guys are going to not be able to do it, okay?
You should prepare reduced person. That way you can shrink him down if need be.
Reduce?
I don't know if he has that spell. I don't recall reading that when I just went through his whole spell list between first and third level.
I don't have reduced person.
In Tasha's Cauldron of Everything and stuff, or there is something called an additional druid spell feature, which came out later to where they could add all druids gain these spells.
I'm actually waiting for that book to come into the mail, so I don't know what's in it.
But I will look it up, and that way I can tell you the page and all that.
I don't have it. I don't have that book yet. It's expected to come in on Monday.
Let's see. There's Summon Beast. There's a druid spell, which isn't what we're looking for. Summon Fae. Summon Elemental. It mostly looks like summoning spells that Tasha gives to druids.
Can't wait for the book to come in.
Lana thought, do what?
Can't wait for my copy of the book to come in then.
There's a lot of cool shit in there, in addition to some classes and other spells and whatnot. The one thing that caught my attention that's specifically for you guys are group patrons. People you guys can work for and gain various benefits from, depending on who they are, such as criminal organizations, powerful, ancient entities, like a lich or like a vampire lord. Was also like a sovereign, like a king, or a queen, or some sovereign individual. There was, like an academy or a merchant guild, the aristocrats. Like there are different types of individuals that your group can gain as patrons, not magical patrons like a warlock, but patrons as in like they give us money and resources to like do jobs for them and shit like that. And it has a lot. It had a lot of mechanics for like the different kinds of benefits you get from different kinds of patrons, depending on like what you got.
But in
So
the
that's how my
Neat.
So like as you guys move up in the campaign, and maybe like I don't know, getting good with like one of the high characters of Luskin, or maybe the Xanathar's Guild or something like that, then group patron benefits may start kicking in.
Nice.
But Shinda, in that book, there's optional druid features which give them a slightly larger spell list.
Let me look. Spells. Protection from evil and good, divination, fire shield, summon elemental, cone of cold, flesh stone, symbol, incendiary cloud, summon favored by elemental weapon, order vitality, summon beast, large reduce, continual flame. The spells in the following list expand the druid spell list in the player's handbook. This list is organized by spell level, not character level. Spell can be cast as a ritual. The ritual tag appears. Name each spell is in the player's handbook unless it is as an asterisk. There's guide to everything also offers more spells. What I was just pulling up to look at. Cool. Revivify. I don't think they have Revivify. I see no reason why to allow these not to be added to your druid spell list.
What?
There's a handful of spells between 1st and 8th level that Tasha's allows as an optional class feature to add into your druid spell list. And I see no reason why these can't be allowed.
Let's speak to you first.
Do what?
Let's speak to you first.
What I'll probably do is, so you have up to 3rd level. That means you have protection from evil and good, augury, continual flame, large reduce, summon beast, aura of vitality, elemental weapon, revivify, and summon fey. For right now, we'll worry about that in between sessions. There's no spell in there that is like instrumental that we need right fucking now.
Nope.
Maybe other than like enlarge reduce if you really want it. I can easily pull it from the compendium most likely. Because I can pull out of my Roll20 compendium and drop a spell onto your sheet. See if it'll let me do it. And some of the spells are not in the compendium for some reason. Enlarge reduce is. So let me go ahead and pull up your character sheet. Guys.
Okay.
Go down to your spell sheet. Look here. On your spell list, on your character sheet.
Okay, what level is it at?
2nd level spell.
And you kind of
Scroll down to the bottom of your list of 2nd level spells, and you'll see it. I also just dropped its description in the chat.
Let's try doing that. Open up my character sheet.
You have to like close your sheet and then reopen it out of your journal.
Yeah, I'm doing that right now. Enlarge reduce, I see that.
Yep.
That is, instead of flaming sphere, I'll put that in. A little bit of technical utility.
After the session, I'll add all the other spells on there because none of those spells are so big a deal that they shouldn't be on your spell list. I don't see any reason not to let them be on your spell list.
Okay.
And I didn't think about it because I haven't looked super heavily at every single optional class feature for every single fucking class in Tasha's. So if Daniel had never brought it up, I wouldn't have thought about it. But I don't see why not. So I'll just slap all those onto your sheet as appropriate for your level, so first through third, as time goes on. As like I said, some of them may not be in the compendium, which means I have to manually, by hand, add them into your sheet. So, like I said, we'll worry about all that another time. So right now, real quick before we continue with this, cutting back to the Ruthium team, the Team Ruthium. Anything special you guys are doing, or are you still doing the same run-of-the-mill thing?
Same run-of-the-mill thing.
Okay,
I'm gonna do the same run-of-the-mill things until I think of something else. So you can stay with them for a while.
Let me know when you have something you want to do.
Okay.
So, coming back here. So, for just clarification, the only people from the crew that are on this island is Captain Turg and Dr. Ice, correct?
Yep.
Cool. Is there anything else that are being done during the day of the 30th?
I guess relaxing and celebrating my upcoming transformation.
Well, happy birthday.
Okay. Happy birthday day.
Happy birthday.
Now, are you putting manacles on Captain Turg?
Yes.
Are you chaining him to something?
I am. I'm going to chain him to this tree, actually. I've played the Don't Escape games. I'm chaining him up to the tree. I'm double padlocking in all the chains. I'm also going to tie up his wrists with rope as well.
Chain and rope around the tree. You thread it in through the lengths of the manacles, and you latch the manacles onto him.
Yes.
So Captain Turg's over here next to this tree.
Mm-hmm. Like I said, I played the
I assume you want to be sitting in like a tree over here and not be in the same tree that he's chained to?
That is correct.
Cool.
Because that way, at least it'll take time for him to get out.
Assuming he does. It is fun fact, it is a DC 20, I believe. I looked this up recently, but I don't remember what it is now. A DC 20 to break manacles with physical strength is what I want to say. And it's a strength check, not an athletics check. So he's not adding his athletics bonus, it's only his strength bonus.
But also,
do that.
Wouldn't that also increase because he also tried reinforcing it with ropes?
I'll think about it. Let me think more on that for a second while I look this other thing up.
Not trying to be that guy.
It is a DC. See, escaping the manacles requires a successful DC 20 dexterity check. Breaking them requires a successful DC 20 strength check. As for rope, is there anything in here about favorite? Rope, whether made of hemp or silk, has 2 hit points. It can be burst with a DC 17 strength check. So the rope won't make that much of a difference because the strength check to break the manacles is higher than the strength check to break the rope. So if he can break the manacles, he's breaking the rope.
Oh, it was worth a thought.
Now, that question does come up into: do you have chain connecting his manacles to the rope? Or sorry, to the tree, or is it rope connecting him to the tree?
I
don't know if
I
it's
assume
chain.
it's chain, isn't it?
Chain?
Chain has 10 hit points and can be burst with successful DC 20 strength checks. Okay, so same DC to break the chain as it does to break the manacles.
Mm-hmm.
So glad I bought those manacles. Yeah.
We're going to
Now,
need to
how
get
many
a one of
manacles
them.
do you guys have, and how much chain do you have? Because I know you guys said you bought some, but I have to remember what the exact number is and how much of it are you using.
Okay. Let's see. Manacles. How many did I buy? We have 2 sets of manacles.
Okay.
And if they chain, we don't have, but we do have chain shot for the ballista, which we can use its chain. And we have 18
Not the
of
same
them.
thing. Nope. Not convertible.
Well,
Not the
then
same
it's
thing.
rope. Rope it is.
Are you going to use both manacles?
Yes, for arm and feet.
You're going to try and manacle his ankles as well.
Yes.
Okay. I will say he will move at half speed if he should be able to get away from the tree, but not break the manacles on his legs or not take a carriage and think about it. And trying to attack anyone with his hands while manacled, I will say he'll have disadvantage on attacks. Assuming that he does get free enough to do so. So you have his wrists and ankles manacled, and then you are essentially tying him to the tree.
Yes.
Cool. A very uncomfortable night for Captain Turg, but hopefully it will be a
Sorry, Captain. Sorry, Captain. It's not personal.
Well, considering he ordered you to do it.
I did order you to do it.
Yep.
To not do it would be worse, because you'd be disobeying the order of the captain. He might throw you overboard.
Yes, and I have a good sense of self-preservation. Of tie up thing that could hurt me. Do what you can to keep it away from me.
The manacles do come with a lock. A key is provided with said lock. I assume you have the key.
Yes.
Without the key, a creature proficient with thieves' tools, which none of you are, except Drusilla, can pick this lock with a successful DC 15 dexterity check. Your DM may decide that better locks are available for higher prices.
And I put the 2 keys in my spell component slot pouch, so I at least know exactly where it is. Actually, I'm putting it in my backpack. I don't know why I said that. That was just stupid. I might end up accidentally grabbing it and using it as a spell component.
The manacles it comes with its own key. You don't have to buy a lock separately. They come with it. Each set of manacles comes with 1 key. Without the key, a creature proficient with the same DC as a DC 15. Manacles have 15 hit points, in fact. So, the day goes on. As the sun begins to set, you, of course, manacle and tie. Jim Pan chews on his fork for some reason. I really think I see him just go. He's nibbling it and then he's stuffing it. Or his spork, I should say, because that looks a lot like a spork than a fork.
Yeah.
For you spork fans out there. I will give 1 inspiration to you guys for having a very clearly defined, well thought out plan for dealing with this. Most people would have just been like, oh no, it's the day of. Shit, now what do we do? But no, you guys spent like the last 5 sessions coming up with this plan.
Yes. We kept thinking about it because that and we probably played the Don't Escape games. So we learned we have to take preparation to ensure that a very first time transformed were creature is going to be exceptionally dangerous. We have to restrain it.
As a historical man once said, plans are useless, but planning is everything.
Pretty much.
Good old furring.
Oh, the evening wears down, the sun sets below the horizon. Jim Pan, from the deck of the ship, you scan and look.
Yeah.
The moon rises. Full moon. At this point, Ty, you are now an NPC. As Kiri, or as Dr. Ives, you watch as your captain begins to convulse and flash about, and he begins to transform. He grows thick, coarse hair. His orcish tusks become more pronounced. His face elongates into more of a muzzle, and his body expands as he transforms into a werewolf.
I try and crouch in the tree I'm in to give myself as low a profile as possible. So,
Roars in rage, primal. and he will literally go into a rage. Yes, I'm taking some liberties. As part of Zakarata. And while raging, he has advantage on all strength checks that he does. Now, he needs a 17 to break the ropes. He needs a 20 to break the manacles. He has a 17 strength. That gives him a +3. If he gets a 17 or better, the manacles come off. If he gets
15 or higher, he
gets a 13 or better, if he gets a 14 or better, he can break the ropes. So he has a fairly good chance to break the ropes and a non-zero chance to break the manacles. Let's find out. I'm gonna start rolling.
Botch. Rolling with advantage. Don't roll higher than a 10. Don't!
17 ropes come off. He just rips off the ropes and he tries to see if he can break the manacles. Manacles are shredded.
Both are just one set.
I'm gonna roll for the other set. I'm gonna say, let's see, 50-50 chance of whether or not it was the ones on his arms or the one on his legs that he broke first. Okay, the ones on his legs are gone. His arms are still manacled. As he fell forward, he went into the more animal-like, widespread stance, and without trying, the fucking manacles on his legs are just shredded like paper. This is an immense display of physical strength and prowess that you've never even seen your captain do beforehand, as he is just fully into the beast.
Those two gifts you just posted, Daniel, are very accurate.
Geez, what do you post? Yeah. Well, all three of those are pretty accurate. Let's see. Because essentially he can reattempt to do this every 6 seconds. I'm going to just start rolling and see what happens.
Can I roll a stealth check just to try and get myself as low a profile in the tree I'm in as possible?
Sure, go ahead. His first attempt to try to break the manacles didn't work, but the second time he gets his tusk up underneath it and he just rips it apart. Now he's free. I didn't think in 1, 2, 3, 4. I didn't think in 4 fucking rolls he just asked to be completely free. Good thing you guys were all on the ship when you did this. Holy crap.
I remember the original plan was from Chimpan to just lock me in a coffin and just toss as many stuffs on it as possible.
The original plan for 5 sessions ago was to lock your ass in your fucking cabin. Good thing you didn't do that. Because with a +3 to the roll, a DC 20 was, you have a 3% chance. And it's not impossible, but not super high. It was a 20% chance of success. Sorry. Yeah, no, 20% chance. I didn't think you'd get that so quickly. But yeah, he is fully free. And now at this point, I'm going to have him roll a perception check to see if he notices you. I'm going to give him advantage on this roll because he could smell your fear. 17 beats your 12. He immediately clocks you. He's running at you. What are you killing?
Alright, I'm going to take the... out of curiosity, how high is the tree? Is it a 10-foot tree?
How high would you like it to be?
Maybe 15 to 20 feet. That's usually what I see.
10 feet.
Okay, 10 feet then. Are there any coconuts on the tree I can grab and try and throw at him?
Yeah, if you want. Roll initiative.
17 point. I get better initiative.
30.
You're not even on the island!
I mean, we basically know that's like it's two people, so it's easy enough to tell. It's just who goes first.
Yeah.
I try and grab a coconut and chuck it at him. God.
I'm gonna have you roll me a throw attack with the coconut. This will be using your strength because you are throwing it rather than your dex. So give me a ranged attack to throw the coconut because of the distance you guys are at, which is 50 feet. I'm going to assume that it's outside of the short range of a coconut. So with disadvantage, roll a d20 plus your strength modifier. Do not add your proficiency bonus because you're not proficient in coconut throwing.
That is something I bet you never thought you'd have to say today.
I've said a lot of other weird things than you're not proficient in throwing coconuts.
Improve it.
Disadvantage,
I've been doing
though,
it for 20
9.
years. There's a lot of other weird shit. And wow, very plus one. That sucks. You fling this coconut, doesn't come anywhere fucking near him. And he's just. I do like the two things that Daniel posted.
Yep. I'm gonna take to the air.
How high are you gonna get up into the air?
Okay, so I'm gonna get myself an additional 30 feet, so total of 40 feet in the air.
Cool.
At least for this section. Just let me mark that down.
Because you're not technically doing damage and he can't do an attack, or he hasn't had an attack since he last raged, he is no longer raging. Ty, remind me, how many rages do you have in one go?
I think 2 or 3.
Like per I
think 2 or 3. Let me double check.
Alright, go ahead and do that for me. I'm going to say it took at least minimum 2 rages to break out because he wasn't attacking or taking damage, so he used 1 rage early and then he used a second one just as he was coming out, and that rage ended before he started chasing and curing. But your 40 feet movement.
Alright, so he made his move.
No, he would go. I think that's but yeah, 40.
Okay, and I'm looking at him from 40 feet in the air.
I'm going to look at the jump rules to see how high he can jump.
What the hell?
Oh god, do we have Michael Jordan now?
I mean, more like a dragoon
we'll
from
see.
Final Fantasy.
See, high jump. Move 10 plus feet and jump a number of feet equal to...
Alright, so 2 times at first level, 3 at 3rd, 4 at 6th, and 5 at 12, so I assume 6. Sorry, 4.
Just... Okay, cool. Good to know.
If he can somehow jump and reach me, I think there's bigger problems.
It'd be amazing, but we'll see. High jump is... Let's see. He can jump 6 feet. Just straight up. He can jump 6 feet with his high jump. Second jump. Jump number of feet equal to your strength score. So his strength score is 17, so he can long jump 17 feet and he can high jump 6 feet.
Okay, I'm safe.
Nowhere near you.
Okay. Now, if only just because I'm going...
However, there's rocks on the ground. Think of rocks, somebody's throwing at you. I'm going to roll some attacks. /R 1d20 +3 because he has a much better strength. He is not proficient in throwing rocks. So I'm gonna say he can because he has extra attack. He's gonna throw 2 rocks at you.
Ow. Second hits.
Does a 9 does not hit, but does a 22 hit?
Yes.
Ow!
See, good thing I swung the pistol before then.
Because he's
Take
not trying
3 points of damage as you just get nailed with a rock. Just motherfucker.
He hit me with a rock. Ow.
That is Ty's turn. Kiri, what do you do?
Okay. I'm definitely a little bit high in this regard, but you know what? If only just so that he can at least help burn off some excess energy. Let's give him some fun little things to play with. Shit, where are they? Let's just summon up, how many do I want? Let me unclick myself so I can actually click my thing. I'll summon him 8 beasts that are of quarter level challenge, a quarter rating CR. So things just to give him something to play with. 8 creatures, so that would be... Oh wow, I actually don't have stuff like that already prepared.
So what are you getting tokens for?
You are CR 1/2, so I can summon 4 of you. Okay, so I'll just summon up 4 giant wasps.
Wasp over off to the side here. Or the initiative.
And with that, I'm going to move an additional... I'm at 40, so I'll move an additional 20 feet into the air, so bring myself to elevation 60 feet. And basically go, caca, caca, motherfucker, caca!
He sees the wasp and he's just like... And he's going to... Let me check something. He's 15. Charge this wasp over here, just... And he's going to try and gore it with his tusk.
14 hits it.
Yeah. It will take an additional 7 damage because of the charge, and 10 slashing, so 17 damage, as he just fucking gores that fucking wasp.
That he does. It's dead.
Cool. And you use its bonus action. I'm using the word it rather than him, because right now it's not a person, it's a wild animal with, bipedal features of humanoidness. As essentially, I'm going to need your wasp to make me a dexterity save for his storm aura.
A dexterity save, alright?
Because he doesn't have to be in his right mind to use his ability like storm aura, motherfuckers, because it's a barbarian ability. He's preaching.
Okay, so I did it for the 2 that are the closest to him.
Oh, if you beat a DC 12, you only take half damage of 1, which is 0.
They just matrix dodged some lightning bolts, didn't they?
Like, arcs of lightning come off of it, and they're like...
I see you're not the only one who rolls poorly on their lightning damage.
Hey, he and I use the same macros. Check something. Actually, no. Yeah, fuck yeah. He can still use his, Let me think. Hold on. I remember thinking about this a while back, but... I put it on the sheet, so I need to bust it out.
Okay.
How many how many attacks he gets in his action? Because I thought about this a while back, but I don't remember what I thought to myself about it.
I think he has 2 attacks in a round.
I gets extra attack. Yes, he gets 2 attacks. But as a werebore, he has some extra stuff. So technically, he gets 3 attacks. He can make 2 weapon attacks plus his tusk. So he's going to do 2 sword swipes at that wasp. As he just goes wild. Just hog fucking wild. Reach. Slice.
Oh, it's dead.
26 to hit, 14 damage.
It's dead.
Cool. He hasn't plenty of movement, so he just charges forward, just and shreds that one too.
Yep.
The wasp may go now. After 3 or 4 of them are gone.
Buzz,
You
buzz,
guys are as
motherfucker.
entertained by this as I am.
Buzz, buzz, motherfucker. I'm gonna assume that's a miss. A
Oh,
7.
yeah. It tries to sting him, and its stinger doesn't even penetrate his flesh, as he just immediately just and he like throws it off of his shoulders.
Don't use the stinger of justice.
Use the stinger of betrayal.
You mean stinger of desperation?
Like I said, the wasps aren't afraid. Like, they're face spirits inside of animal forms conjured with magic. Their form gets destroyed, they just fuck off back to the Feywild. They don't give a shit. Nice.
Except they didn't kill anything, so they don't get to go back and drink in the halls of. Wait, that's Valhalla. That's Vikings. Never
I say
mind.
they're not Vikings, they're Fey spirits. They do whatever the fuck they want. Nice.
Ice.
Curiosity, what exactly is the distance with the? That's just a sphere around him, right? So that's like 10-foot sphere.
It's a 10-foot radius. So anything within 10 feet is within his aura, so he can shoot lightning at it.
Okay, good. I'm 60 feet in the air.
Yes, you are. You are straight above him.
And just to be that guy, where the hell is it? There it is. A little sling.
Okay. Also, fun fact: when he transforms, his armor class actually goes up by 1, as part of being a werewolf. The thick hide. Werewolves actually have a +1 more armor class because of their just natural ability, and it's not they have natural armor. It's that their armor class is increased by 1. So, in addition to his armor that he would normally be wearing, if he wore any. He goes up by 1. So instead of a 13, when he transforms to his hybrid 4 form, he has a because he gets +1. And this stacks on top of his unarmored defense that he has. But you still do hit him, and you nail him in the head, and it's just does no damage. Because he's immune to all bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage not done by magical weapons, and I doubt you have a magical weapon.
Nope. Not that I'm willing to get in close to risk getting hit by.
Is that it?
Well, I guess like go like do a bunch of your mother jokes.
Thank you. Be the captain's turn. Let me see. That person's gonna slice your fucking wasp out of the way.
Oh yeah, he's gone.
Maybe we'll beat it. So he doesn't have his pistol. He doesn't have his battle axe. All he has is his sword. So what do they with the sword?
And I'm about 60 feet above him.
Do you give him your javelins?
Hmm?
Asking Ty. Ty, did you give them your javelins?
Mike, I have a javelin?
You have 4 javelins on your character sheet. I'm asking, did you give them up?
Oh.
Did you remember they were there?
Didn't.
They just in your bag and you just forgot about them?
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Cool.
What the fuck?
Be glad he doesn't have the javelin of returning.
Yeah, he had the spirit of returning. You'd be really fucked.
That's in the cargo.
I forgot I'm pretty much a walking arsenal at this point.
Yeah, according to this, you have 4 javelins. I'm going to quickly make a macro for you.
Yeah, that's a miss.
That was technically me making a macro, but we'll let it stand. I'll be nice.
A merciful GM? Danger. That means danger is in the air.
We're destined to kill you. That's his 2 actions because you're not close enough for him to gore you with his tusks.
Oh, I am not.
The wasp are gone. Ice.
Okay. That's a little something
What
that
else
might...
would you like to do?
Okay. I'm going to summon up a little extra help, something that actually might help slow him down. So I'm going to be summoning 2 large spiders. They're large size. Oh, they're already made that way. Alright.
Yes. Well, then what do you wish?
That way he can only go for 1 at a time. I learned my lessons with the wasps. Roughly the same initiative level. And
All you've drop them onto the map. You have to actually move them where you want them to be.
right here,
Hurry.
right here, and right here.
Okay.
And
Make sure you're marking your spells off.
I am.
Okay. We have a couple of giant spots.
I haven't used a whole lot of spells, thankfully.
I think you've only cast like 2 so far.
That's it. Those are the only 2 I've used.
Is that it?
And I'm just gonna say, while doing like rolling my middle fingers around, saying, "Hey, pay attention to me, ugly." Ah.
As he stares back up at you.
Yeah, I'm giving him all 4 talons and middle fingers.
Is that your turn?
Yep. Keep his eye on me.
The soldier takes the javelin that he picked up and didn't hit you and then fell back to the ground because you're directly above him. He picks that javelin, he picks up another javelin, and he's going to throw 2 javelins at you. Just.
Ouch, ouch.
22 and 23! Also, I probably should have mentioned it before, but he's also recklessly attacking all of these, so he'll have advantage, but any attacks against him will have advantage as well. But take 6 and 4 damage for a total of 10 ice, and I need concentration check for your spiders. I need 2 separate checks.
Okay, now that is a concentration.
Constitution saving throw, you have to make either 10 or half damage taken, whichever one is higher. In this case, 10 is higher. Hooray!
I have pure 50-50 chance both times. Okay.
Because your captain right now is not in his right state of mind. He wouldn't think to move slightly over to the side to catch one of the spiders in his aura, so he's not going to do anything with his bonus action. He is still maintaining his rage because he did attack you. But he's not strategically fighting. He is just thrashing at whatever he can hit, and you have annoyed him, so he's attacking you.
Yep. Alrighty. Now, this spider here, it's going to cast Web on him, on Captain. Nice little range attack.
Target is restrained by the webbing as an action. The restrained target can make a DC 12 strength check, bursting the webbing. Success. It can also be attacked and destroyed. So a 21 does hit him, so he is now restrained by the webs.
And the other spider is going to... Well, I might at least be able to know... I'm just going to try casting webbing around the area, just to try and make it as much difficult terrain as possible to slow him down.
The web around, you're firing webbing at the specific target.
Alright.
You've already done.
Yep, I just reread it how it was, so yeah.
Well,
So you can either try to do that or something else. Fight attack.
Did you say the attacks against him would be with advantage?
Yes, for two different reasons. One, he was recklessly attacking in his last round. Two, you have him restrained, so all attacks against him have advantage anyway.
Yep, so...
That's a critical hit.
Yep,
Now, he's immune to the piercing damage.
but what about the poison?
He's not immune to poison damage. However, comma, at this point, I need to, really think about this. Now, let's think about this. Theoretically, poison is the things piercing his flesh, but he's immune to the piercing damage. How does it pierce his flesh to inject him with poison?
It's French kissing him with its fangs.
Say that the poison will harm him even if it comes in contact with the surface of his skin. It's a contact poison.
Yeah, it's a contact poison.
So
Those
he
things
takes
exist.
6 points of poison damage.
Yep.
Is that it?
Yeah, that'll be it. One dude's gonna at least be smart and try and just keep webbing. Actually, no, he can't web. He already used his turn for that, so... Rethinking battle plan. But I can work with that.
Choice.
Okay. Let's see, can I do anything from this height? I cannot. All those are concentration as well. I'm going to move to here. And once again, just try and pluck him with a little bullet. The sling.
Druids and their slings.
13? I'm basically just dropping a pebble on him.
Hit. You miss. As he's thrashing back and forth, it doesn't hit him. Because his armor class is 14.
Oh well. Plus, at least I'm at an angle, so that way if he throws his spears and they miss, they'll go in the ocean.
Possibly. And they're javelins, not spears. Which, 2 of them are currently in you. He only has 2 more. So, you have 2 of his javelins.
Must have true, sir. Alright. Another full set of 4 middle talons.
Let's see. He has advantage on strength checks while raging. What was the DC?
12.
Oh, yeah. He just flips out of it. And bonus action, I need the Giant Spider and Tennis Aura to make a dex save, and I only rolled a 1 again. It's terrible.
19.
No damage! Still counts as an attack for maintaining his rage level. Oh. That's what, the second, third round that he's been raging?
Yeah, something like that. Yes, third.
Because he can only rage for a minute, so I gotta keep track of that. That was the captain. Spiders. Roll to recharge for your one of your spider's web, which I did make a macro. It's called web recharge. It recharges.
Alright, so at least he can reuse his web now. The other one, another bite.
Because he didn't recklessly attack last turn, because he didn't make an attack, other than his lightning. But a 19 will still hit him for another 10 poison. Fun fact, if the spider poison takes his ass out, it doesn't kill him, it just paralyzes him.
Yeah,
So they can like wrap him up in the web and just stick him in somewhere.
yeah, they paralyze him so they can keep him alive.
And it just picks him up and just...
Look, it's the perfect way to distract him. If we can take him
Yeah,
out with the
it's really
spiders,
doesn't-
we can then wrap him up in a web cocoon.
If the poison damage reduces the target to 0 hit points, the target is stable but poisoned for 1 hour even after regaining hit points, and is paralyzed while poisoned in this way. Which means it has both the paralyzed and poison condition. Which is bad. For him. Good for you. So what's the other spider do? Spiders
yeah.
are far more effective than the wasps. Laking! You bastard.
16.
16 will hit. $11 tires a total of the bear right now, so I could be reducing the poison damage by half. Unfortunately, that doesn't work. 14 poison damage. Wow.
This is a do or die round. It's
It's
It's basically do or die for him right now. You know, I just realized even if I wanted to drop down, I literally can't. I'd still have 10 feet of space to go.
You can fly at 50.
Actually, though, this is probably going to hurt me. I'm going to drop down 50 feet, so I'm only at 10 feet of height. And poison spray.
I have a can save.
Oh well, it was worth a shot.
You're like spamming. It's just like, I'm like so infuriated right now. You can't even tell if it worked.
I'm still above his jump height, even with his arms extended.
You
I at
said
least-
you flew down 50, right?
Yes, so I'm a total of 10 feet
You're
high.
10 feet away from him.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it puts me
Okay,
within
cool.
that belt.
Dex save.
Oh shit.
Like 4 lightning damage as an arc of lightning comes off his body and hits you. Just.
Oh god. And concentration
And
save.
then. Yes, concentration, please.
Oh shit.
Oh, God!
Why did I think to try this? That was a terrible idea. The spiders are doing
Yeah.
so well.
I mean, oh, that's so terrible. I'm so sorry for you. Now, it's his high jump is 6 feet off the ground. Ty, how tall is Captain Turg?
Uh-oh.
Yeah, taller than 4 foot, I can tell you that.
Yeah, it's about my actual height +1, so like 6'4".
Like 6'5", 6'4"?
Yeah. Yeah, 6'5".
Cool.
This is a terrible idea.
Yeah.
You better just jump and try and knock us into the
You
water.
see Ty's character, Captain Turg, get down in this low, just, and he like scrapes his foot against the ground like he's about to charge, and he just, and he leaps towards you, and he's going to try and grab onto you. I need to oppose either acrobatics or athletics check against him.
Acrobatics or athletics?
Either acrobatics or athletics is your choice because you have the defender. He has to do athletics, which he has advantage on because fuck you.
Can I burn an inspiration to reroll?
No,
I don't care. We got 3.
go ahead.
Well, it's a meat. And I think meat beats.
When it comes with opposed checks, ties go to the defender. So he sails past you
Okay.
into the water. It disappears.
Well, shit.
Oh, you lost the captain.
We'll hide him on the GM layer now.
Captain!
Give me a perception check. As like the captain flings himself towards you, and you're like, "Oh shit!" And you like slap out of his trajectory as he sails past you into the water.
Should have been on the other side. He'd still be on the island. He'd have to work his ass to get back to me, but still be on the island. Shit.
Here you hear the sound of massive wings beating. As from the other side of the island, attracted by the massive amount of noise, you see the Rock coming to investigate. Because you're in its territory and you're making a shit ton of noise. And it's a much bigger threat. This can fly.
Guess what?
The only question is, who is faster?
Say again?
I get the feeling that thing's probably faster than me in the air.
Oh, what's your fly speed?
50?
It has a speed of 120 feet.
Oh, yeah.
So it just goes.
Sparrow, meet eagle.
As it just comes swooping down at you and tries to snatch your ass out of the air.
Yeah,
I see what's happening.
I want you to know.
Touch a check. Because it's dark, you're at a distance, you have a spyglass, and it's like not on the beach, it's more inland, so like there's a chance that you may not notice. So go ahead and roll perception with disadvantage.
When Krieg's not around, things go wrong.
Everything goes wrong when you're not around.
21.
Wow! With a 21, yeah, you see a big-ass bird flying, across the island, approximately where you think the captain and Kiri may be.
How far is
That's
it
up
out?
to you to decide what to do with that. I'll let you think about that for a moment. At the end of this round, I'll ask what you're doing. Before that, though,
I'm so glad I have you prepared. Even though you're technically a ritual, but I prepared you either way. I'm happy I did.
24 to hit.
What?
24 to hit you.
Oh god, yeah.
You take 27 points of damage, and you are now grappled in its talons as it just snatches you out of the air.
I am unconscious.
Cool.
And this is how the Strombreaker vanishes off into the sea and no one ever hears from it again.
You're not grappled by the giant-ass boat.
And this is why Master Krieg survives.
It would normally have a follow-up attack, but you're not struggling as it just snatches you out of the air, so it's just flying around. Eyes, give me a death save, as it just flies in this direction like so.
14.
Uh-oh.
Mark 1 success.
I got a question.
Yes, Dan.
Is it off to feed its babies?
You don't know.
Well, Dr. Ice, I hope you enjoy being a snack.
I can't help you. I'm unconscious and I'm pretty much
You
on the bottom of the
see
ocean.
this
and
bird
still-
swooping down into the air that you supposedly believe that your crewmates are at. What would you like to do in response to seeing this big ass bird?
Fire the ballistas.
You are nowhere near.
Oh fuck.
You guys
how far
are
is
like
it?
100 feet off the shore. Because, like, at least that's what I recall you guys saying, that you guys were nowhere near the shore. So,
Oh, fuck.
because every round is like 6 seconds, it may take some time for you guys to close in close enough for it to matter.
Hmm.
I will say that if you ordered the ship to move closer to the island, you can get there in 2 rounds.
Okay. Who else on the ship than me? And,
It isn't here, I would assume.
What? Can I repeat that?
My assumption is everyone that isn't 2 deckhands, Drusilla, and Master Creed. Like what you guys both took both ships out, but you anchor close enough to where you can travel between the 2 ships easily with like anchor points and whatnot. If you want to order all hands on the Strombreaker and sail straight to that island, you can do so, and you can get there in 2 rounds. Even. I need a decision because I got to move forward.
Come on.
Yes.
Move forward, please.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Japan, go ahead and roll initiative, and for yourself.
Positive.
Jesus.
I have a plan if I get awake.
That's weird. It didn't add you into initiative.
Hey,
tracker.
I
Did you select your token?
had on talking on the
It's focused on the map. That's why. But that's fine. I will just place your token on the I believe you can do it. Oop, wrong layer. Put you over here next to this little spider guy for now.
Okay.
Add turn. Go ahead and add your initiative in there for me, Jimpan.
Okay.
In the meantime, Turg does some stuff. I don't know what he's doing. He's doing something. He's underwater. You have no idea where he is. The rock flies around. Over here. There's pretty much nowhere on this fucking map it can't go. It has 120-foot fly speed. It's gonna land in that little middle area right there. We're gonna 1 ice. Death save.
Nice.
Aye.
Ice, baby.
13 for my death save.
Okay. Mark another success.
Not much else I can do.
We'll put you down to the ground for a moment. It thinks you're unconscious and or dead. And it steps inside to, it kind of like does like a little bird walk into like a cave on the side of this like mountain cliff edge. It disappears for a moment. And Farn. You will arrive at the beginning of your next turn. Ice, death save.
Oh, please, please. Give me a good positive. Give me a good number. Give me a good number. 18!
Crazy. You have succeeded in your final death save. You are now stabilized, but you're still unconscious.
So that means I'm at 0. Correct?
You're at 0, yes. You're not actively dying anymore unless something causes damage to you. But you're also not conscious.
Forgot how that works. That puts that plan out of the
You
window.
wake up in 1d4 hours unless someone heals you.
So I wouldn't be waking up for 2 hours anyway.
Theoretically. Right, need my thing here. Where is it?
Remember, fireball cures everything.
Yeah.
Where is?
I thought you said fireball was the answer to everything.
There it is.
That it is.
Yes.
So, fireball can cure them.
It'll be a nice toasty fire to be next to.
We could have roast chicken.
Well, this is a representation of your ship. Jimham, where would you like to approach from? Where would you like to approach the island from? What side of the island? North, west, south, or east? Yes.
Take the top.
Up. Left.
Okay. Say you're some distance off the shore. Remember, Strombreaker can't close in all the way to the beach, so you gotta send somebody in a rowboat.
But the other ship could.
Did you bring the Strombreaker? Did you bring the Sea Wolf? Because I recall Strombreaker, which is your ship. And Baron, do you have the spell fly?
The what?
Do you have the fly spell?
No.
Could be a useful spell that you might want to pick up at some point in the future. But in the meantime, though, you have a robot. It can take 4 people. I would say you can get to the island by the end of this turn if 4 people jump on that rowboat and fucking haul ass to that island. Rather by the end of this round. If you take like a full turn to do it, you guys can get to the beach. Now, who's going?
So, I am, and is Ebola available?
It's there. She is available.
So,
The only retainer that is not available right now is Drusilla, because she's not there.
okay.
Considering Ice is the only player that can heal, might I recommend Leibowitz to go with you?
Yeah. So one more.
That it's a matter of who you like. I mean, Nezor has a bow useful for whatchamacallit.
Distance.
The fighting bird thing.
Well, putting the ship there might make it think it's a whale. A beached whale.
You try to the rest of the crew, as 4 people go to the shore party, the rest of you go to man ballistas. We can go from there. Maybe, firing some ballistas at this fucking bird may be a good idea. But, eventually, though, out from the cave, though, the rock returns. And it grabs Kyrian. Takes them inside the cave. Both of them disappearing.
Uh-oh. I will try and
At the
sing
end of your
this.
turn, the four of you rise. Make landfall. That is your full turn. The rest of the crew, who's now been aroused as shit's happened, bad shit's happened, they are banning the ballistas. Your gun crews await for a target to present themselves. Nice. You're not dying. You're stable. You don't know what's going on in that cave.
I try and sing the song of my people. To not be
You can sing
eaten.
whatever you want in your mind. I want Argus and Foreign, Dr. Leibowitz, Nezor, and Daniel all make perception checks.
Okay. Perception.
You said Dr. Leibowitz perception?
Yes. In fact, Kiri, Ty, and Daniel, if you guys would like to run the three retainers with Jim Pan's character, since none of you are doing anything right now, by all means, feel free to do so.
Okay.
Pick your favorites.
I'll take Lebowitz.
I guess Volo's mine.
That's up to you, Daniel, if you'd like him. Righty. Leibowitz, with very sharp eyes for an old-ass gnome. And he kind of cocks his head for a second, and he turns around, and he sees this, movement under the water. Coming straight at you, there's a creature, moving really, really fast under the water towards the shore, and as it reaches the surface of the water, you see Captain Turg straight at the shore.
Ah, crap.
As he comes up out of the water, just... He doesn't have a sword, he left that behind, but he still has his tusk.
It could be Postmaster General Honeycutt.
Right now, Volo's the only one that could physically hurt him.
Yeah, Postmaster General Honeycutt could probably beat Captain Ty. Or Captain Turk.
You don't want a character to probably be everybody, because by now he's like a 20th level character.
Well, even without that, he probably still would be the best shot at it.
Given the fact of all the nonsense he gave you in that campaign? Yeah, I imagine so. Let's see. I'm going to do a 50-50 shot on whether or not he's going to gore the shit out of Leibowitz, or he's going to gore the shit out of Nezor as he comes up out of the water. Oh. Leibowitz. Charge and tusk attack. 22 to hit Leibowitz. He does. I need 2 different con saves, one for the damage and one for lycanthropy. First one for damage, second one for lycanthropy.
You kind of broke up. Who is it you were attacking?
Leibowitz.
Oh boy!
Wait, is that the one you're fighting?
Yeah?
Shit, I'm sorry, kid, I didn't mean to pick on you. I like the random. I'm not targeting you, I swear.
Look, you're committed to it, so we gotta do it.
I need 2 different con saves for Dr. Leibowitz. One for his damage, so his damage save, and then I need one for his lycanthropy, which is essentially the same.
Well, it looks like we're gonna all turn into werewolves.
Assuming we actually live as
Oh, so I have good news and I have bad news.
Good news.
Bad news is you failed the con save for the damage. Between the charge and the toss, that's 4d6 of damage. Leibowitz is unconscious immediately.
Well,
Oh,
He did
Jesus
not-
Christ!
He did not contract lycanthropy.
That's our last memory.
Options, right?
well, down I go again.
Captain Turg just breaches out of the fucking water like a shark. And as he gets to the shallow water, he continues running. He gets low and he just throws Leibowitz. He throws him up in the air and he's just like, what? And Leibowitz sees him and he's like, what's that shit? And Leibowitz does like a triple axle fucking backflip as he comes down to the ground, just and Tor just.
I hope he's just so single-minded. He has my scent, and he's trying to go and quote-unquote rescue me.
The rest of his attack action, he's gonna punch Nezor twice.
Never mind.
Let me see here. Strength is 3, proficiency 3, so yeah, plus 6. I never ran a macro for an unarmed strike, so. And 21.
That's it.
I mean, keep compensate for Nezor for the damage. Cool. You succeed.
Strong.
Because with an unarmed strike, Tyke does 4 damage. Like after going Leibowitz, he just turns on Nezor and just fucking starts punching the shit out of him. And it was just like, what the fuck? Fucking is like, Connor, what would you like to do?
I want to take it down.
How would you like to do so?
Like orders acting, Captain?
Oh shit. He went far and he fucking around. That's what level spell? That's a 3rd level spell. Because that's 2 extra d8, so yeah.
Just take him down. No.
So that's 16 damage total then. Cool. Relentless endurance, he's still standing. Remember when I said a while back that half-orc werewolf barbarians are incredibly hard to fucking take down?
Yep.
We now got
What else would you like to do, guys?
we have Werebore 2 Electric Boogaloo right now.
Well, remember, half orc he prevent from going down at least once. The werebore can prevent it once, so that's 2 he can prevent.
Did those stack or no?
Yes. Yes, they do.
Oh
Yes,
dear.
I do.
He
And
gets
if I
both of them.
Are they different forces?
So my character's pretty much a super boss.
and once I get up to a high enough level, I'll give him a 3rd one.
Managed a long time ago, making the captain immortal. He, at this point, damn near is. He is semi-immortal. He is a quasi-immortal being in combat. So that was Arcanus. The retainers may go. Whoever's running Nezor and Vola. What would you guys like to do?
Nezor will shift around to here. That way Vola can get at least the flanking just in case. And I wish to grapple or have him grapple the captain.
If you want flanking, it would probably be
Yeah,
better.
move one more to the left.
Point is I want him to attempt to grapple.
Roll me a athletics check versus Captain Portins. Nezor tries to grab onto the captain, and he just cannot get a hold of it as this just ball of insanity and rage just fucking flexes out of the grip. Fun fact, I did forget one thing with his bonus action on his turn. I forgot to have him rage. Arcanist, roll a dex save for his rage that he would have used on his previous turn before I moved on.
Okay, my... Me?
Yes, you. Yes, you. Dex save.
Okay. Okay, deck save.
Yes. Against his Storm Aura. Because it activates as he activates his rage. Which is the last rage he has, because he's already burnt 3 other rages, and I recall Ty saying 4.
12.
You succeed. Congratulations. You only take 2 lightning damage. Because you still take half. Unless you roll it on. See what?
Resistance against lightning and thunder damage.
Are you resistant to lightning damage?
Okay.
Please say yes. Just make fun.
At 6th level, you gain resistance to lightning and thunder damage, so you only take 1 lightning damage.
Ouch.
Anyway, sorry. Back to the retainers. Desmond just tried to do his thing. What does Vola do?
Well, seeing that he's the only one that can actually, she's the only one that can actually physically hurt the captain, she's going to actually.
He's the only one with the magic weapon. She's got that trident.
And doesn't do shit.
Actually, because technically, you are Arcanist Lanfarn's retainer. You hit automatically because she hit. So you did 6 piercing damage. I'm assuming you're attempting not to be lethal.
Of course.
Also, if you were flanking, you would also technically have advantage even if you did have to make an attack. Which 21 definitely beats Ty's armor class, or Turg's armor class, even as a werewolf. So 6 piercing damage to try and knock him out. He uses the werewolf's relentless to continue standing. Like to show off all the effective, all the badass effectiveness that your character has now when you're a werewolf. At least when you can control the transformations. You'll get a lot of the traits and abilities after this, but the conscious power of shape changing will still elude you for a short period of time. But you'll get all the other cool shit. The ship. I'm assuming you don't want to fire ballista bolts at the captain. So we're going to move forward.
Yeah, no ballista bolts at the captain, please.
Oh.
Captain Turg. Audience and foreign. Dex save again. For Storm Aura.
Dex save.
What exactly is
You succeed.
to
You take
unconscious?
1 damage, which you then are resistant to, so you take 0 damage.
Yay.
What kidding?
Do unconscious people like Lipowitz have to make a save, or are they just going to get hit automatically?
No, it's only 1 target. He's a Storm Herald of the Sea type, which means he can do a lightning arc at 1 target within his aura. He's not the desert type where it's everyone within 10 feet of him takes fire damage of like X amount, but the difference with that aura is it also affects allies. His Storm Aura is selective in who he chooses to target with. So it's only Arcanist Lanfarn that he got hit with. Nezor, opponent's athletics check. Or acrobatics, your choice. As Turg also will try and grab you. Nezor's going back very handedly. Captain Turg just grabs this. Keep in mind, Turg is a half-orc. Nezer's a bugbear. He's taller than the half-orc. He's a big Sasquatch dude. Turg just grabs Nezer and just picks him up over his head. Just. And with half his movement speed. Let me do that. He's now about like waist deep or so in the water. And that'll be his turn. And Farin, what would you like to do on your attack?
I cast Eldritch Blast.
Sorry, my apologies. Coming back out from that fucking cave. I forgot the rock actually goes before you. You see the rock come out of the cave and be like, do a little bird walk. It's gonna take a moment to inspect you guys, as it determines does it want more food. Lanfara, now it is your turn. What would you like to do?
Eldritch Blast on Turg.
I'll just blast on the captain. 20 will hit. 7 force damage will definitely knock him out. But because it is a spell, you can't really like pull your punch on a spell, so that is lethal damage. So he
can
down
take
in
it.
the water. I'm sure. Nezra comes out, falls on top of him. Kiri, I forgot to have you roll a death save for Dr. Lubowitz. Could you go ahead and do that for me?
12.
Hey, jump in. Remember, you get 2 shots. Take your shot at something else. You know, the bird.
But I will. If I take it, it will definitely attack us.
I mean, that's up to you. I'm sadly going to tell you that you are within range. You can shoot at him.
If I be aggressive, make it more aggressive than it is. Oh. Is it only looking at us?
Yes, but you do know that someone in the cave near it is one of your crewmates, so you may or may not have to fight it. But Nezor, you're currently standing at the top of Turg with him in the water. What would you like to do while Jimpan contemplates his life?
Well, drag the captain to here.
Okay.
There we go. That will be his turn because that'll take all his energy to get out of the water, dragging the captain.
Yeah, because you knew him at half speed, yeah.
Others will attack the bird.
I'm sorry, you said you're going to attack the bird?
I asking Volla and Nesor.
You're the active. You're the active.
Bullet turns to you and says, Quartermaster, or Arcadus, the Dr. Ice is inside the cave. I have no problem throwing hands at a boat. Nezner is like, yeah, I'll fuck that bitch up, as he pulls out his massive bugbear bow. But first, before we do that, shouldn't we help these guys?
I was like, next turn, Bo's gonna shove a healing potion on Dr. Ice's throat.
She happened.
Oh,
Well,
crap.
yeah. I'm in the
Because
cave.
as I recall, the healing potions were divided amongst you four, not your retainers.
Ah, fuck.
I have one.
So she could take yours and then give it to Legalwoods if you so desire for her to do so.
I'll do a medicine check on the witch.
Medicine check will just stabilize him. The potion will actually bring him to consciousness.
Can I use the potion on him? Which?
Use the potion on Leibowitz? What kind of potion is it? A common healing potion?
Yes.
He has 2 hit points now. Or 2 health levels, I should say. Or rather, Vola uses her action to do that, since Lamparn already used her action. Nezor still technically has an action if you'd like to try and stabilize Captain Turg with a medicine check. Because you don't want him to be conscious, but you don't want him to be dead. This would be Nezor's medicine check.
That was Nezor's medicine check.
I saw Argus Lamparn move closer to him. 10 is enough, yes. Captain Turg is stabilized. He is still in his lycanthrope form. Normally, while incapacitated, he would de-transform back to his humanoid form. But during the full moon, I'm gonna argue that he does not transform until sunrise. At least not willingly. Your gun cruiser got to fire at the bird because that is their standing order, was to ballista fire at the bird. So, gentlemen, if you so kindly roll an attack roll with your ballistas at the rock, please.
And what would I need to do that?
Last I checked, it's just a flat D20.
Okay.
Because they get no special bonus or anything like that, unless it was like super close. And I'm going to say that you're not so far away that you would get a penalty. So 9 is not. Let me go ahead and confirm while you guys are rolling. Yeah, no modifiers are added to attack rolls with siege weapons. Yeah. So that's one ballista. You guys have 2 on one side.
Full broadside!
You can't use the full broadside ability, but you can fire both ballistas.
That's actually an ability?
Yeah, your captain has the Master Gunner role, which is broadside, is an ability of the Master Gunner, where you can order all guns on one side of the ship to all fire, and they get like exploding dice and like other bonuses like that. And you can fire any gun on that side regardless of where it is in its reloading process.
Alright, I'm just so used to the term
The
broadside.
second shot. So when he needs to roll the second shot for the other ballista, because you guys have 2 of them. There we go. Okay. So 2 ballistas fire toward your ship and smash into the rocks near the rock. Rocks near the rock. And it's like, and it just opens its wings, getting ready to take off. Ice, you're still unconscious. Turg is still unconscious. The rock takes off in flight. Anyone. I'm going to roll a D4 for the number of people who are still conscious.
This is for Leibowitz.
It's going after Vola. It's going to take a swipe at her. Oh, I don't know who. I was rolling the D. Sorry, I guess I didn't make that clear, or you misheard me. First, talon attack. 25 to hit Vola.
25.
I need Vola to make me a damage save, please.
What is it? What the save is again?
Damage save. Her con save for the damage that she just took because she got hit. Wow, it's pretty good. You actually beat it. That's amazing. Which is good because she would have been unconscious. It's like 4 dice, 4d6 of damage. So However, she's still grappled by the fucking bird. So it just sails by. Does it have a flyby ability? No, it does not. As it flies away, Artemis Unformed and Nezor, and Leibowitz, if you have an attack, may make attacks of opportunity. Now, if I'm not mistaken, Artemis Unformed, you do not have Warcaster, so your attack of opportunity has to be with a weapon.
Oh.
Nezor, I'll allow you to use your bow for an attack of opportunity, although normally you wouldn't be able to, but I'll let it slide this time. 21 does hit. That's pretty fucking good. Minus 10. And it's going to try and beak Vola. Essentially, from its perspective, it just picked up this fucking giant-ass snail and it's trying to, like, smash through its fucking shit. I need another damage save from Vola because I'm pretty sure 24 hits.
Unless the gods say otherwise. Which I don't think they will, but...
Oh.
Yeah, I'm unconscious.
She'll take 2 health levels.
Oh, I'm still conscious for some reason.
Sorry. No, she's not. She's unconscious. It's 4 the 8. Sorry. My apologies.
Never mind.
I looked at the wrong thing. The Vola's is unconscious as this bird flies off with it. Argus Foreign. What would you like to do? Crazy idea. You should revive Captain Turg and then launch him at the bird and just let him take care of it.
Yeah, send the insane berserker after a bird.
I mean, look at it this way. The bird does not have magical or silvered attacks. It can't hurt Captain Turg. Just saying.
It does.
But anyway, what was that, Japan?
He can hurt us.
Only if you give him a target that isn't you. Or only if you don't give him a target other than you. I don't know. You don't know. So anyway, Japan, what are you doing?
Cast Chimeric Orb on the bird.
Oh shit. 10 unfortunately is not enough. I'm sorry. There's a much higher armor class than that. As you try and cast your spell, it sails past the bird as it quickly banks to the side with its high flight speed.
Yeah.
Retainers, what would you guys like to do? In fact, Nezor definitely wants to kill this fucking bird now.
Hunter's Mark with signature attack.
Okay.
This is probably a little metagaming, but before he attacks, can I take a quick turn? I'm gonna give Orson on him, so he can get an extra potential D4 on his next attack roll.
Not technically metagaming because all the retainers go at the same time on the initiative of Arcanist, so like you guys could pick what order you would like to do.
Okay, sorry. I didn't want to like be
Nezor, with your signature attack, add a D4 to it.
So 15 to hit.
If you can roll a fish in that D4, it would have been this. But you got it. It has a 15 armor class.
Oh, holy crap, we made it.
That's 7 piercing plus the 5 from Hunter's Mark.
And Leibowitz is going to move 2, 3, 4, 5, and kind of crouch down in the brush here.
Okay. He says, I'm gonna over here. Excuse me, coming through. Bye.
And he's a small little gnome. I think that
That'd be
even
great if you guys had like a healing potion or a spell that was like a time release capsule, and you just put it on the captain, and then move away. So when he wakes up, he's just like, bird, and he just like kills the bird.
Yeah.
you
That would
are
be hilarious.
big, you are huge, you must have huge guts.
What is the reload time on this? Loading 3. So the 2 ballista you fired first will need 3 rounds to reload. However, you have another 2 while on the other side. My assumption is your crew probably would have moved the guns in a position where they could also shoot the fucking bird. So if you guys would like, those may also fire off if you wish.
All right, 2 gunshots. Not enough.
2 more ballistas. Sail past it. Dang. Dr. Ice. I'm gonna roll percentile dice. These are gonna be your luck rolls. If I happen, or I already know I've decided in my mind, I'll let you wake up and rejoin the battle. Otherwise, you come to consciousness with 1 hit point. In this large, like, cave-like nest with these big-ass fucking eggs next to you. You're just like, what would you like to do?
Okay, the eggs, they're not moving or anything, so it doesn't look like they're hatching, right?
Not at this exact second, no.
So I'm in a nest, correct?
Yes, you're in a giant bird nest.
How big is the nest, would you say?
Large enough for a rock to sit in.
Okay. What I'm going to do is I'm going to very carefully, actually probably best if I use the sneak, probably using sneak for this, try and quietly move myself out of the nest. And once I am out of the nest,
And you get out of the nest. Like, there's nothing else there except the eggs, bro.
I don't want to risk somehow me moving is somehow going to cause them to suddenly spontaneously hatch. I've seen aliens. I don't want to risk that happening.
Okay.
And
So, like, what are you doing? Are you exiting the cave?
yes, I am. And as I'm exiting the cave, I'm going to wild shape into like a small creature, like a mouse or something, just so I won't be immediately seen by the rock, so I can try and get out of here.
Okay. You're right there.
Actually, you know what?
Whatever creature form that you transformed into.
Yep, I'm in the
It
mouse.
takes 1 movement to exit the cave. It's not like a super deep ass cave. And because you're not a moon druid, it's a action to wild shape.
Yep, so I turned into a mouse. So basically, that's my turn.
Speak. Cool.
If I
Captain
just
Taylor
it'll ignore me.
remains asleep. The rock is now no longer interested in food. It drops Vola in the water. Now it's defending its territory. It's sweeping back. And it's going to take some swipes at Nezor. Ow. Somehow it both missed. Sweeps past you in this direction. Against line foreign.
Okay.
What would you like to do for your time?
Give me a second and I will On the bird.
What are you doing on the bird? Oh, fireball. Oh, cool. It's not super good at dexterity saves, but it's not super bad either. 19!
Och hopp där mot den.
Yeah, still takes half damage, so 15, 17 points of damage. Cool. So what would you like to do? You're currently a mouse right now.
Okay. That rock is right there, and it's kind of scary,
I'm looking at you.
even though it's seeing a little mouse.
You're like this fucking big. And it's not even flying in the same direction as you. It's flying towards the bottom left
Okay,
in a diagonal.
you know what? That was a stupid idea. Just screw this shit. I'm unconcentrating. I'm back in bird form. And double move right back to the ship. I'm sacrificing all action to movement just to get the hell out of here.
Let's see,
Probably help
move
with
and a dash would be 100 feet, yeah. So you guys see, coming out of the cave is, you don't see the mouse, but you suddenly see Dr. Ice standing there, and he just hauls ass past you guys.
Okay.
Look, Vola can at least hold her breath for at least 6 seconds, right?
It's like a number of minutes equal to your constitution, I think.
Yeah, it's like a minute plus con mod. So she can hold her
Like
breath.
that. Something like that.
Yeah, I'm just here simply so that we can at least see my character's icon. I'm like on the ship itself.
Here, hold on. There. Your token should be on top of the ship now. I moved the ship to the background.
Okay, there we go. Yeah. And basically I'm saying, retreat, fall back, fall back, fall back, fall back!
You can hold your breath for another minute equal to 1 plus your constitution modifier, minimum of 30 seconds. If you run out of breath or you're choking, you can survive for a number of rounds equal to your constitution modifier, minimum of 1 round. Starving next turn, you drop to 0 hit points and you are dying. You cannot regain hit points or be stabilized until you can breathe again. Well, she couldn't hold her breath. She was unconscious. So, she has... I'm going to say she has 4 rounds before her last rounds, if somebody doesn't pull her out of that fucking water.
I like to imagine I saw her as I made my mad dash.
You don't see shit. You didn't even see her hit the water. She's wearing full plate. She hit that water and then vanished. The rock. Let's see. You guys are nowhere near killing this thing, but you've stung it pretty fucking good. Yeah, like, this thing's a hardy-ass fucking creature. It has way more hit points than the damage you
I'm
guys
going to
do.
imagine it's probably greater than a CR 5 or 6 creature.
I don't know. CR 11.
Oh yeah.
I didn't decide rocks on this island. That's part of the fucking lore of the world. You guys came to this island, not me.
We decided to go to the Isle of Madness.
You better you'd be glad from the Isle of Madness because then they wouldn't have fucking rocks. But I'm going to have the rock decide whether or not you're worth fucking dealing with. High or low, gentlemen?
Hi.
Hi.
Yeah.
No, wait. I changed low.
Oh, no, high, no, low.
I vote high. I always aim high.
The rock flies back to its cave and just disappears inside of it.
Okay.
Up on its high mountain.
Okay.
I think it can see people are leaving. I hope it's at least intelligent enough for that. I mean, it's a bird.
Decided you weren't fucking worth its time anymore. You've done damage to it. You've stung it enough to where I rolled to see if it determined, like, okay, whatever those things are not a threat to me, but I'm not gonna keep fighting them to get the food because I already have food in my cave. They're not worth the effort. So combat at this point would be ended. Nezor, of course, runs barrel long into the fucking water after Zola before anyone else even reacts. Like, you guys go, oh, we should go get them full. And Nezor's already like halfway through the fucking water.
Okay.
And he disappears under the water after her.
How long until...
Roll me a perception check, please.
Who?
Nezor. I would like him to roll a perception check.
Let's see. Is it? No, I gotta do it all through the sheet.
I never met a macro for the perception checks.
Don't worry.
It's one of those things where, like, saving throws and skill checks, there's so many of them. Nezor spends a little while hunting for her, but he does eventually find her, and he pulls her up out of the water. Polo is saved. Hurrah. After a brief stint of mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, she is now breathing and not full of water anymore.
Let's get everybody out of here. Shit, the captain though.
Go to the captain on the beach.
Do we have that coffin?
No, you don't have a cough.
Do we have a crate?
Are you sure it's wise to take him off this beach?
No.
How close? Okay, looking pure 360. Do I see any other nearby islands?
How long until...
Enough to get there for it to matter? No. The other ones are like at least some distance away. You would have to bring him onto the ship to get him.
How long until day and about?
It's barely an hour. It's barely an hour into the night. Remember, combat's like 6 seconds per round.
Yeah.
It's been only a handful of rounds, so it's not. It has not even been 30 minutes since the moon came up. You still have the rest of the night.
Leave the captain and jump to the ship. Take the boat to the ship.
Guys all pile into the rowboat, sail your ass back to the ship, and then move away from the island and just hope the captain survives the night and just leaves them there.
I'm gonna try and keep an eye out where the captain's laying.
And how do you intend to do that?
I'm on the crow's nest, and I'm just gonna keep looking at him.
Okay.
Creepy voyeur.
How sharp are your eyes? Because last I checked, the spyglass is not in your possession.
I got regular eyesight, so...
You're too far away to see him in the dark.
Shit.
Even when Thorin, who does have dark vision, even with the spyglass, will have a hard time seeing him once you guys move a reasonable distance away from the island. So you guys will not see him.
Yeah.
Guys, what's the status of the captain?
Who knows?
Who knows?
That's nice. I put Japan in power, and now taking a bit, and now running away with it.
Did he hurt anybody?
Yeah, he did.
Let's hold his hands on the desk. Yes.
Okay.
I'm going to go to the medical room now.
Okay.
I'm going to patch myself up. I'm going back to bed. And Leibowitz leaves.
Good night.
Before you go, we gotta check to see if you have lycanthropy.
I can do that myself, thank you. As he trundles off.
Alright, is anybody else hurt by the captain? Or think they might be at risk?
Nezor goes, he didn't hit me with his tusk, but as you look at Nezor, his face looks like a sack of potatoes from the punches he got. He just went 12 rounds in a boxing match against heavyweight champion.
Well, I recommend like a sack of cold peas on the face side of the face there. Doesn't look like you have to worry about lycanthropy though.
We don't
Where
have
did they
any
get cold
fucking
peas?
green peas. Fuller just goes, I got this, and just leads him away as they go below decks.
Sorry, I just couldn't resist the idea of using like that old 50s like concept idea.
Actually, you don't have frozen peas. This is not the 1950s. This is more like the 1800s, 1700s, no, 1600s, 1600s.
Long time ago.
All right, I recommend some bloodletting.
Before
That should fix
frozen
it.
refrigerators, or before refrigerators or freezers existed.
All
So what?
right, all right, then I recommend bloodletting. No, wait, that's like 1300s.
Yeah?
It's the leeches.
We gotta get the bad virtues out
Gotta
of
get the
it.
bad
One second.
humors out of there.
Bathroom.
We gotta get the bad
Humors,
humors.
that's the word I was looking for.
Yeah, humors.
All right.
I assume you guys eventually go to bed and get a long rest.
Yes.
Yes.
Cool.
I will.
Also, I'm just going to assume like that because of the stuff that the captain left, it will probably has scent on it. Correct?
What?
Well, in the morning, I have an idea of trying to locate the cat.
You searched the island with your crew. But what do you mean an idea to find him?
Basically,
Not that big of an island. Like it would take you guys like less than an hour to search the entire island.
summon up some wolves, have them get his scent, and try and sniff him out. You know, bloodhound tracking.
Okay, we'll get to that in a moment.
It was a thought.
Switch that.
And
Switch to this one.
out of curiosity, do you usually show up like in the bottom right corner of the overworld map?
Bottom right? No, I usually show up in the top left.
Weird.
Or actually, honestly, it actually depends on where I am on the previous map I go from. So if I'm in a certain orientation, like relatively, like if like this is your fucking frame, if I already have my view here and I change maps, then my view is approximately in this area on the other map. It's generally how it works for me. When I'm the dungeon master, you guys are new, so it could be different.
It's the same for me.
Anyone besides the captain gains the benefit of a long rest, and may replenish spell slots, hit points, and all that jazz as you see fit.
That was a lovely night's sleep. No, you guys weren't about to become bird food. You weren't about to become a victim of cannibalism. Actually, we weren't expecting to see
Locked him on the island and just left him to his own devices.
cannibalism. Questions for another time. Would that actually be cannibalism? Alright. Well, I guess, I suppose now we gotta look for the captain. Make sure he's okay. Out of curiosity, in case he does not remember what happened, how should we regale him about the sail? About how he beat the shit out of us, or how he rescued us from a rock?
You can determine that when you find him. I need
Yeah.
to count this. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I'm thinking to keep his sanity, it might be boasting his ego.
Once 30. Okay.
Well,
It's the first day of Cathon after the full moon. The morning.
Good morning.
What would you gentlemen like to do?
All right. I think we probably should go back to the island.
Island.
And let's turn back to the island. Everybody give me investigation checks to try and find the captain, because he's not on the beach where you guys left him. He's somewhere else.
Yes.
Let me know when you all got your rolls.
Investigation.
So I had to step out for a little bit.
17.
Hello?
Hello? Hey, Ty. Can you hear us?
I can hear you.
We're running investigations. I was looking up when the next two full moons would be. The next full moon is on the 30th of Cathorn. After that, Midsummer, which is towards the end of Cathorn. It's between Cathorn and Elias. You guys look at your calendar. And then the 30th day of Elias is the next full moon after that. So those are the next 3 full moons, since it matters. It happens between like 29 and 31 days. In a cycle. Depending on various things. Now, using your highly trained abilities to investigate, you do eventually find signs of where the captain may have gone. Follow a trail straight up to the Rock's cave.
Oh, that trail. On the trail we blaze.
On the trail we blaze. Oh, El Dorado. But you find a path of essentially destruction. You find his tracks, you find like rocks that have been smashed and trees that have been toppled over, and you determine that he is in the Rock's cave, or the cave you last saw that way.
Oh, shit!
Or at least that is where his trail goes. What would you guys like to do about it?
I'm gonna try and listen for, like, the sounds of, like, a rock, like the beating of feathers, the beating of wings, whatever sounds a rock would make.
The crashing waves of water. The crashing waves of the ocean.
So those are the only sounds I hear?
Those are the only sounds you hear right now. Essentially what I have planned on watch together is what you hear right now.
Okay.
Guys, you guys determined this trail is like hours old. Like this happened at some point during the night. Like hours ago. We're talking like 6-7 hours ago.
Okay, so in the tracks look like he walked in or ran in? Or like dragged in?
Because you can see tracks, obviously he didn't fly his ass in there, so yes, he walked in there.
I'm like, you know what I meant. Like, the drag tracks would look a lot different than like if you were walking or running.
It definitely looked like he was doing somewhere between a walk and a run. I would say a jog.
So he's speed walking. Alright.
Well, like, not full tilt sprint, but moving with haste.
Okay. Nezor, you can see in the dark, right? What can you see in the cave?
Yeah.
What can you see in the
I
cave?
see nothing in the fucking cave, because the cave's way the fuck up there.
Oh.
Well, a mountain, dude. You gotta fucking climb up there if you guys want to see what's in there.
Okay. I'm gonna go climb up, and I'm gonna try and create like a...
I assume you will fly.
Yeah, I'm gonna fly up and like prepare like a Oh god, what exactly is the thing called? Basically, like, you're creating a point where you can tie up a rope so that people can use it to climb up a thing.
Anchor point.
Yeah, creating a point, an anchor point. Yeah, I'm trying to create like a...
Or a python. Do you have pythons?
I'm gonna try and tie it to something that... Shit, there was nothing up there. I just realized.
I made this easier for you. You fly up and you look in the cave and you see a dead rock with an unconscious Turg laying on top of it with a bunch of eggs smashed.
Holy shit! Captain!
Pieces of the rock are scattered all over the cave. It's the blood. It's blood and feathers and flesh up the walls, across the ceiling, across the floor. There's bits of eggs everywhere. Captain Turg is covered in viscera, and he is sleeping very soundly.
Okay, is he like still in the werebore form or in his orc form?
No, he's unconscious and it's morning.
So he's in his like the regular orc form.
He is in his humanoid form, yes.
Human form. All right,
Not
Captain.
his hybrid form.
All right, I'm gonna move up. I'm gonna keep very suspicious eyes on the rock just in case it doesn't decide to wake up and it's not playing dead.
Terry, did you miss the part where I said it's in pieces? Like,
I thought that was the eggs that were in pieces.
its head is missing. Its
Okay.
leg flipped off. It is scattered up the walls, across the ceiling, over the floor.
To be fair, you broke up a little bit, so I thought you were describing the eggs.
The eggs are also in that state.
All right.
There is nothing in this place other than Captain Turg that is still in one single piece.
Out of curiosity, how good do the conditions of the feathers on the wings look? Or are they just like just shit?
Obliterated. Obliterated. There is almost nothing of value salvageable in this fucking place.
Can we at least get meat from the bird?
It is really gross, gamey meat that's also a little rotty because it's been sitting here out for hours.
Good.
But another thing is, anyone who's done enough hunting or knows enough hunters will know that you want a quick, clean kill so that the meat doesn't get all toughened from the adrenaline and the overexertion of running and fighting and stuff like that. So the evidence that you guys see is that this was a very long, drag out, drag knuckle fight. The rock did not die quickly.
Oh shit.
So all of its meat is essentially worthless at this point.
Okay. I'm going to go up to the cat.
Plus, even if it wasn't worthless, it would all rot before you guys could eat most of it anyway.
Okay.
Because you have no way to preserve meat.
Yeah, we don't have any salt. Okay. I'm going to go up to the captain. I'm going to try and shake him awake. This is probably a terrible idea.
You have no memory of what happened last night. You can punch in the face as he flails around wildly as you wake him up, because he's a violent waker right now.
Good
Do I
morning.
get punched? Did I just get punched as he woke up?
Yes, I just said you got slugged in the face.
Oh, yes, I did. So I'm kind of down on the ground.
Yeah, just like, ah, fuck, as you have this like nasty welt on your eye now.
Captain!
Oh, hey, Ice. I guess this is the next one.
You see what I've already described to the rest of the players.
An utterly ripped apart bird, broken eggs, me with a nasty welt on my face.
On top of it, you are covered in blood, guts, and viscera.
What the hell happened here?
Normally, Captain Turg has like lightish green skin, but all you see right now on his body is because he is covered in so much junk, you cannot see the color of his skin anymore.
Captain.
He's also naked.
Well, we're gonna have to take care of that part first. I grab whatever's loose around me and try and place it on his midsection. Captain, you saved me.
I saved you? What happened?
Okay, you see asshole bird there? Well, in pieces?
What the? Isn't that the rock from earlier? From last night?
Yes. Okay, initially what happened is you broke through the rock, you broke through the ropes and the manacles that we were securing you in. I tried to calm you down by trying to at least try to keep you calm. But the rock came out and it just managed to grab me. You seem far more annoyed that the rock grabbed me than you trying to hurt me. I guess you figured that maybe that you were pissed that it took what may have been your kill or something. I don't know. Or just pissed you off because it stole from you. So you just came here. You utterly beat the fucking Jesus out of this thing. I mean, take a look at it.
Even as a barbarian, I'm looking surprised. Like, holy, I'm awesome.
Yes. Unfortunately, you couldn't save any of the eggs, so that was a nice little payday that was unfortunately lost. But you saved me from but you saved me from the rock. I saw that.
Deception, because that's all they have. Roll insight.
5. Also, I don't think technically you can actually do that. I roll like deception or persuasion with player characters. At least in 3.5. I don't know in 5.
Mind control, but you do roll deception when you lie, and insight is to counter deception. So I need Ty, if you roll me an insight check for Turg.
Technically speaking, I am telling the truth. He did save us.
You guys left his ass on the beach.
But we're not wrong in saying he beat the other 11 bejesus out of this thing.
You are not telling him everything is a lie, but the overall narrative you're telling him is a lie. Ty, I need that insight. There it is. Captain Turg, you're not super certain what parts he is not telling you, or what parts are not true. You can care or not care, up to you, but you definitely know the narrative he is spinning is in fact not the truth. How much of it is a lie and how much of it is truth? I mean, you're no stranger to tall tales. They get slightly exaggerated, being a sailor and all. But you know,
I'm just going to. It's a overexaggerated tall tale.
So you just shrug your shoulders and go, okay, and then move on.
Like, I'm pretty sure I didn't beat this guy by myself, but I told tales, a told tale. I could tell my grandchildren about it.
I don't know what the rest of the crew is going to think, that you fucking took on a rock by yourself and won.
Before you head out, do you want to at least maybe try and see if you can find your pants or something?
If you guys take a moment to look, you find his pants in tattered shreds and pieces.
Give me some of those rock feathers. Maybe I could have a seamstress sew them up.
Alright.
Are you going to fucking feather dance for us with the fucking rock feathers?
Why am I picturing
I also grabbed some of the remaining of my pants as well.
Why am I just picturing a hula
You find
dancer?
a scrap of cloth that is only big enough to fit into the palm of your hand, which is what's left of your pants.
Sadly, I don't think that would be enough to cover just a testicle of yours.
How big his balls are. But you unfortunately have no clothes to wear, other than whatever spare clothing is tossed your way. No one on the ship is even bothered by the fact that you're not wearing clothes. I don't suspect Captain Turg minds not wearing clothing.
Look,
like, you guys are a pirate crew and you spend several weeks to several months at sea on a relatively small ship in comparison to a large town or city. So I'm pretty sure all of you have seen everybody naked at some point.
look, that and he's just one.
Except Zola. That's the only one you've never seen outside of the hunt. You've never seen her take it off. In fact, and you've never seen Ryoto without his like ninja geese thing.
So basically, Captain Turg is basically just one step below doing the T pose to assert dominance.
But anyway, jokes aside though. But yeah. Congratulations, you guys barely managed to survive your first full moon.
We're definitely going to have to consider all that we learned from this in preparation for the next one. Though, my understanding is each subsequent one, it should be a bit easier for you to control. Relatively speaking.
Jason.
you now have access to the damage immunities of lycanthropy. The relentless ability of the werewolf strain of lycanthropy. You've already got the stat changes. The one trait or ability of being a werewolf that you do not have control over is the shape changer ability. That is still going to be a factor that I will throw at you from time to time. It does not have to be during a full moon to transform. You can transform in at any time. So essentially, if you get worked up into a combat enough, I'm going to have you roll probably a wisdom save. And if you don't roll high enough to beat the DC that I set in my mind at that time, you transform and then will act not as an NPC. You still act as yourself, but there will be certain things that I may nudge you in certain directions. Like I may decide that you attack someone that you may not want to attack, such as whoever's closest, depending on how worked up in the combat you get. But whilst you are transformed, you also have access to the charge and the tusk attack abilities of your hybrid form. Or you charge a tusk attack if you are in your animal form, because you can also go into an animal form. But right now, you get access to all the abilities except consciously being able to activate your shape changer ability. That is still under my control. But hey, you get all the other cool shit.
Yeah,
That means unless someone's using small magic against you, you can't be hurt.
Yeah, just have my crew have to fight me as a boss before I have to do that.
You were a hell of a boss fight. It's just I was stupid and decided to go down.
Yeah.
The spiders were doing fine.
That limited to a game somebody has no ranged attacks or is limited to melee combat, don't get in arm's reach.
Remind me to hand over every single weapon except for my sword next time.
Speaking of which, Ty, you don't know where your sword is.
Wait, where is my sword?
And you suddenly realize that you don't have it, and you are now developing an obsession. You have to find it. You cannot leave this island until it's found.
I'll check the freaking corpses of everything to see where
Not in the cave. Not in the cave.
Okay, did I leave her on the beach?
On the beach.
Let's help him find it.
I'll help as
With
well.
everybody helping, you guys do eventually find the Sword of Vengeance.
The question is, who grabs it first?
That is a very good question. I was going to say that. I want everyone, just for fun, roll a d20 and see who finds it. Whoever rolls higher, it's just a 5d20. Whoever rolls higher is the one that finds it. Let's see. Creed's not technically there, so I'll say that he was rolling for the retainers. None of the retainers found it. Bola finds it first. She picks it up. Captain Turg, when you see Vola with your sword, it's not like she's stealing it or anything, but you have to take it from her. And you do so. You just violently snatch it from her. She's like, Jesus. Apologies, Captain.
Sorry, I just have to have this sword. This,
Gotta have it. You can't let anyone else have it. It's your sword. Only your sword. No one else can get it.
Precious.
The precious! Hey, you're very much like full Gollum with that fucking sword right now. Curse. As you hold it back in your hand, you hear, yes, do not let anyone unworthy touch your sword. In fact, you should punish her for having the audacity to touch your weapon. Wisdom save. Huh.
Or 10.
Drop the token. 1 second. There's hair everywhere. bargain's enough, you pass. Because I believe the Sword of Vengeance is like B13. So, you do not feel an overwhelming urge to chop Vola's head off. Congratulations.
She found you, friend.
You hear no more of the vengeful spirit that resides inside the soul at this moment. It just quiets down. So, what's to find out, gentlemen?
That was fun.
And crazy.
It was entertaining. Since we almost lost all our doctors.
Yes, we did. Especially since I got knocked out.
Oh, the
twice.
on the front line. Oh no, I did.
I want you to notice that once again, I survived the fight.
By not being there.
That's a common thing with him, though. Like, if you've been in enough games with Daniel, you notice that happens far more often than it should. Somehow when he's not around, I see the fucking chuckleheads in the groups. So I really think it is, because it happens with multiple different groups. When the rest of the chuckleheads are left without him, they somehow get into a fight and he's not there.
Yet, if I get in the fight, I tend to get killed. But usually because of my own problems.
Resulting from your own decisions.
Yes.
Right. Regardless, though, it is almost 4, so I think this would be a good place to end. But, post-game discussion, what's the next plan? That way I know what to prep.
Well, eventually they got to come back to the island.
Eventually, yes. You've been there for like 5 days.
So yeah, obviously
It'll take them like another 2 days for the Strombreaker to travel back towards that island.
Yeah, obviously we're gonna.
You guys,
we're gonna
did you
see
guys
what's
settle
up.
on a rendezvous time?
Say again?
Did you guys agree on a rendezvous time, or like, hey, be here at this time?
Yeah,
No.
sure.
As far as I know, I don't know. Nothing, not
All
much.
that discussion happening.
Like, well, pretty much we'll dock the Seawolf at that island and start to roll back with this, head back with the Stormbreaker.
Sorry.
Let's see what at this island and head back to Strombreaker. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, again, my question is, did the 2 different groups of people agree upon, hey, after X amount of time, come here and regroup and rendezvous?
I hope to God we did.
Same
We
thing
I don't recall
here.
that conversation.
We did not.
Ah, crap.
Cool. So, it's been at least 5 days. So, unless at some point Master Creed decides to take Drusilla and the other 2 deckhands back to that little peninsula, you guys have no idea where he is or when he's going to come back.
Yeah.
And on the flip side, Master Creed has no idea when the ship's going to be close enough for them to fucking get out of there. Well, because the idea is the ship will be trying not to be noticed.
Alright. Well, I've got to go. I'm heading out.
Look, we took our risks, but we're bad at math.
But,
That makes no sense.
but I assume you guys would want to go back to Ruthium next session
Yeah, of course.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
and pick them up. You guys will have to think of how you wish to go about doing said rendezvous, since you guys did not agree upon a rendezvous point, location, or time.
How big is a skiv? Are they like
Yeah.
a rowboat?
Or the rowboat, it's the size of a rowboat. It can fit like 4 people.
Okay.
I mean, if you want, you could like fucking get close enough and like Ice could like fly over to the island,
Yeah, I could fly.
and, like try to find them, and then maybe call the rendezvous point in time before Ice leaves. Or hope you get lucky, and by the time you get there, Creed will be somewhere nearby.
Or he ends up coming across them saying, "We found this big chicken," and ends up saving Ice.
That would be funny as shit if, while in the city, they fucking have your ass like hog tied to a pole, carrying you like you're a fucking wild hog to put you on a spit roast and roast you as a fucking giant ass chicken.
Hey, let's be honest. They'd probably see me as food.
Just keep that roll to myself. Alright, everybody have fun?
Yep.
You bet.
Cool.
Yep.
It's good to get back into the game.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say everybody levels up to level 7. Just because.
Yay! Level 7.
You guys took on a rock, finally got past the lycanthropy first moon.
We had a very trying couple hours.
Several days, in fact. I'll say everybody's level 7. Go ahead and hit dice, everybody.
Yay!
6.
So that's an additional 3 HP for me.
So Mario's and Florence hit points have increased to 42.
Yeah.
Curie, you have no con save, right? Or no con
No,
bonus?
I have no con mod.
Cool. So yours increases by 3 to a total of 38. Ty gets 5 more. Oh, 46.
I'm up to 52.
Wow. That's
What?
phenomenal.
I think I'm the squishiest.
You have
person ever.
52 versus your captain, who has 46. The barbarian has less hit points than the fucking warlock. It's not even a hexbed warlock. It's a fucking standard warlock.
I want you to know,
On close quarters.
46 was my last level's HP.
Ooh. I gain access to level 4 spells.
Again?
Huh?
Again, 2? Yeah, you have a +2 constitution modifier. Ty only has like, what, 1?
+1.
Yeah, that's a... Yeah, so Ty has a +1, you have a +2, and Ty didn't roll super good. He got a 4 on his D12. But still, though, it's like, my God. Also, that reminds me, you guys started at level 5, right?
Yes, sir. So,
Yes.
All your retainers go up to level 4.
Yay!
Because they gain 1 level for every 2 levels. When you guys hit level 7, they hit level 4.
Yay.
Awesome.
oh, but they need another 2 levels just to become level 5, then they can use some more skills.
They can gain their level 5 special actions.
Alrighty. So,
Any questions, comments, concerns?
let's
Does anybody get anything cool level 7?
Yes, an invocation and a 4th level spell.
Ooh, what you thinking?
Yeah.
Aspect of the moon. I no longer need to sleep.
Ray. What new spell are you gonna get?
I don't know.
I got nothing. A spell.
I get level 4 spells, and that's it.
I get 1 level 4 spell.
Access to all your 4th level spells, though, is the truth.
Mm-hmm.
One more spell.
Which I believe means also Jimpan also gains access to 4th level spells and probably
Yep.
learns a new spell.
Pretty much.
One.
So,
Got 1.
Jimpan, are you going to learn a 4th level spell, or are you going to learn a spell of 3rd or lower? Because you can learn any spell that you have spell slots
Yeah.
to when you learn a new spell.
I will look through the spells
Okay.
before.
Hey, one of the nice things about this system is that it's easy to tell at what level you get new when you get the new levels of spells. It's basically double -1. So what level do I have to be to access level 4 spells?
Depends on the character. But you also have 7 sorcery points now at level 7 as well.
Who has?
Daniel, remind me, Aspect of the Moon, what book is that in? Is that Tasha's? Or Xanathar's?
No, that should be a core book.
Thanks. Nah, that's not in the core book, bro.
Oh, Xanathar's Guide to Everything. Xanathar's Guide to Everything. And page 56. I no longer need to sleep. I cannot be forced to sleep by any means. And I gain the benefits
Long rest,
of a
you can
longer
spend all 8 hours doing light activities such as reading your book of shadows and keeping watch. So you and the Night Crew are going to start getting to know each other very well, because since you don't sleep and they are mostly out of sight during the day, you guys will be hanging out a lot during the night.
Yes.
Because, fun fact about being a person that doesn't sleep, when everybody else sleeps, it gets super boring sometimes. You're just sitting there waiting for everyone else to get up because they have to still sleep.
Yeah.
Shindu,
Yeah.
between games while in town, I'd like to know if any shops sell any scrolls.
I would say no, not scrolls. Not in Ruthia.
Okay.
Ruthium.
That's all.
Because like their magic is more of magic of items because they are rune carvers. So they don't have like magic scrolls. They might have some like potions of different types of varieties if you're looking for something more of a potion variety, but not scrolls. These are not a book learning type people. They're not gonna learn runes and like shit on scrolls. The most you might get would be scrolls that have runes on them, but you don't know how to use rune magic, so you wouldn't be able to use them.
I'm gonna
They
go.
also wouldn't sell rune magic to an outsider either, even if they did have scrolls. Or actually, no. They would sell magic items and shit like that to you if you are interested in certain magic items if they have it, but they would not teach you rune magic because that is a skill that they keep to themselves.
That's fine.
But
Just curious if they
let's
did.
see.
But since they don't, I'm not gonna worry.
Oh yeah, at 7th level, way ups. Your spell slots are 4th level now.
Mm-hmm.
That's cool. All your spells are cast as a 4th level spell now.
Yep.
I think I already asked this, but I don't remember what the answer was. Do you already know what kind of spell you want?
Yep. Control water.
A very wise choice of magic for this particular campaign. Almost every mage I've fucking statted has control water. Because most of them are like pirates or sailors and shit like that.
Well, they had to be. Had to wait till this level to get it.
Oh yeah, because it's a 4th level spell.
All right, everybody. Y'all have a great week.
You too.
Alright, see you in 2 weeks, Dan.
Have a good one.
As for the rest of you, let's see.
I think I have Feral Instinct.
Yeah, I'm flipping to the barbarian now. Yep, Feral Instinct. By 7th level, your instincts are so honed that you have advantage on initiative rolls. Additionally, if you are surprised at the beginning of combat and are not incapacitated, you can act normally on your turn, but only if you enter a raid before doing anything else on that turn. So essentially, you can't be surprised and you have advantage on your initiative, as long as you can rage if you're not incapacitated. Because essentially, you can even if you're surprised. Yeah, if you gain the surprise condition, like if you are surprised, if the first thing you do is rage, you can still act on the first round of combat, and therefore eliminating the surprise round. But only if you can rage. But even then, you still have advantage on initiative checks, which is pretty fucking good. Make sure to add that to your stuff later. But, I don't think your subclasses give you guys anything special for your level 7 stuff.
Nah, not really.
That's yeah. Druid doesn't get another thing from its subclass till 10th because you got your Hearth of Moonlight and Shadow at 6, which essentially gives you a free ability to cast Lean Tiny Hut, or a different variety of Lean Tiny Hut.
Yep.
The same way. I don't think Barbarian. Yeah, same thing with 10th level. And I can assume the Sorcerer is probably the same way.
I got nothing this level.
Other than the new spell. And 4th level spell
Yeah.
set.
But other than that, nothing of futures.
Yeah, your subclass doesn't give you a new class feature until like 14th level when you get Storm Spearing.
Got ability score improvement next level.
Yeah, so you finally will get a really score improvement next level.
Yeah.
But I will get special class features. But hey, gaining 4th level spell slots is certainly a huge thing. Because even though you only can learn one 4th level spell, if you so choose a 4th level spell, you still get all the spell slots, which I think you get at least 2 or 3. Let me look. I'm sure you get at least 2 spell slots. Find you dumbass, there it is. It's also my apologies, you have 1 4th level spell slot.
Yeah, one.
It's not nothing.
Yeah.
It's better than 0. Now, as Daniel stated a moment ago, he's going to get Control Water for his new spell that he can learn as a Warlock. Control Water is, of course, a big fucking damn deal in the campaign where you're surrounded 90% of the time by water. Because it's like a 10-minute concentration spell that has multiple different effects. My screen went black for some reason. There it goes. Now it's back. You can part water. You can change the elevation of water in a body of water. You can redirect the flow. You can create whirlpools. Like, it has a long fucking description of all the shit it can do.
Look, what you have to
There is, of course, other options besides Control Water.
No, I think we can work with Control Water. What he has to do is, convince the people of Rael that he's a god by splitting the ocean and teach them to follow.
It doesn't let you control that much water at once. First off. Second off, the Ruthians are well versed in magic. They know what Control Water is and what it does. They have druids that do that. The druid you just fought, never mind, you weren't even fucking there. The druid everybody else fucking fought last session used Control Water to try and sweep the fucking deck with a fucking wave. He brought a wave of water and smashed into your deck. Let's see, what do you get here? 4th level, Banishment's a really good spell. You can just be like, I'm gonna put you in timeout.
So where's that send them? The ethereal plane, or?
It sends them to a harmless demi-plane. Or, if they're an extraplanar creature, it sends them back to their home plane. And for extraplanar creatures, if you maintain the spell for the full duration of the concentration, if they are not native to the plane you're standing on when you cast the spell, they don't come back. They stay in their native plane. Now, if they are native to the plane that you were standing at when you cast the spell, such as if you're in the prime material world and you cast Banishment on a human, after a minute they do come back. But if you are on the prime material world and you cast Banishment on a demon and you maintain concentration on the spell for a full minute, the demon does not come back. He stays in the abyss. Dimension Door is also a really useful spell. That's essentially lets you teleport as an action up to 500 feet. Greater Visibility, also an amazing spell. It's a concentration spell, yes, but whilst you are invisible with Greater Visibility, casting magic or making attacks while the effects of Greater Visibility are applied, you don't break the invisibility. Not like standard invisibility, it's Greater Invisibility. Attacking does not break it. Fire, of course, is a great spell. Stone Skin is also pretty useful. Blight, my personal favorite. I love Blight. Confusion is good if you like your enchantment stuff. Back down to your 3rd level spells. Water Breathing, because I believe you already have water. Water Breathing could be useful.
Yep, I have both.
Given different takes. Do what?
I have both walking and breathing.
I know. Speaking of which, since the druid has both water breathing and water walking, Jimpan, on every level you can also swap out one of your spells that you know with a different spell that you know.
Okay, just
And
one.
replace it to what?
Okay, I can just take one spell and just to the other one. Replace it one
You can
spell.
take a spell you know currently and change it out with another spell, in addition to also learning the new spell you get at this level.
Okay,
So, like, if you wanted to, what you could do, let me pull up the list here. Let me know what
So I
you're
can-
supposed to have. For example, pulling up your spells, because I don't believe you've ever used Water Walk as the spell, and if
Okay.
absolutely necessary, Kiri can use Water Walk because it can target multiple targets.
yeah,
What you
so I
could
can-
do, in theory, I'm not saying you should, I'm saying that you can. You can learn a new spell as part of your level up, but also replace Water Walk with something else. Saying like, if there's 2 4th level spells you want, you can drop
So I
Water
can
Walk,
take 2.
gain that spell, and learn a 4th level spell. And you can have,
Yeah.
you would only have
Or-
1 4th level slot, but you would know 2 of them.
Okay. So I can replace
Or-
a spell.
Yes, you can replace a spell with any spell you have access to right now. Or you can learn, or you can swap Water Walk out with a 3rd level, 2nd, or 1st level spell. Depends what you like. Spells that could be useful: Haste, very useful. Fly, also useful. Those are your 3rd level stuff. Blink is neat. I like Blink, although sometimes it can bite you in the ass, depending on what you're trying to do. Tongues. Tongues could be useful just because it lets you speak and understand any language. So if you guys are trying to communicate with a lot of people that don't speak the same language as you or don't share a language with you, it could be useful.
That would be.
What's kind of
Going
different
down into your
in...
2nd level spells, Detect Thoughts is useful, which I believe you guys have a magic item that lets you do that. Who has the medallion of Detect Thoughts? What do you guys do with that?
Either somebody has it or it's in the hold.
I think someone took it.
Maybe
I
Dan?
think it's in the hole. We have to find. We have to try to find out.
I think pretty sure someone took it. Or it was Daniel,
Let you guys
maybe.
find out which one of you first took the medallion of Detect Thoughts, because I definitely know you guys have it. One
Yeah, I
of
know.
you has it, or it's in your ship. So it's
Man.
not lost. Somebody's got it. Or
I
it's in
think
the ship.
Daniel had it.
It's possible. Let's see. In your 2nd levels, Blur can be useful. I like Blur. Dark Vision is not a bad spell to have, which I believe, Kiri, you also have that on your spell list.
Yeah, it's like a level 1 or 2 spell.
It's a 2nd level spell. Enlarge Reduce is not a bad spell. Hold Person, also a pretty good spell. You got Invisibility. Knock's a pretty useful spell. From time to time, Mirror Image is also very useful as a defensive spell to help make yourself harder to get caught. Scorching Ray is a good spell. You can fire all these little fire rays at people. Spider Climb can be useful. Web, Shatter, Suggestion. Pretty much all of the spells are really useful. It just depends on what your ultimate goal is for your character. Like what specialty of magic are you aiming for in your design? 1st level spells, we got Charm Person. It has a lot of multiple uses. It can be used for. Disguise Self also has multiple times it can be useful. I believe you already have Shield, do you not?
No.
No, you don't. Oh, shit. One thing I might recommend is if you drop Water Walk and take the Shield spell, that would certainly give you the ability to be like, oh god, I'm gonna get hit. And you cast Shield.
Yeah.
Which is a reaction spell. It's a 1st level spell,
Yeah.
and it increases your armor class by 5 AC for the duration of the round when you use it.
Yeah. That's a very good spell.
It's a very good spell, and
very-
it's only
yeah.
a 1st level spell.
Yeah, the first time I played it, 5th edition, I was playing as a, an Eldritch Knight fighter. So basically, I took that as a spell because I thought, I don't know how much spells work. Apparently, you just gotta select what spell you're gonna take.
Those knights are incredibly hard to kill if built right, and shield is one of the most standard parts of their kit. Because it is an abjuration spell. Abjured knights can only select from abjuration or evocation, except for its specifically selectable spell or levels. So, shield and that, as well as absorb elements, is a spell out of Xanadar's guide that a lot of Eldritch Knights take. Shield, of course, makes them harder to hit with their armor class. Absorb elements lets them gain resistance as a reaction to taking certain elemental damage, like fire or ice. And then also added d6 of that to their next weapon attack.
Mm-hmm.
I have no idea if Absorb Elements is on the sorcerer spell list, but what I definitely know is Shield is, and you don't have it, so maybe a good idea. If I'm not mistaken, sorcerers do not have the ritual casting ability. Correct? I don't believe you do.
Sorcerers, I think, are spawn. I don't think they have any ritual casting.
Well, there's the feature of ritual casting. They have access to ritual spells, like Comprehend Languages is a fucking ritual spell. Detect Magic is a ritual spell. That's on their spell list. But I was talking about the feature which they get, or what some spellcasters get. Nope. You're not a ritual caster. Okay. I was curious. I also saw you had Comprehend Languages in here. And which is neat and all, if you could ritual cast it. Otherwise, you have to burn spell slots to cast it. I was thinking of Awesome pointing out that maybe dropping Comprehend Languages for a more frequent use kind of spell may be beneficial to you, such as Shield. Because I've never seen you use Water Wall or Comprehend Languages. Like, so far you've played Argan's Land Foreign like a battle mage. So getting more combat spells may be more useful.
Yeah.
Especially because you have such a limited amount of spells you can cast. Or, sorry, you have such a limited number of spells that you know. Classes that are better for like your utility type spells are like druids, clerics, wizards, but that's because they have access to a greater number of spells and can ritual cast, so they don't burn spell slots. Sorcerers are a little bit better for combat-oriented like spells, offense and defense, because especially with their meta magic, they can do all kinds of crazy stuff with their meta magic abilities. So normally when you level up, you can only swap one spell. I'll say you can swap out more than that. If you want, you can replace Comprehend Languages with Shield, and then you can replace Water Walk with any spell between levels 1 and 4.
Oh.
Because per the rules, you have to, like, when you gain a level, you can swap a spell out that you know with another spell you know. That's because it allows you to be like, okay, I have all these low-level spells I don't use anymore. Now that I'm a higher-level sorcerer, I can access higher-level spells. I'm going to swap these out for the better spells. When I allow you to just change an aspect of your character, such as letting you swap that Comprehend Languages with the Shield spell, the way I do it instead, with that regard, is at the time you took Comprehend Languages, if I let you change that with another spell, it has to be a spell you would have had access to at that time, which you would have had access to Shield. So I can go ahead and drop the Shield spell on your sheet real fast from the compendium, if you would like. Shield, there it is. And would you like to drop Comprehend Languages for it?
Yes.
Cool. You now have Shield and no Comprehend Languages. Now for Water Walk, again, could be useful to drop it if you so choose. Let's see what else we got in here. Featherfall could be very useful from time to time. Let's see.
It's gonna help me a couple of times.
You have been outside of the crow's nest several times. Featherfall could be a really good idea to have.
Yeah.
Now, I believe there is an upgrade to the crow's nest you guys may want to look into where it automatically casts Featherfall on anyone that falls out of it. But just having the spell Featherfall is useful because you can target you and multiple other targets. I think it's like up to like 6 to 8. I don't remember. Featherfall. Featherfall. And dropping Water Walk. See Invisibility is another pretty useful spell. What's a flickable spell? Banishment's useful. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, soldiers don't get control wall. Oh, really? Huh. Interesting. So, as a soldier, you can't even take control wall. So you get other spell options. Banishment's really fucking neat. I like Banishment. It's a concentration spell, which most of your spells are not concentration, so... And that's one thing I've had to be mindful of when I'm doing spellcasters, is to make sure I don't take too many concentration spells, because you're concentrating on one spell at a time. And it really sucks when you're concentrating on one spell, you look at your spells, and you go, I have like 2 spells that are not concentration. Shit, now what do? You don't have that problem as a sorcerer at the moment. So, Banishment could be useful. Good for removing a particular enemy from the battlefield for at least a couple rounds. And it's a charisma save, which not a lot of creatures have very high in that. You can also take Blight if you just want to do like fuck tons of necrotic damage and really screw up plant creatures, because it fucks up plant creatures. It does like double damage to them.
Have we really encountered
is really useful for... Do what?
Have we really encountered any plant creatures?
No. Just saying. Just tell me what the spell does. I'm not saying that, you know, oh my god, you're gonna be needing to fight up some fucking plant creatures soon. I'm just pointing it out. Dimension Door is useful for teleporting far distances, because it has a range of like 500 feet, and you can take you and one other ally with you, if you so choose. So like, for your 4th level spells, Banishment, Blight, Dimension Door, all super useful. Great Invisibility, also incredible. Because like, it's pretty neat to be like, I go invisible. Or you could cast it on another person, make them invisible, and even if they attack, their visibility stays as long as you're concentrating. Of course, there's Fly spell on 3rd level, you got the Haste spell as well. You've got a lot of options.
Yeah.
Anything call out to you, anything speak to your soul, my friend?
So I looked up the spell, and it said, like, at least when dealing with plants, if they fail, they take maximum damage. So that'd be 8 times 8 as far as damage goes.
That was double damage.
So to think about that.
Well, I'm gonna head on out, get ready for some dinner. Good night, everybody.
Not
Good night. I'm going to hang out.
See you in 2 weeks, dude. See you in 2 weeks, dude.
Well, we'll see you next week.
Well, I'll see you 2 next week, but see you in 2 weeks. Dude.
Yeah.
But yeah, Japan, just go ahead and like look at your options, and when you decide what spell it is, just let me know, because I'm curious to know.
Yeah. I will tell you.
Okay.
Let them know.
But now we cleaned up your